your hands, let us
India's 75th Independence Day. Jai Hind.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, India's 75th Independence Day. Jai Hind.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, India's 75th Independence Day. Jai Hind.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, India's 75th Independence Day. Jai Hind.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, India's 75th Independence Day. Jai Hind.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, India's 75th Independence Day. Jai Hind.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, India's 75th Independence Day. Jai Hind.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth,
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, India's 75th Independence Day. Jai Hind.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, India's 75th Independence Day. Jai Hind.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, India's 75th Independence Day. Jai Hind.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, India's 75th Independence Day. Jai Hind.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Let us leave our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us leave our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, India's 75th Independence Day. Jai Hind.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us leave our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us leave our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, India's 75th Independence Day. Jai Hind.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us leave our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us leave our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, India's 75th Independence Day. Jai Hind.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us leave our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us leave our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, India's 75th Independence Day. Jai Hind.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And I also would like to also share, we've got singers, we've got performers, we've got poems, we've got special messages from around the world. And I think you're going to absolutely love it. So if your friends haven't joined in yet, send them a quick little message on your social media, on your WhatsApp, and get them to come in and join us today. Let's celebrate this special, special day together. Now, today we have a first performer who's going to be joining us, who is our one and only, a very, very special, I would say, in-house singer who's going to be joining us. But before we do that, what have you been doing for Indian Independence Day? Have you attended any special events? Have you taken photographs with the Indian flag? Have you done anything special? Do share those photos and join us on our social media, Healing Our Earth. We are on Facebook, we're on YouTube, we're on Twitter, we're on all sorts of different social media platforms. Just find us, Healing Our Earth, and share your wonderful photographs, Indian Independence Day photographs, and share your messages with the world. We would love that. Now, our next guest, I should say, with our new first guest who's going to be joining us is our one and only, I would say, you guessed right. He is our one and only special, oh gosh, where have I gone? A special Girish Jogia, who I'd like to welcome to say a global namaste to him. Girish Ji is actually our in-house singer. He has given joy to people around the world with his beautiful voice. Not just that, he is such a beautiful, wonderful soul. You will see that because when he sings, you hear the feeling, you will hear the emotions, you'll hear that beautiful consciousness that comes through his voice because he sings from his heart, and we all love him for that. So with that, I also wanted to say a happy Raksha Bandhan to all those brothers and sisters out there who've been enjoying this special day on Thursday. Wow, what a special day Raksha Bandhan was. And I also wanted to say thank you to all my brothers who sent me messages, and thank you so much for your blessings. And I pray to God that God will shower you with love, happiness, health, wealth, success, everything that you deserve. So Girish Ji, you're one of those. So I wanted to say, Girish Ji, a global namaste to you. I have a really, really fantastic Indian Independence Day. Did you enjoy your Raksha Bandhan?
I did absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much, and thank you for your blessing, sending a very touching message and sending online Rakhi to me. I thank you. I bow down to you for your blessing.
You are so kind. But Girishji, before we start, I just wanted to do a quick little introduction for my dear brother here. Girish Jogia is the founder of Sri Ganesh Bhajan Group. With the blessings of Ma Saraswati, as he always says, the group has been performing live for the last 12 years, and the performances include Bhakti Sangeet, bhajans for all occasions, Hanuman Chalisa, golden oldies from Bollywood, mehfils, karaoke, Garba, Sangeet night, and live singing during wedding ceremonies. Now, during this pandemic year, they have featured many times on Healing Our Earth, and here they go again. So Girishji, before we do anything else, I would love you to please bless us with your gorgeous voice.
ए मेरे वतन के लोगों, तुम खूब लगा लो नारा, ये शुभ दिन है हम सबका, लहला लो तिरंगा प्यारा, पर मत भूलो सीमा पर वीरों ने प्राण गवाए, कुछ याद उन्हें भी कर लो, कुछ याद उन्हें भी कर लो, जो लौट के घर ना आए, जो लौट के घर ना आए। हे मेरे वतन के लोगों, जरा आँखों में भर लो पानी, जो शहीद हुए हैं उनकी जरा याद करो कुर्बानी। हे मेरे वतन के लोगों, जरा आँखों में भर लो पानी, जो शहीद हुए हैं उनकी जरा याद करो कुर्बानी। जब घायल हुआ हिमालय, खतरे में पड़ी आजादी, जब घायल हुआ हिमालय, खतरे में पड़ी आजादी, जब तक थी सांस लड़े वो, जब तक थी सांस लड़े वो, फिर अपनी लाश बिछा दी, संगीन पे धर पर माता, सो गए अमर बलिदानी, जो शहीद हुए हैं उनकी जरा याद करो कुर्बानी। जब देश में थी दिवाली, वो खेल रहे थे होली, जब हम बैठे थे घरों में, जब हम बैठे थे घरों में, वो झेल रहे थे गोली। था धन्य जवान वो अपने, धन्य वो उनकी जवानी, वो शहीद हुए हैं उनकी जरा याद करो कुर्बानी। कोई सिख कोई जाट मराठा, कोई गुरखा कोई मधरासी, कोई सिख कोई जाट मराठा, कोई गुरखा कोई मद्रासी, सरहद पर मरने वाला, सरहद पर मरने वाला, हर वीर था भारतवासी, हर वीर था भारतवासी। जो खून गिरा पर्वत पर, वो खून था हिंदुस्तानी। जो शहीद हुए हैं उनकी जरा याद करो कुर्बानी। थी खून ते लथपथ काया, फिर भी बंदूक उठा के 10-10 को एक ने मारा, फिर गिर गए होश गवा के। जब अंत समय आया तो जब अंत समय आया तो कहे गए हैं अब मरते हैं। खुश रहना देश के प्यारो, खुश रहना देश के प्यारो, अब हम तो सफर करते हैं, अब हम तो सफर करते हैं। क्या लोग थे वो दीवाने, क्या लोग थे वो अभिमानी, जो शहीद हुए हैं उनकी जरा याद करो कुर्बानी। तुम भूल न जाओ उनको, इसलिए कहे ये कहानी। जो शहीद हुए हैं उनकी जरा याद करो कुर्बानी। जय हिंद की सेना, जय हिंद की सेना, जय हिंद, जय हिंद, जय हिंद, जय हिंद।
Oh my God, dear Girishji, what a beautiful songs. Oh my God, it touches your heart. I mean, how do you feel when you sing these songs? Because we're actually going back on history with, all our brothers and, our whole family members fighting for, freedom. How does it make you feel today that we're celebrating these 75 years?
Well, first of all, I welcome you back from India, safely and sound.
Oh, I'm very glad to be back. I'll be sharing some of my Indian journeys later on, but thank you so much, Girishti. I missed you all as well, very much.
We missed you too, and so happy to have you back, and may the divine bless you. This brother is always praying for you, for your happiness, and good health, as always, with your divine smile. And the biggest gift, we have. So once again, thank you for your beautiful Rakhi. I really appreciate and your blessing.
Thank you. I think there is such a strong bond that we say, between a brother and sister, because even sometimes they don't meet very often, but that love and that care is always there for each other. The good wishes are there always for each other. So, yeah, and we luckily meet each other online every time. So it's so good to see my brother, I would say, progressing in such a beautiful way and spreading love and joy everywhere around the world through his beautiful voice. And these lovely bhajans and lovely songs that you sing. So, Girish, yeah.
This song, it's very close to my heart, and it brings so many memories of all the freedom fighters who fought for our beautiful nation, to give us joy and happiness, to live in peace while they were fighting, leaving their family, their children behind. And give us that sense of security to say, we are there, You stay with your family. We look after you. You rejoice and send us your love and your blessings so we can protect our beautiful nation, and keep you all safe and happy, with anything comes against us, we are there for you. So we are very proud of them.
So
Very,
beautiful. It's so beautiful. And that's such a lovely message that you're saying, such a wonderful things to think about, because it's mothers who, send their sons away. And this is every country actually nowadays. We're all protecting, every country is protecting themselves. So I'm sure everybody feels the same way around the world, when they're protecting. But we are here for peace, unity, and friendship. And we're here to spread love on Healing Our Earth. And that's what we're here for. And that's why we're celebrating. Tell us, how many more songs are you going to be singing? It's all yours. The platform is yours. We're listening. We want to listen to some more beautiful tunes of yours.
thank you. I've got a short medley as, we have a very little short time today, but maybe next time, we can go a bit more, extended, the time. But just to say, today we are very proud of our nation, Bharat Mata, who is really growing fast, moving on, and making our name, around the global, what India is and what Bharat is, so we salute to our Prime Minister, Narendra ji, our humble pranam to him for putting his love, his unconditional, seva for our desh, for Bharat, for us to be proud, to be wherever we are, so
Absolutely. We all agree. We all agree. Absolutely. So Gishti, all yours with our medley. We're all ears.
thank you. Thank you. So here we go. So first of all, a beautiful song. The words are very touching. होठों पे सच्चाई रहती है, जहाँ दिल में सच्चाई रहती है, हम उस देश के वासी हैं, जिस देश में गंगा बहती है.
Beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you. होठों पे सच्चाई रहती है, जहाँ दिल में सफाई रहती है, हम उस देश के वासी हैं, हम देश के वासी है, जिस देश में गंगा बहती है. मेहमा जो हमारा होता है, वो जान से प्यारा होता है. मेहमा जो हमारा होता है, वो जान से प्यारा होता है. ज्यादा नहीं लालच हमको, थोड़े में गुजारा होता है, थोड़े में गुजारा होता है. बच्चों के लिए जो धरती माँ सदियों से सब कुछ सहती है, हम उस देश के वासी हैं, हम उस देश के वासी हैं, जिस देश में गंगा बहती है, जिस देश में गंगा बहती है, जिस देश में गंगा बहती है. Thank you, Meena ji.
Oh, thank you, Girishji. Thank you so much. I know we're going to be now moving on to, of course, our next guest, which is Meenaji. But Girishji, but please do stay with us. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon, evening, night, morning, wherever you are in this part of the world. Of course, on our Healing Our Earth. And Girishji, I hope you're going to be continuously showering us with your lovely voice in the future as well on Healing Our Earth, celebrating all these wonderful occasions.
I've got a couple of lines just to close this before I hand over to my beautiful sister, Meena ji.
Sure.
Thank you. First of all, today we celebrate India's success globally with holding our current inflation at 7%, which is amazing, and our GDP, again, very proudly I can say it's 8.7%, which is incredible. India is the fastest growing economy in the world today, see. So we are truly proud, of Bharat Mata, So beautiful. Just a couple of lines of these two last beautiful patriotic songs that I want to say. मेरे देश की धरती, मेरे देश की धरती, सोना उगले उगले हीरे मोती. मेरे देश की धरती, मेरे देश की धरती, मेरे देश की धरती सोना उगले उगले हीरे मोती, मेरे देश की धरती, मेरे देश की धरती। बेलोक गले में जब घुंघरू जीवन का राग सुनाती है, जीवन का राग सुनाती है। गम खोश दूर हो जाता है, खुशियों के कवल मुस्काते हैं, खुशियों के कवल मुस्काते हैं। ओ सुन के रहत की आवाज़ें, सुन के रहत की आवाज़ें, यूं लगे कहीं शहनाई बजे, यूं लगे कहीं शहनाई बजे। आते ही मस्त बहारों के दुल्हन की तरह हर खेत सजे, दुल्हन की तरह हर खेत सजे। मेरे देश की धरती ओ मेरे देश की धरती सोना उगले उगले हीरे मोती, मेरे देश की धरती, मेरे देश की धरती। तू ही मेरी आबरू, तू ही मेरी जान, तू ही मेरी जान। ए मेरे प्यारे वतन, ए मेरे बिछड़े चमन, तुझ पे दिल कुर्बान, तुझ पे दिल कुर्बान। तू ही मेरी आबरू, तू ही मेरी जान, तू ही मेरी जान। तेरे दामन से जो आज उन हवाओं को सलाम, तेरे दामन से जो आज उन हवाओं को सलाम। झूम लूं मैं उस जुबां कोई जिससे आए तेरा नाम, सबसे प्यारी, सबसे प्यारी तेरी शान, सबसे रंगीन तेरी शान। तुझ पे दिल कुर्बान, तुझ पे दिल कुर्बान।
Wow, 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 wow. Thank you, Girishji. That's beautiful, wonderful. Thank you, Girishji, for joining us here. We're moving on to, of course, Minaji, who is
Jai
again
Hind, Jai
equally
Bharat.
Jai Bharat, hey, Jai, as they say.
Thank you.
We now move, of course, onto our wonderful, wonderful Minaji, who is also a really, really amazing singer. And a global namaste to you, Minaji. Now, Meena is a singer, she's a performer, she's a music teacher, and she's also trained in Indian classical music. She specializes in Bollywood songs, bhajans, ghazals, ras garba, and of course, classical music, as you'll be able to tell by her beautiful voice. Meena has performed in various prestigious events and venues, including Trafalgar Square, which is the one and only Diwali in London event that we always hold every year, minus coronavirus time, of course. So Meenaji, please go ahead with your first song, discussing afterwards.
वन्दे मातरम्, वन्दे मातरम्। सुजला सुफला मलयज शीतला, शस्य श्यामला मातरम्, वन्दे मातरम्। सुहासिनी सुमधुर भाषिणी सुखदां वरदां मातरं वन्दे मातरं वन्दे मातरं वन्दे तेरे सर पे नीला गगन है सौंधी माटी है तेरे कांधे हरियाल चूनर सरसराती है ये नदियाँ तेरा गहना है सागर का दर्पण है तेरे दिल में करुणा मेघ है आँखों में सावन है तेरी सांसें बस प्रेम के किस्से सुनाती है तेरे इश्क में डूबे हैं हम तो अपनी माटी है तू अपनी माटी है तू अपनी माटी है गामा पामा गरी गामा पामा गरी गामनी धामा पा पसारी धनी धा पधा मनी धा पामा गामा पा अंजुरी में खेत है एक धान का दाना तेरी उंगलियां है कारीगर की खाब बुन जाना तेरे बाजुओं में बलवड़ा जो सरहदें थामे तेरे ज़हन का लोहा भी सारी दुनिया ही माने तेरा जज्बा है जवान का तेरा मर्म है किसान का हर दर्द को सह कर भी तू तो मुस्कुराती है हर गली हर फूल दामन में समाती है ये नदियाँ तेरा गहना है सागर का दर्पण है मेरे मन में करुणा मेघ है आंचल में सागर है तेरे इश्क में डूबे हैं हम तो अपनी माटी है तेरी सांसें बस प्रेम के किस्से सुनाती हैं तेरे इश्क में डूबे हैं हम तो अपनी माटी हैं तू अपनी माटी है तू अपनी माटी है तू अपनी माटी है तू अपनी माटी है
वाह वाह वाह, क्या बात है मीना जी, क्या बात है. Here comes my lovely Hindi. I'm trying my Hindi now. Now that I've come back from India, you know. So happy Indian Independence Day, dear Minaji. How special is this day for you? How special is it for you?
Very, very special. And why not? It's India's Independence Day, and that is 75th year. My goodness. And how can it not be special? And I love singing patriotic songs, and not only on the days of like 15th August and 26th January. I do sing on my shows every now and again all the patriotic songs, and they're super hit. So yes, I do love singing all these songs, and today is actually a chance for me to sing wholeheartedly.
Oh, that's so nice. I know that sounds so beautiful, because, you know, the words are always so meaningful. They touch your soul. It's like a soul to soul, you know, and all the words, you know, from all the different songs, even Girish sang, yourself just sang. Words are so beautiful. You just can't help but be drawn to listening to those beautiful words, and also appreciate what life is about and how our life is at the moment. Because being involved in things that go on. But tell me, Minaji, what have you got lined up for us now? Because I know you have this special medley for us as well.
Yes, I do actually. I've got loads of songs. I really don't know how much I can fit in just about 5 minutes. I have.
Yeah, we got about 5-6 minutes for you. Please go ahead. I'm not going to say any more. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm just looking forward to singing these for all of you.
Please go ahead.
तेरी सांसों पे थोड़ा सा वतन का भी हक था, न देख मुझे यूं मुड़ मुड़ के, तेरा मेरा साथ यहीं तक था। ये तेरी ज़मीं तेरे खून से तो सजती सवरती है रांझे, तेरे इश्क की मैं हकदार नहीं, तेरी हीर तो धरती है रांझे। हाय तेरी मिट्टी में मिल जाऊं, गुल बन के मैं खिल जाऊं, इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू। हो 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 अफसोस नहीं जो तेरे लिए सौ दर्द सहे, महफूज रहे जो महफूज रहे तेरी आन सदा, चाहे जान मेरी ये रहे न रहे। है मेरी ज़मीं महबूब मेरी, मेरी नस नस में तेरा इश्क बहे, फीका न पड़े कभी रंग तेरा, जिस मुँह से निकल के खून कहे। हाय तेरी मिट्टी में मिल जाऊं, गुल बन के मैं खिल जाऊं, इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू। तेरी नदियों में बह जावां, तेरे खेतों में लहरावां, इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू। Another beautiful number from the film Veer Zara. ऐसा देश है मेरा, and why not? धरती सुनहरी अंबर नीला, धरती सुनहरी अंबर नीला हर मौसम रंगीला ऐसा देश है मेरा हाँ ऐसा देश है मेरा ऐसा देश है मेरा हाँ ऐसा देश है मेरा बोली पपीहा कोयल गाए ओ बोले पपीहा कोयल गाए सावन घिर घिर आए ऐसा देश है मेरा हाँ ऐसा देश है मेरा ऐसा देश है मेरा हाँ ऐसा देश है मेरा गेहूं के खेतों में कंघी जो करे हवाएं रंग बिरंगी कितनी चुनरिया उड़ उड़ जाए पनघट पर पनहारन जब गगरी भरने आए मधुर मधुर तानों में कहीं बंसी कोई बजाए तो सुन लो कदम कदम पे है मिल जानी ओ कदम कदम पे है मिल जानी कोई प्रेम कहानी ऐसा देश है मेरा ऐसा देश है मेरा हाँ ऐसा देश है मेरा ऐसा देश है मेरा हो ऐसा देश है मेरा Global Namaste.
Wow. Meenaji, you always really bless us with this beautiful nightingale voice of yours. And we always love listening to, we like when I listen to more and more of your songs. I could just listen to this for hours when I'm listening to you. It's brilliant. Yeah, very nice, beautiful. Thank you very much for sharing these wonderful songs with us. And I would like to also wish you a happy Independence Day for today. I'm sure you're doing many other shows. I know very shortly we're going to have our next guest coming in and joining us as well, all the way from Egypt. I think I've also been working with in Egypt. I can't believe that. India and Egypt actually had a lot of cultural similarities in the past, especially with the ancient civilizations. But Meenaji, is there any final messages you would like to share with our audiences before we move on to Diptiji?
On this Independence Day, I just wish everybody lots of happiness, lots of peace, lots of calm, lots of health, which is much needed in this time of COVID. COVID still with us, it hasn't gone away. So we still need to be very careful and be safe. So I just hope that everybody is just happy and healthy.
Oh, this is such a lovely thing to say. Actually, health is wealth. So that's the best thing you can bless people with is with health. Because without the health, you can't enjoy your wealth, right?
Haniji, do you have any message for our viewers?
Yes, I'd like to, say to everybody, because I believe in peace, unity, and friendship. And I hope that we never have to go through these kinds of terrible, terrible wars and terrible battles and things just for geographical areas, just for, it seems very petty for me because I feel love and, peace and unity is much, much more powerful than all of this. So I hope in the future as well, we never have to go through any of this ever again. No son has to be lost because of all these wars, etc. And I pray that, people continuously pray for peace and unity for the future as well, altogether. So that's my message to everyone. Thank you for asking, dear Meenaji. I love speaking, so I'll just carry on.
And I love listening to you, Haniji.
Thank
you are so well spoken. You are so absolutely amazing. You do your job so well.
Oh, Meenaji, thank you. I think I enjoy the energy everybody gives me. So it makes me blossom here on Healing Our Earth. And Healing Our Earth is like a little garden where all these little flowers can just blossom by themselves.
What can I say about Healing Our Earth? Oh my God. I owe a lot to Healing Our Earth, honestly.
Yeah, I think we all do. But we are so blessed to have such a beautiful platform where we meet such wonderful friends, like family members, and we learn new things. We share wonderful things. We bring just joy and happiness to people around the world. It's such a fantastic place to be. So, Meenaji, please continue staying with our little family here at Healing Our Earth. Continue blessing us with your wonderful songs and lovely music. And we move on actually now to India. And we have our Diptiji who's joined us. A global namaste to you, Diptiji.
Namaste, global namaste to you, Haniji, and to everybody joining on this platform. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Well, let me do a little bit of an introduction about you, Dipti, because I know you're from India, but I know that you've also worked in Egypt quite a lot. So I'm just going to do a quick little introduction about you so our audiences get to know about this wonderful, lovely lady. Now, Dipti Kataria is an electrical engineering graduate and is the first female president of Indian community of Egypt. Yes, I just thought that was just fascinating. She's a reader of various ancient Indian scriptures, and Dipti is fluent in Hindi, Sanskrit, English, and Arabic. Wow, mashallah. And she used to be the physics head of the department in Cairo. She has been a resident of Egypt for over 20 years. And she's also published her papers on various international platforms, including South Africa and India. Being a mathematician and science enthusiast, she has regularly been invited as a public speaker in universities and on Egyptian national TV. Wow, we are so super proud of you, Dipti. Thank you for coming along and joining us for today. Dipti, what do you have to share with us today? What messages will you be sharing about Indian Independence Day?
First of all, I just want to let you know that I'm currently in India, but I'm still living in Egypt. I'm here for my holidays, and I'm doing a simple one project with tribal community, and that's what made me come here for 3 weeks. And about our Independence Day, I think everybody knows about it, and Meena ji sang such a beautiful song, Kinna Sona Des Hai Mera. Really, we are so proud to have Indian origin or Indian citizens or POI or NRIs, whatever we want to call ourselves, but we all have the roots, some kind of roots back in India. So
absolutely. And you also say, because you come from Egypt, because you said you work with tribal communities there, bringing India and Egypt together, what do you think are like similarities, or what are the things that you do to build on strengths? How do you contribute? Because you speak Sanskrit, you speak Arabic, you speak all these different languages as well. Tell us a little bit about that.
Okay. Actually, culturally, if we see, we are pretty similar, because we are both own ancient civilizations, be it India or Egypt. We both have the civilization, which is very, very ancient. Both of the countries believe in family, uniting family together, keeping with them together, taking people together and move along, respect the culture. We are very proud, both the countries, I would say, whether it be India, we are very proud of our culture. I'm sure we are living in different states or countries. We are all having something Indian. We celebrate Indian festivals. Same goes with the Egyptians. They have, of course, being a Muslim country, they have Eid, which is the biggest festival they have. But they have, the seasonal festivals, which are being celebrated from pharaonic times, which is like 5,000 years back. That is like Shammi Nasim, which is more like Easter. But this is not solely on Christianity. Even Muslims celebrate, because they say this is not Muslim or Christian. We are celebrating before we got converted into anything. So the same way they celebrate. We have in India something called, I don't know, you know about it. It's called Haryali Amavasya, which is like people get together on that particular new moon day and go out and eat with the friends and family. Same goes with Egyptians. They have particular days when it's an official day off. People go out and eat with the family in the gardens. So they're following their culture. They're very rooted. And at the same time, Arab world has an image of, I'm sorry to say, but not very smart, intellectually smart. And that's why, foreigners are kind of taking the command of many departments. But with Egypt, that's not the case. They're very smart, they're educated, they're very focused. So we can say, and best part is they're very fond of India.
Yes, so that's very beautiful, isn't it? And they also have this wonderful thing about, because in the past, when we watch these Egyptian movies, etc., they always believe in life after death. We also believe in a lot of, like karma, and we believe that the soul will continue, etc. There's some similarities in those spiritual aspects as well.
They have temples. They have temples. The pharaonic culture, if you study a little more deeper, they are having the same styles or same worshipping the nature, as you're saying, mentioning about, reincarnation, life after death, respect sun or whatever, the river. They have temples, they have carved temples the way we have it. So there are a lot of spiritual, cultural, quite many similarities. And they're watching Amitabh Bachchan's movie every Thursday from last 40 years. So
Oh my
they know
God, this is the best. I can't believe it. We're beautiful connection. I know. Because Bollywood seems to be so popular in all different countries, but Egypt seems to be quite like Russia, Egypt, these kinds of countries. They're very, very, they support a lot of the Bollywood movies, that watch lots of Bollywood movies. They appreciate all the Bollywood songs and music, etc. And yourself, your background is mathematician. You're a mathematician. You've got an engineering background.
I'm an engineer, but I've been teaching physics and maths in university from last 20 years, 18 years to be precise. So,
Wow.
yeah, so kind of a mathematician, whatever anybody wants to call me. Yeah.
In India, they say, that sacred geometry. So, we have like our Lakshmi mantras and yantras and things like that. They're all created out of special mathematical calculations and things. So
Yes.
they say the whole world is really based on mathematics, and
It absolutely is. It absolutely is. Even if you see the dynamics of flowers, they are Fibonacci sequences. I mean, they're also the mathematics is just, this is how I see. Maybe I'm not very, maybe it sounds absurd to somebody, but I feel mathematics is the life. I mean, if you observe things properly, everything is pretty calculated, whether it's solar system or cosmic things happening over us. It's very, very calculative. It's just that we don't know. We are still, figuring out. That's the only thing. But everything is mathematics and physics. And this is how I see the world, to be honest with you.
Yes, no, it is. It's seasonal, isn't it? Everything's seasonal, timing, kilometers, like we're this much away from sun, everything is like calculated, everything, including like 30 days in a month, 365, it's 24 hours, need to sleep 8 hours, so everything is mathematics. So I really absolutely admire people like yourself who are like really getting to the crunch of how this universe operates. and what with Indian Independence Day, what are your thoughts on the Indian Independence Day, that we've gathered together to celebrate this amazing, wonderful day?
Yes, first of all, I want to congratulate everybody for the 75th Independence Day, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Independence, we got it from, foreign people, they left our country. But I still feel there are few sectors we still need to be independent. Independence or freedom just doesn't really mean, not just this mean that we are, free from foreign people or colonization or whatever, or other people. It's from us. Are we really free? Are we really independent? This is how I see. And everybody is so much, Haniji, concerned about the rights we get it after the independence. Oh, I will get this because this is my right. Even our own kids say, this is my right, Ma. How can you say no? I'm legally adult. I can do it. This is my right now. But I always believe, and I think most of us believe, that rights comes with responsibility. So do we really follow those responsibilities? Are we really serious about those responsibilities before asking for any kind of right?
Yes.
Yeah,
very true.
We kind of ignore what is our job. We are always there to perceive or to have it what we want it from. Okay, you should give me this, my right. If police catches us, you cannot do this because according to law you cannot do it. But how are you driving? How are you doing? Are we misusing this freedom? Freedom in truest sense, I feel it's not just external dependency. There are a lot more aspects to the freedom, to the independence. Are we really having that? Have we achieved that? What are the left part of it? And being NRIs or being foreign nationals having the Indian origin part, what is our responsibility towards it? How are we spreading this freedom or independence or ourselves in a bigger platform of the world? How are we representing ourselves and giving the image of Vishwaguru, which is we are looking forward to? What kind of image we are projecting to the world of India?
Right. Wow. What deep understanding you have, and what a deep message you're looking into. And life is all about this as well, because we can look at things on an overview manner, but actually sometimes you have to go to the crunch of everything and go deep, deep, deep into the layers as well. Like each one of us, if we looked at each one of us, are we free? Because we're not even free from our own thoughts. We have these thoughts.
Yeah. I mean, we need to, how can a TV channel upset us? We are not even free from that. Have we really received the freedom? It's whether be it spiritually, be our action, whatever. Are we really independent? That's what I need to say.
Oh, wow. Well, I would say, Diptiji, thank you so much for your wonderful contribution. I know we are running out of time. We would love to speak to you even more for next time, perhaps. We invite you here to talk a bit more in detail. We're moving on to, of course, our next guest now. So a global namaste to you, dear Diptiji. Enjoy your Independence Day, and thank you for sharing such amazing, deep information and lovely cultural information about Egypt. We now move on to, of course, our wonderful Nilanjana Paul. A global namaste to you, Nilanjana ji.
Global namaste to you too, Hani Karyaji, and to everyone here and everyone who's watching. Thank you, Neilji, for having me here today.
Oh, very, very well. So you're welcome. We love having you here. But Nilanjana, let me just do a little quick introduction about you, because so that people can understand, just in case they're tuning in for the first time. Nilanjana has been singing since she was 3 years old. She was a little tiny tot. And it all started off with it being her parents' passion. And before she realized the music had become her identity. Yes, she loves music, which I say is Ma Saraswati's, gift. Now, Nilanjana was born and brought up in Kharagpur, a small town in West Bengal in India. Her guru, Sri Sajal Basu, held her hand and very delicately guided her and took her through the beautiful and extremely scientific art form of Hindustani classical music. And Indra Dhanush Kids is her dream project, a school in the UK that promotes South Asian music, dance, and literature. The school works primarily with children and the youth, and they try to make sure they make a positive difference to the mental and physical health of children who come along to these wonderful schools. So we're very proud of the work that you're doing. And welcome again, like I said. Tell us, what are you going to be doing today for us, and what are you going to be sharing today with you and, of course, your Indra Dhanush students?
Thank you once again for this beautiful introduction. Yeah, I'm a very small contributor to healing the earth, and also trying to bring children together, connecting them to their roots globally. So I have got today 3 of students from Indra Dhanush Kids. Little Eon from Canada, Shreya and from UK, and Sneha from UK as well, and myself. I wouldn't take too much of my time. Of your time, I will pass you over straight to Eon.
Oh, lovely. Thank you, Eon. What are you going to share with us? You need to unmute yourself, my dear. You have to unmute yourself, Eon. Thank you. And Eon, what do you have to share with us?
Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Vesa, Guru Saksata Parabrahma, Tasme Shri Guru Nama, Tasme Shri Guru Nama, Tasme Shri Guru Nama. Choro kar ki baat करारे मेरे जग में लिखे हैं मिलक नहीं खाए हम हिंदुस्तानी हम हिंदुस्तानी हम हिंदुस्तानी हम हिंदुस्तानी आज पुरानी जंजीरों के टूट से ख्वारे के इत्मीनान से लोग छूट सके हैं ख्वार चांद से दूर से जादू चाहे आंस जुलाना नहीं कैसे हम बिना छूट सके हैं नया कुने नई उमंग के अग्रणी कहानी हम हिंदुस्तानी हम हिंदुस्तानी हम हिंदुस्तानी हम हिंदुस्तानी आओ मेलना को अपना ही आंस बनाना अपने हाथ को अपना विमान बनाए चांद लामचेस को गौरव की भूमि को सपनों से भी प्यारा हिंदुस्तान बनाए नया कुने नई उमंग के अग्नि खान हम हिंदुस्तानी हम हिंदुस्तानी हम हिंदुस्तानी हम हिंदुस्तानी
Oh, well done, Ian. That was beautiful. I love the way you said, "Hum Hindustani, hum Hindustani, That was very cute, I have to say. Very nice, Ian. That was beautiful. Now, who do we have next? Who do you have next?
Next, I would like to bring Sneha. She's a second generation Indian, British, born and brought up in Britain, but very Indian from heart. So we would like to take the second generation British opinion about what it means to be Indian for them.
Oh, very beautiful. So Sneha, please go ahead and share with us what you wanted to share about Indian Independence Day.
So being a second generation Indian who has been born and brought up in England, exploring my culture and staying close to my roots is, for me, being British Indian. From my parents and grandparents, I've learned about the glorious history of India. It makes me immensely proud to be connected to my strong Indian roots. I was taught the Indian national anthem when I was 3 years old, along with the British national anthem. It's given me a stability and a secure identity. Today I wish to sing the song that I have felt most proud of.
Oh, wow, lovely. Was that a lovely little message there? That's a beautiful little message there. Thank you so much. That's lovely. Did you write that yourself?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so nice. And also the fact that you say that it gives you an identity, you know, it gives you a kind of what is it about Indian culture you like?
So I mainly like performing, so dancing, singing, the things that I've grown up with.
That's beautiful. So you, you love the cultural side of the performances and everything that we have, right? With Indian cultural performances. That's fantastic. Very nice. Very beautiful. Thank you very much for sharing that, Sneha.
Thank you.
And we now move on to your colleague. Is that right? With Shreya, it looks like. But Nilanjana, is it Shreya? wonderful, wonderful, Sneha. What a lovely song. If you because you enjoy culture and you enjoy, I'm sure you watch movies as well. I think in Kabhi Khushi Kabhi Gum, they sang this song as well when they were all little kiddies. They were singing this particular song. It was Kajal's little son in the movie. And we were there. I provided all those students on that for that movie. So we used to practice that song. So it was a lovely song to remember. Very nice. Thank you so much for sharing that, dear Sneha. Thank you. So it looks like we now have Shreya. So from Sneha to Shreya. And I can see Nilanjana is getting really into it because she goes, she sings along with the song. I can see she can feel it. So let's move on to Shreya. Shreya, what are you going to share? You need to unmute yourself, my dear.
Shreya will bring to you Vande Mataram again. Being Bengali, and we are very passionate about the Bengali freedom movement, and I myself come from a freedom fighter family with lots of stories behind the freedom fighting which happened in Midnapur district in West Bengal. And I actually belong to that family who actually, we have so many stories behind us.
Wow. Freedom fighters, you mean for Bengal, in which years? And now, before, and around which kind of times we're talking about?
No, so I'm talking about the freedom fighting when the Indians fought the British. So we were, I am from a family where my great grandfather, my great grandmother, they were all first line freedom fighters.
Wow.
So we still have the well where they used to hide my grandfather once when he killed Perry, who was a district magistrate of Midnapur. So he killed him from a distance, and then he hid inside that well, which led to a tunnel. We still have all that in our house in Midnapur. So it kind of, it gives me goosebumps when it comes to India, which is why I've created a mini India in the UK in the form of Indradhanush Kids, and because there's so much there, and there's so many people, there's so many heroines, which we say, from the housewives to the ladies of the house, who are not on history books, but they have put so much into this movement. So
we may need to write a book about this, by the way, in Nilanjana. We need to write a book about all the women behind this, because there's a lot of freedom fighters where we see all these movies, about Bhagat Singh or whatever, all these different wonderful people who have really fought for our country. But, we have courageous women behind the scenes as well, doing such wonderful work.
Absolutely. There's so many people behind the scene who we don't know about. But I have, as I said, I have grown with it. I have heard so many stories. I have actually seen and met my great grandmother. She has given me her life stories, things that she has done in her life, and we still have those things in our house in Midnapur. And but obviously these are not in any books.
We need to get a book out. We need to get a book out. Nilanjana, right? So thank you very much for sharing that. And
I'll give you to Shreya.
Yes, thank you so
Shreya
much.
will talk about what Vande Mataram is, because that's what she's going to. She picked the song. She wanted to do it. She will. It was written by Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay, again a Bengali. So yeah. So
very nice. Please go ahead, dear Shreya. So please, you have to unmute yourself. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Shreya, as you know. So Vande Mataram, the national song of India. So it was composed by, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this correct, but Bankim Chandra Chatterjee, in a mixture of Bengali and Sanskrit. Vande Mataram comes from a poem from Bankim Chandra's 1882 novel Anandama. The first political occasion where it was sung was the 1896 session of the Indian National Congress in 1950, so after India's independence. The song's first two verses were given the official status of the national song of the Republic of India, distinct from the national anthem of India, Jana Gana Mana. Yeah.
Nilanjana, let's skip the music. You were advised no copyright music. This is pinging a copyright. So Shreya, just mime it out, please.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're on mute. You're on mute, Shreya. If you could unmute yourself, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, it wasn't allowing me to. Okay. Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Malaya Shitalam, Shashya Shamala Mataram, Vande Mataram, Shitalam, Malaya Shitalam, Shashya Shamala Mataram, Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram. Thank you.
Thank you. That was beautiful. Nilanjana, thank you very much. And we will be ready for the next speaker, Nilanjana. That was beautiful. Let's just bring on. She has switched off.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was such an amazing thing, Shreya. Thank you. And also performing it without the music was really great. Nilanjana, you're doing an amazing job. Very nice, supporting these youngsters, teaching them, passing on knowledge, also helping them to stay connected to the roots as well. And I think that's a very beautiful thing. It gives people a sense of identity. It helps them to appreciate their culture, their history, etc. So well done, Nilanjana. Keep up the great work. And we really look forward to hearing many more of your students in the future. Thank you. So, thank you very much. We now actually move on to our next guest, who's again an equally very knowledgeable gentleman, very interesting one as well. And he's doing really great work as well, just like Nilanjana. This is Hanuman Das. So we would like to say a global namaste to Hanuman Das ji. He comes from Go Dharmic. Now, Go Dharmic was started in 2011 by Hemal Randerwala. He was given the spiritual name Hanuman Das by former Harvard professor Ram Das, who introduced him to his beloved guru and saint Neem Karol Baba. And now, Go Dharmic is a volunteer-driven charitable organization founded in London, UK, with a charity status as well, and with a worldwide community of over 3,000 committed members and a social media reach of over 500,000. Yes, that's 500,000 people. So, Go Dharmic Welfare Foundation, India, has volunteers throughout the country who communicate digitally and through the GD app to deliver over 15 social action objectives across multiple UN Sustainable Development Goals, which include but are not limited to disaster relief, food poverty alleviation, development of education facilities, development of toilets in India, and of course sanitation facilities. They're doing a real grand job, amazing job. So a welcome and a global namaste, Hanumanji. Oh, we can't hear you. So whilst we wait, Go Dharmic seems to do an amazing job. And it's I also had a chance some years back to perform for them. They do lots of wonderful cultural programs here in Britain, in the UK. And I know many of my students were part of doing some shows and events, and myself as well, to promote culture, art, etc., and heritage.
Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yes, we hear you now. Thank you, Hanumanji. Hi. So, very well. I have to say, you're doing an amazing job. You're so young. And you have this amazing initiative that you've been working on, which is called Go Dharmic. When did you set it up?
It was started in 2011.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, what I would say is that, Go Dharmic, for me, what does the flute know about music? For this is divine inspiration for us. We just distributing prasad in that way, and for us, so yeah, just
prasad for you means what? The knowledge. Prasad means what for you? It means distributing what?
It means distributing love.
That's nice. Yes,
serving others and giving our hearts, and for me, that is the mission of India. That is the message of India. So yeah.
Well, India has always been known as very peaceful people. They've always been known as the most spiritual country in the whole world, a spiritual place where people seem to really focus on not just their mental and their physical well-being, but also the spiritual well-being, which I think is very powerful because you bring all three areas of your being into your life. So I can understand that. But, to spread love is very, very high vibration. And that's the reason India has always welcomed people from, around the world, foreigners, etc., to the country. And we are also a very multicultural country where people of all faiths live together in united manner in India as well. So what is your message for Indian Independence Day?
So I'll just share some thoughts about Indian independence and the message, not my message, but what I feel the message of India is and should be from an understanding of Dharma, because we obviously have this organization called Go Dharmic. So Go Dharmic must mean something. What are we requesting people to do? What is Dharma? And I believe it is that Dharma that India represents. It represents the idea that we uphold a certain humanity and recognition of each other as all living beings being, just fingers on the same hand, that we're all part of one presence. And that's India's unique message to the world, that I am Atma Brahma, that my Atman is the same as everybody else's, that we're all part of the divine Brahman that exists, and that that love and God is present within each of our hearts. So when we move away from the idea of India, we move away from togetherness and we move towards separateness. So I think that that's the important message of India, that we have to spread that love between us, that we have to bring people together under like you say, healing the earth, or and the idea of Bharat Varsh. If we think about that idea of Bharat Varsh from the scriptural perspective or text perspective, it's not only what we call the map of India today. It's the whole world. It's all living beings. So all living beings are part of the Bharat Varsh family. Vasudeva Kutumbakam does not define only just one small area. It's every living being, human or non-human. It's all of us together moving in that spirit. And so I think that that's the unique message that we need to remind ourselves of, that it's not just an Independence Day like every other country celebrates, but it's actually an important message of love, of compassion, of service, of friendship with every other living being on the planet, and that unique spiritual mission that India has, that we all have an incumbent responsibility to share with others and to live and breathe.
That is just so beautiful. That really is, Hanumanji. It's so brilliant. And, it reminds me of, because Einstein, Tesla, all these wonderful inventors and scientists, they always talk about the law of vibrations and frequencies. And they also say the fact that, love and compassion are of the highest frequencies. So if you can help, like you will know that if you're depressed, you're going to feel like this because it's very low frequency. But as soon as you get happy, blissful, joyful, you uplift yourself. That vibration is much higher. So, we say that by helping people becoming more soul conscious, as you're saying, becoming more like connected to the universe, you find that it uplifts your soul and uplifts you as well in your vibrations. And as soon as your vibrations are uplifted, there'll be less wars, less, there's more peace, there's more happiness. And this humanitarian values that you're talking about with Go Dharmic, that I think is a very, very powerful, very important. And I think that if only, the whole world and every single human being perhaps, followed that path of developing more humanitarian qualities.
Well, I think from a personal perspective, I was somebody that always wanted to find certain highs or certain pleasure in life, always seeking that joyfulness. And when I came across Ramdas, who was a professor of psychology at Harvard University, he just exuded and radiated a love and a joyfulness and a happiness that I hadn't seen around me. And through seeing that kind of spiritual joy and spiritual bliss, I felt that everybody should have this type of thing all the time. It's not something that we just eat or drink and enjoy and then come down from. It's a constant joyfulness, a constant blissfulness. And he found that in Maharaji, in Neem Karoli Baba in India. And Maharaji just said a simple message: love everyone, feed everyone, serve everyone. He said, love is the strongest medicine. It's more powerful than electricity. And that unconditional love, that prema, as we would call, is, which can bind the whole world together, that can bring the whole world together. When we really believe in the idea of United Nations, this is the idea of prema, which is not, it's not a transaction that, I give you this love and you give me some certain love back. It's an unconditional love. And when we say Go Dharmic, when we want to serve people through homeless food distributions or disaster relief or aid, or just simply sitting and giving our time and presence to another being, heart to heart, just sharing with someone.
That is so nice. That is really nice, because Hanumanji, when you speak about these wonderful humanitarian qualities, about spreading love and light and joy, it tends to, I find that people, we call it bliss, right? We call it inner bliss, amrit. It's an automatic feeling which you do not have to pretend to be happy. It's just an inner joy that comes through. If you have challenges in life, you become very resilient because you have a very positive outlook and everything's more joyful. You always find a positive solution for things. And it's something can't be learned. It has to come from within. So each human being has to go through this process, I believe, of appreciating how to develop their own humanitarian values from inside. And then it happens automatically. Is that right? Do you find that once you share this wonderful knowledge, people start transforming by themselves?
Yeah, I think it's actually not anything that we can do from the out. We already have Satchitananda. We say, truth, knowledge, and bliss is already our true nature. So everything else is some covering. It's some illusion or trick, or our mirrors are unclean, and therefore we can't see our true nature, which is blissful. And the whole spiritual practice is just to kind of wipe away that dust, to be in that presence of love. And I think all of the work that we do at Go Dharmic is an expression of that love. It's just, who are we to help anyone? If I'm sharing food with another person, but actually I'm the one that's getting happier. So we're all heart to heart here. It's not the idea of charity that we've learned from in the West, that it's top down, and the rich giving to the poor. It's not like that. This is just us recognizing that we're all one. Sabek, it's all one reality. And that's, again, what I would say is that this is India's message, that when I go to India and I travel anywhere in India, I feel like I've come to a spiritual place, whether even in the cities or whether even in the hills or the mountains. We're in a spiritual land, and just being connected to that place. And it's a yatra for us. It's a spiritual pilgrimage just to be in India and to share that love of India with everyone. So, When I was in Maharaj's ashram in Uttarakhand, the bottom of his tucket, which is like a big chair where he used to sit, I just kissed that bottom of the chair as I was leaving the ashram. And I felt like this electric feeling run through me, and I just burst into tears. That love was just like, uncontrollable. And that love, if we can distribute that love to people, and we get so much energy, so we are not really working. We're not really doing anything. All we're doing is distributing prasad. That's all we can do. And I think the best example is Hanumanji, right? Himself, who just, when Ram asked him, and Sri Ram asks Hanumanji in the Ramcharitmanas, how do you do this? How do you go to Lanka? How do you rescue Sita? How do you go to the mount? How do you carry a mountain? Like you can see on the cover of this book, it shows Hanumanji moving a mountain. And how does he do all of these activities? And he says, Sri Ram, I don't do anything. I just jump from branch to branch like a monkey. It is you who does everything. And that's the Nishkam Karma Yoga of the Bhagavad Gita and the expression of India, that we say that, we are just the vehicle for it. And if we can be a vehicle for India's love for the rest of the world, then, we can make this world a better place.
Global Namaste, Hanuman. Wonderful to have you here at Healing Our Earth once again. We're ready for your video, so it will kick in a moment, and then we can have a quick chat. So let's commence the video all the way from India.
Oh, yes. So we look forward to that. Please go ahead. Thank you.
I'm standing from Godhavik, and today I'm here in Pondicherry for our Mission Health campaign with our corporate partners, Manicola Headed. Under this campaign, we are doing full body health checkups of the policemen and women. पुलिस स्टेशन का थे मेरे को कंपनी के सहयोग थे वो धार्मिक एनजीओ द्वारा पत्रिका पुलिस स्टेशन में स्टाफ તેમજ જીઆરડી કર્મચારીઓ હેલ્થ કેમ્પ રાખવામાં આવે જે બદલ હું મેરે કો કંપની તેમજ वो धार्मिक લોકો ખૂબ આભાર માનું છું এটা খুব ধুনীয়া এটা হেৰি কৰিছে তো অল ব্লাড টেষ্ট অল বডি গোটেইখিনি ফ্ৰী কৰাইছে ভেৰি গুড বহুত ভাল এটা হেৰি আমাৰ আমি পুলিচ একেজন হিচাপে গোটেইখিনি বহুত ধুনীয়া এটা হেৰি পাম আৰু থেংক ইউ আপোনালোকক বহুত থেংক ইউ
Namaste. I'm Hanuman Das. I'd like to share that the Go Dharmic team have reached Assam and have started delivering aid to people in need across the region. It's of course a difficult time for people in the region who are suffering from the effects of climate change that we need to do more to alleviate. We'll be delivering aid to people who are stuck. They require food, they require water and medical aid in some cases, and we'll be there to help people stay safe and avoid difficulty and distribute humanitarian aid wherever possible. Thank you to everybody who keeps supporting Go Dharmic. Ram Ram.
मैं गोधार्मिक का वॉलंटियर हूँ। मैं आप आया है सांसरी विलेज में, यहाँ पे असम का है। तो यहाँ पे इतना पानी भरा हुआ है, यहाँ पे हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं पूरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट के अंदर। तो यहाँ पे लगातार 7 दिन से बारिश हुआ है। बहुत आदमी यहाँ पे पानी के अंदर है। कुछ आदमी अभी तक पानी से निकल नहीं पाया है और उसके लिए कुछ रिलीफ या कुछ भी खाना कुछ भी नहीं मिला है उसको। तो हम लोग आज सब मिल के गोधार्मिक वॉलंटियर की तरफ से हम लोग गोधार्मिक की तरफ से सबको हम लोग रिलीफ और खाना पहुंचाएंगे।
Started this distribution since 2019. So when COVID was at its peak, we decided to help families in the local community. So initially we started by giving food kits to families and switched over to fresh fruit and fresh vegetables. We've seen a stark increase in the amount of beneficiaries that are benefiting from this service with the rise of the cost of living. We run this distribution every fortnight. We're really fortunate to have volunteers who actually are beneficiaries, so they wanted to give something back. So we've actually now decided it's organically grown, so it's for the community run by the community. And so today we're giving them a SIM card, which is £500 worth of free data and calls, valid for 6 months. I think it's going to be really crucial for our families in and around this area to benefit from this service. CEO of the Shared Learning Trust. It's been a real privilege to be working with Go Dharmic over the past couple of years. We were approached initially in March of 2020 when the pandemic started around a joint project distributing food packs to our local community. The success of this has been so great that today, 2 years on, those food kits are still being distributed. The community have been overwhelmingly grateful for the support and the help that they've received, and that's very much down to the hard work and the vision of Go Dharmic. They truly live by their motto, love all, feed all. The food distribution is completely inclusive. Everybody is able to come and take what they need. It's been so popular that now, 2 years on, the community themselves are the ones volunteering to help, to come and in turn help others in the way that they themselves work. It's been a great privilege to work with Go Dharmic, and we look forward to continuing that partnership moving forward.
Moving time is of the Stockholm Pub Academy, really humbled at the work that Go Dharmic have been doing for the last 2 years, given that we have a real serious crisis in the country at the moment, the help and support for the community, food distribution and other essential things. It's been humbling, and I really want to thank staff at Stockholm, especially in our team here, who's really driven this and will give up their time on Saturdays to really help the local community and local families.
We are a part of nature.
Wow, that's so beautiful. You're doing amazing work. What a range of work that you're doing. I think you need to unmute yourself, Hanumanji. Yes, that was really good. A whole range of different types of work that you're doing there.
Sorry, Dan, can you stop the show?
Yes, so
Trees, these mangroves will protect them from cyclones, from flooding.
thank you so much. That is really, really beautiful. I loved, what it said about love all, serve all, feed all. So nice, simple and smart. And also I loved deliver more smiles. I thought that was such a lovely tagline. It's such a sweet thing to do. Every single day you could just say kind words to somebody and just put a smile on their faces, and uplift them by giving something nice and special. So I think it's doing really grand job. I think we need to all become volunteers of Go Dharmic. Yeah.
We need all the help we can get to build this community of people from all different backgrounds, all different traditions and languages and people under that same banner of love. It's not necessarily your specific belief, because I think everybody or each one of us has a different belief. From the eyes, even when we watch TV, everybody's eyesight is different and sees it in a different way and absorbs that differently. So but if we say that love is common between us all, and come together on that foundation, then it's really meaningful and really can be.
I think that is absolutely perfect. Being a Rotarian myself, coming from the Rotary clubs, we always believe in serving others. So we need to do Go Dharmic and Rotary Club together, doing something. Well, keep up the great work and a happy Independence Day, Eddie Hanuman Das ji. And I think Go Dharmic is an amazing organization. You're really doing fantastic work. From all of us here, Healing Our Earth, we want to congratulate you for the great work that you're doing, as well as we're always going to be here to support you as well for the wonderful work you're doing.
And happy Independence Day to everybody. Ram Ram. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. So we moved all the way from UK and we're going all the way to Mauritius. Yes, to our one and only gorgeous, smiling, angelic Saivani Sambu. A global namaste to you, Saivani.
Global namaste, Honey G. Lovely to see you and all the Healing Our Earth family.
Absolutely. I love that smile of yours. You've got this $1 million smile, which I absolutely love. I know that very shortly I'm going to be passing on this next half an hour slot to Saivani, who's going to take over and, of course, invite quite a few brilliant, amazing guests to celebrate Independence Day. But before then, I would just like to do a little bit of an introduction to my wonderful co-host here, Saivani. Now, Saivani Shankar Sambhu is a child psychologist. She uses music therapy as a method of counseling. She's a founder director of EHV STAR Academy, where EHV stands for Education in Human Values, and STAR means Student Training in Attitude and Responsibility. Yes, everyone, and I don't mean having real attitude, I mean really cool attitude. Saivani is also the founder of, as well as a lead singer, I should say, of the Swaragini Spiritual Orchestra. They promote values, culture, tradition, and aspiration through music. And having a spiritual background as well as a professional experiences, Saivani has been inspired a lot by her mother, who, of course, her name is Gayatri Ji. She is absolutely amazing. What a wonderful super mom she is, who emphasized on helping others in need. And this is a wonderful teachings she's been passing on to Saivani. And that's why Saivani is such a lovely lady. Especially, I know that she's been passing on lots of family and children values to you, and you've been also supporting a lot of children who have physical, mental, emotional, psychological, and spiritual support, who need that kind of support. She was the other thing with Saivani, she was also awarded the Woman of the Year Mauritius, which is 100 Women of Mauritius title in 2018, and the top 10 influential women in the Indian Ocean in 2019. Wow. And Saivani has also worked with kids, adolescents, youngsters, and parents in her consultancy, whereby transformation and positivity has been observed, creating a more harmonious atmosphere in the family. She has trained teachers, youngsters, students, parents, and others about human values. And this is also based on psychological perspectives. So she brings in psychology with all the work that she does. And her motto is born to serve. And it's a habit on her every birthday to be of service to others. And she just says that, but actually she is actually serving everyone every single day. That's what I have found about this wonderful lady. So Saivani, I think you're going to be taking over for the next half an hour. So this whole thing is yours. I would like to say to my wonderful global family members out there, all the Healing Our Earth members, I'm passing on this wonderful platform to Saivani Ji for the next 20 minutes to half an hour, and I'll be back. From Dr. Honey Kalaria here, I'm tuning out for a short while.
Dr. Honeyji, thank you so much for the lovely words. Well, we can't let you go without knowing who you are, you know. Thank you so much. And let me tell you about Honey G. So Dr. Honey Kalaria is a mind, body, soul coach and an award-winning creative dance expert, over 35 years of experience in the field of art, culture, and entertainment. Not only that, her beautiful smile also is very contagious. So born into a Hindu family, Honey was guided by her mother to start reciting mantras and prayers from the age of 3. Her father has also been regularly reciting the Hanuman Chalisa for many years. So in her spiritual quest and journey, Honeyji has been blessed to travel to India to not only learn Indian classical dance, but also to study how to conduct yagnas, fire ceremonies by reciting powerful mantras. So she got an opportunity to get educated on the science behind these powerful mantras, how they cleanse and purify one's aura, spread peace, and offer positive benefits to the environment. So this is our beautiful Honeyji, my co-host, and our soul sister. Thank you very much, Honeyji.
Lovely introduction, my dear sister.
Thank you. And that was a beautiful segment you just had with loads of information, seva, community service, and the whole chunk of, spirit of patriotism. Thank you. Anyway, our whole family of Healing Our Earth, a global namaste to all of you. Let me just begin by a small prayer and to bring in the aspect of patriotism as we are celebrating the 75th Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, which is the nectar of independence. 75 years of struggle, of patriotism, of selflessness, dedication, and also love for the country. So join me together. You can close your eyes or join your hands, or as you wish, just be as you are. Om Bhurbhuvaswah Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Shri Gurubhyo Namah Hari Om. Of course, celebrating the Independence Day, we can't let the event go without having the national anthem. So if you can stand up or have the right hand on your heart, so we'll be having the beautiful, the best national anthem that has been decreed so long time ago of India. So you can all join us together and sing along. Jana Gana Mana Adhinayak Jaya Hi Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravid Kalabanga Vindhya Himachal Yamuna Ganga Uchala Jaladi Taranga Tav Shubha Nami Jagi Tav Shubha Ashish Mange Gahe Tav Jaya Gatha Jana Gana Mangala Dayak Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Jaya He Jaya He Jaya He Jaya 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 He. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I think we have this lovely girl, Yashvika, who is singing along with me. Thank you, Yashvika. So in a moment, we're going to introduce all of you who are lined up this evening for this Independence Day of India, 75 long years. So let me just call up upon our first guest for my segment. So we have Kona Veena Paniji and her beautiful Swaravillu students. Is that right? Yes, yes. So I think we have Krishnamurti, Siddharth, Yashvika, Trena, and Nainika. So let me just say a global namaste to all of you, lovely children. I'm so happy to see you. Is Konaji here?
Saivani, maybe I'll help you. You are in a Mauritius
Yes.
slot at 3:30. They are at 4 o'clock slot with Honey.
All right. Okay.
This is a Mauritius slot, so all your guests, and if you could just chit chat.
Sure.
And
Sure.
just sing songs. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So I think we'll have to be a bit patient before we welcome Konavina Paniji. So in the meantime, let me tell you that Independence Day, to be independent in our country, is not an easy job. That requires lots of selflessness, daring, courage, and also the spirit of fighting for our country. In here, we had a beautiful little girl whose father was fighting for the Independence Day. And in that manner, what she did, she was witnessing the whole struggle at that time. So at one point of time, everyone was lined up together and they were holding the Tiranga, the three-colored Indian flag that contains the saffron color, the white color, and the green color. So by and by, each row was getting, the bullets, and they were just passing the flag behind before they were being shaheed, as we say, martyred. And as the people were moving on and really crying out the slogans, well, at one point of time, nobody was behind. So the last man who got shot and he was passing on the flag behind, he could not see any person to take the relay over. That little girl saw that man. She ran to pick up the flag. And just to let you know, she was only 8 years old. This flag that she took, now she was all alone. Nobody was there with her. Everyone was lying down on the ground, lifeless. So she was moving forward and she got the bullet. Sometimes some people, they don't have the heart that says, it's a child, but they just have the spirit to conquer over. In that manner, she got shot and now she could not let the flag fall down. It is said that our flag is our pride and it should not touch the ground. It should be fluttering with pride in the sky. So in that way, she was thinking in panicking mode, what should I do? What should I do? So she picked up the flag and she just put it on her stomach, actually, to not let the flag fall down. And this says the selflessness of that little girl, sacrificing herself and maybe we can say hurting herself, because when we get a little cut, we feel so in pain and we are suffering, but she actually took the flag and pierced it in her stomach so that the flag doesn't fall off. This is a true story. And to remember all those freedom fighters, including the girls as well as the males, on this day, that is tomorrow, maybe today also, because if they were not there, then maybe the whole world would have a different picture. So in that way, let me share with you one of the beautiful songs that tells us how our country can be so loving, but our spirit towards our country also hold a lot of importance. So it goes like this. तेरे दामन से जो आए उन हवाओं को सलाम, चूम लूं मैं उस जुबां को जिस पे आई तेरा नाम, सबसे प्यारी सुबह तेरी, सबसे रंगी तेरी शाम, तुझ पे दिल कुर्बान है मेरे प्यारे वतन, है मेरे बिछड़े चमन, तुझ पे दिल कुर्बान, तू ही मेरी आरज़ू, तू ही मेरी आबरू, तू ही मेरी जान. Motherland, we say, no? मातृभूमि. माँ का दिल बन के कभी सीने से लग जाता है तू, और कभी नन्ही सी बेटी बन के याद आता है तू, जितना याद आता है मुझको उतना तर पाता है तू, तुझ पे दिल कुर्बान, तू ही मेरी आरज़ू, तू ही मेरी आबरू, तू ही मेरी जान. The Indian diaspora, we are all away from the Matrubhumi, from India actually, but our roots are there. So this last antara, the last part of this song, which says, छोड़ कर तेरी ज़मीं को दूर आ पहुँचे हैं हम, फिर भी है यही तमन्ना तेरे ज़र्रों की कसम, हम जहाँ पैदा हुए उस जगह ही निकले दम, तुझ पे दिल कुर्बान, तू ही मेरी आरज़ू, तू ही मेरी आबरू, तू ही मेरी जान. That's a lovely flag. ऐ मेरे प्यारे वतन, ऐ मेरे बिछड़े चमन, तुझ पे दिल कुर्बान, तुझ पे दिल कुर्बान. The sacrifice, dil kurban, to sacrifice ourselves, our heart, our mind, our soul. How is that? it means to give up our life? Well, not necessarily. It's just a spirit of patriotism. We feel very proud when we hear our country being named either on the news, on the radio, we see it in magazines, newspapers, isn't it? Or maybe in conversations out of the blue. We are far away from our motherland, but suddenly we hear, oh, wow, they're talking about our country. Such a moment of pride, isn't it? And in that way, it's truly said that ask not what your country can do for you, but ask what you can do for your country, isn't it? And what can we do for our country? Maybe give so much of effort so that our country is shown in the whole world. Number two, they say that we should protect our motherland. So we protect our environment, keep everything clean, and also to have the spirit of patriotism, be it that we are studying abroad, we are studying everywhere around the world, but to come back to our country, maybe that is a sense of patriotism too. We come and serve our motherland as well. My mother, Gayatri ji, always say, we are born to serve and we come to serve our motherland. Otherwise, if everyone will go away, so who will be here? And who will continue the development, all the technological part, all the progress of our country if all the youngsters go far away? And nowadays we can see that youngsters are really patriotic and they stay in their country and they really make their country feel proud. Just now we are having the Commonwealth Games, the Olympic Games, and so many medals have been won by our Indian athletes, and this deserves a huge round of applause and lots of appreciation and encouragement. Because when we, in whatever manner, in sports, in the world of work, in the corporate field, in the world of education, in the field of medicine and whatnot, we have so much. And now we have those little things, little words, very powerful songs also. It can be evergreen songs or new songs, the words that make a difference. So in that way, well, myself, Saivani from Mauritius, I'd like to mention that in Mauritius also we are celebrating the 75th Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. And how we are doing that? We just had the beautiful event that happened last week, 2 weeks ago, sorry. So that was Indo-Mauritius Sari Speaks, which means the cultural outfit of all the different states of India, how they wear the sari. Later on, when Gayatri ji will come, we are going to share with you some glimpses of it. And then upcoming, we are having the beautiful Independence Day tomorrow, flag raising ceremony. And this week is having the full week of Independence Day, Azadi Mahotsav, Maha Utsav, the celebration of patriotism. We are having the food mela, the exhibition that says how India and Mauritius are working close together and to bring ahead the sense of patriotism. Because they say Mauritius is a Chota Bharat, small India. And all of you watching us on Healing Our Earth, someday do visit Mauritius and you may feel, yes, this is also part of our motherland. In a way, when we see our motherland, it's the whole of the planet Earth. We are staying on planet Earth, Mother Earth, Matrubhumi. So wherever we are, that is our motherland. How can we then just pollute our motherland or talk ill about some other country? No, this is not the way to be done. There's a beautiful mantra that I'd like to share here, which says, Om Samudravasani Devi Parvatastanamandite Vishnum Patnim Namastubhyam Padasparsha Kshamasvame. So, the one who has a beautiful heart as vast as the ocean, the one who has the compassion as big as the mountains, we who are putting our foot on our motherland, because to put the feet on someone is not good, but how can we help it? We have to walk on the motherland. So we need to walk on planet Earth. So we ask for forgiveness. Vishnu Patnim Nabastubhyam Pada Sparsha. Touching our feet on the motherland, we seek forgiveness before we set our foot on her. So this is a morning prayer which says we ask for forgiveness before we put our feet on motherland. And you can see that the mother is always compassionate, always forgiving, always loving. No matter how hard you are, well, whatever we are doing, the mother's heart is always forgiving. So in that way, it's a beautiful sharing of thoughts, sharing of feelings, and also the message of the Independence Day of India, 75 years. Can you believe that? Some people, they have fought for so long, but they could not see the independence of their country. And now we didn't see the struggle, but we can see an independent country, independent India. How beautiful is that? So are we living up to that struggle, to that war, to that sense of fighting for their country? Or are we just taking it for granted? Somewhere, food for thought, think about it, how we can help to bring in that sense of Matrubhumi, of Virta, of patriotism. And it's lovely to see all the little children who are here to share with us very shortly, because when these values are instilled at a very young age, they grow up with that sense of belonging. As we say, we water a little plant, then it becomes a tree. The roots are so much engrossed in the soil that even the cyclone, the hurricane, the storm come, the tree won't shake at all, but it will stand up erect. Similarly, if we nurture our roots, our culture, our values, our sanskar, our traditions, our knowledge, our aspirations, so all these, we are nurturing and watering our roots. It goes so deep in the earth. And then whatever happens in the world, bad influence, negativity, with our spirit of positivity, of love, of courage, of daring, nobody can shake us. So this starts at a very young age. And in that manner, well, having the celebrations of the 75 years of Independence Day of India is once in a lifetime. We don't get it again. That happened since last year to this year, and it will keep on going. The 76 years coming, and who knows, 100 years also, yes, coming up. So what are we doing for so long? What can we do today, tomorrow? It's not only one day sense of patriotism, but it should be all throughout the year, from the date till the next date of the year. And that is a sense of a consciousness that we realize, yes, we are enjoying this freedom. We are really inculcating those liberty in our life that sometimes our ancestors didn't get it before. In this way, well, I think almost time to welcome our beautiful lady and her students. Yes, and I can see Haniji is also here with her smile. We have Kona Veena Pani Ji and her beautiful students. Let me just run through their names again. So we have Krishnamurti Ji, we have Siddharth, also Yashvika, Trena, and Nainika. Before I pass on to them, I'd like to share with Haniji. Yes, Haniji?
Yes, hello. We have very shortly Veena coming on board.
Yes.
So we have a few minutes left to share whatever messages you have. I'm really, and you spoke so beautifully. I love what you shared with everybody. Thank you so much. It made me think as well of the areas that you were sharing. It's amazing. So let's listen to the other wonderful students of yours who are going to be sharing, and we have a few minutes left for them.
Right. You mean my students?
I believe you had some.
Global Namaste, Saivani and Honey. It is 4 o'clock now, and as per your schedule, we'll be shifting on to Veena Pani Kona students, where Hani is back again, and Saivani, you can stay around. Vinapani Kona will not be there because it's her students. So I'm going to bring all the students, and one by one, from the Swaravilu smiling students, let's bring them one by one. So just give me a moment, honey, if you can unmute yourself. And
Yeah, sure. So we're going to be, of course, meeting Vinapani's lovely students, Krishnamurti, Siddharth, Yashvika, Trena, Nainika. So they'll be joining us one by one to share some really great messages and, of course, anything else that they would like to present, all relating to our Indian Independence Day. And as they come along and join us, there is our wonderful Yashvika, who's starting off right at the start. Hello, Yashvika. Hello, Global Namaste.
Namaste.
Hello. And Yashvika, what are you going to do today for Independence Day? What are you going to share with the world?
Huh? I'm going to sing a national anthem.
Oh, the national anthem. That's beautiful. Can you please share that for us before we move on to your other friends? Yeah. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Come on. Jana Gana Mana Adinayaka Jaya He Bharata Bhagya Vidata Punjab Sindhu Gujarat Maratha Dravida Uttara Banga Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Ganga Uchala Jaladi Taranga तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे काहे तब जय गाता जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे Jai Hind.
Oh, wow. That's lovely, Yashvika. I love this name. Jaya, 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 Jaya Hind. I thought that was very nice. It would be lovely to add that on. Thank you so much, Yashvika. Very well sung. And of course, just to let our audience members know, these are all students from Vinapani, and these are students of the Swaravilu group. So let's have our wonderful Krishna Chivukula, who's going to be sharing a wonderful performance for us. So all yours, Krishna ji.
Thank you very much. So thanks for the opportunity. I just want to wish everyone a happy 76th Independence Day. Azadi ki 75th anniversary. Sorry, I couldn't say it in Hindi. But I think what I'll do is I'll just sing a few lines from a very popular old Hindi movie called Sikandar-e-Azam, sung by Muhammad Rafi ji. So I'll just sing a few lines. The song aptly describes the rich Indian culture, heritage, and the society. So I think that will be very apt, and I can share these feelings. So I'm very happy to share. So I'll just sing a few lines.
Oh, that's wonderful. We're looking forward to that.
Thank you. जहाँ डाल डाल पर सोने की चिड़िया करती है बसेरा, वो भारत देश है मेरा, वो भारत देश है मेरा। जहाँ सत्य अहिंसा और धर्म का पग पग लगता डेरा, वो भारत देश है मेरा, वो भारत देश है मेरा। ये धरती वो जहाँ ऋषि मुनि जपते प्रभु नाम की माला, जहाँ हर बालक एक मोहन है और राधा एक एक बाला, और राधा एक एक बाला। जहाँ सूरज सबसे पहले आकर डाले अपना फेरा, वो भारत देश है मेरा, वो भारत देश है मेरा। जहाँ गंगा जमुना कृष्ण और कावेरी बहती जाए, जहाँ उत्तर दक्षिण पूरब पश्चिम को अमृत पिलवाए, ये अमृत पिलवाए। कहीं ये फल और ये फूल उगाए, केसर कहीं बिखेरा, वो भारत देश है मेरा, वो भारत देश है मेरा। जहाँ आसमान से बातें करते मंदिर और शिवालय, किसी नगर में किसी द्वार पर कोई न ताला डाले, कोई न ताला डाले, और प्रेम की बंसी जहाँ बजाता आए शाम सवेरा, वो भारत देश है मेरा, वो भारत देश है मेरा। जहाँ सत्य अहिंसा और धर्म का पग पग लगता डेरा, वो भारत देश है मेरा, वो भारत देश है मेरा, वो भारत देश है मेरा, वो भारत देश है मेरा। Thank you very much for
Oh
letting
my
me share my
God, that was
thoughts.
so beautiful, Krishnaji. I loved it. I know we've been listening to many, many songs, and of course, each one has its own beautiful feelings to it. But this is so beautiful. I really loved it. And I love those list of positivity, positive things about the desh, as we say, about the country that you shared. And the satya, you talked about the truth, because that's very important. Even with Gandhiji, he spoke about the truth a lot, and it's to live with non-violence. So all these lovely high quality values, humanitarian values that are being always promoted and instilled into our younger generation, I think that's a very beautiful thing. And for you to share that with the world, I think, well done, congratulations. So thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
Honey, I think Krishna should sing another song because he sung from heart. Krishna, you sung from your heart. There was this patient look on your face that was exuding energy. Anything that comes on a cuff of your mind, just sing another song before we go on to your colleagues.
Yes, please. That's really lovely. And of course, Neilji, I just wanted to say, look at this, and Neilji always encourages all these wonderful people, artists and contributors around the world. He catches all the wonderful qualities about you and enhances it on the platform. So thank you, Neil Kumarji. Thank you very much for that. And also bringing all these really fantastic guests on our platform. We get the chance to meet these wonderful people, which is great. So Krishnaji, please go ahead and sing our next song. We were really looking forward to it. And all our Healing Our Earth team members are all ears listening to you.
Sure, no worries. Thanks for, I'll just make it a bit quick. I'll sing, a song. I'm sorry for the author or who wrote this song. I don't know, but I've heard it from a few people. So this is about the flow of Ganga. So the author, not the author, the poet, he compares the flow of Ganga with the flow of civilization or the history of India. So it is about the river Ganga connected to the rich heritage of India. Okay.
Oh, well, that is really lovely that Gangaji is also known, so, spoken about all the time, so highly always. And also you mentioned about, because we were the ancient, one of the most ancient civilizations as well. And the Ganga river has been there all this time, so which is so beautiful. Please go ahead.
Sure, thank you. यह कल कल छल छल बहती, क्या कहती गंगा धारा, युग युग से बहता आता यह पुण्य प्रवाह हमारा। यह कल कल छल छल बहती, क्या कहती गंगा धारा, युग युग से बहता आता यह पुण्य प्रवाह हमारा। हम इसके लघुतम जल कण बनते मिटते हैं क्षण क्षण, अपना अस्तित्व मिटाकर तन मन धन करते अर्पण। बढ़ते जाने का शुभ प्रण प्राणों से हमको प्यारा, यह पुण्य प्रवाह हमारा, यह पुण्य प्रवाह हमारा। इस धारा के झुलमिल कर वीरों की राख बही है, इस धारा में कितने ही ऋषियों ने शरण गही है। इस धारा की गोदी में खेला इतिहास हमारा, यह पुण्य प्रवाह हमारा, यह पुण्य प्रवाह हमारा, क्या इसको रोक सकेंगे, मिटने वाले मिट जाएं, कंकड़ पत्थर की हस्ती क्या बाधा बन कर आए, ढह जाएंगे गिर पर्वत, कांपे भूमंडल सारा, यह पुण्य प्रवाह हमारा, यह पुण्य प्रवाह हमारा, यह कल कल छल छल बहती, क्या कहती गंगा धारा, युग युग से बहता आता, यह पुण्य प्रवाह हमारा, यह पुण्य प्रवाह हमारा. Thank you.
Wow, that was a little bit about. Thank you. I was like so absorbed in it. I was like waiting, la 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 la. Oh, where is it? It stopped already. We wanted to hear more of that. So beautiful, Krishna ji. So where did you train? Did you sing? Did you practice learning singing with this group with the Swara Vilu?
Yeah, so I mean, I started singing very early, but I stopped when I was like 9 or 10. But then after many years, because of COVID and the pandemic, I had lots of time. So I reached out to Mrs. Veena Konapani Garu and then Swaravilu's team. And then she's our guru now. So I'm learning music again after so many years under Veena ji.
Oh, so nice. She's doing an amazing job and she's so fantastic, very talented woman. And of course, you know, she has so much love for art culture and, you know, passing on this knowledge to other people. So we're very proud of her as well, definitely. And I understand that we have a few more of your wonderful students and co-students who are going to be singing. So thank you, Krishna ji. Have a lovely Independence Day and continue celebrating and sharing your lovely joy to everybody else as well through the joy of singing. So we move on to Nainika. Hello, Global Namaste, Nainika. How are you?
Namaste, everyone. I'm very good.
Oh, very nice. You're looking very pretty. And what are you going to be singing today, Nainika?
I'm not going to be singing. I'm going to be talking about Independence Day.
Oh, we would love to hear about that. Please go ahead. It's all yours.
Hello, my name is Nainika and my guru is Veena Konagar. I am going to tell you a few words about Independence Day, India, a free independence that got its independence on 15th August 1947. But behind the story of independence lies a vast history of sacrifices and struggles of people who fought for the country independence until their last breath. On 15th August, we celebrate Independence Day and annually to remember those sacrifices our freedom fighters did for us. Happy Independence Day to and thank you very much.
That is absolutely beautiful. That's so nice. Did you write that yourself?
No, my mum helped me write it.
Oh, your mum has also very nice, lovely thoughts about Independence Day. That's really great. And does she help you with your singing and your other types of activities?
Yes.
So we'll say thank you to your mommy as well. It's very lovely that you've got lovely parents who are supporting you. Very nice. Well done. And is there anything else you would like to share today?
No, thank you.
Okay. And have you also been, when you talk about this Independence Day, what does it make you feel like today? You're celebrating Independence Day. Did you move around with the flags, the Indian flags? What did you do today?
Tomorrow.
Sorry?
We're going to do that tomorrow.
Oh, wonderful. So we look forward to that. So enjoy, take some photographs and share them on the Healing Our Earth social media platform, okay? We have our Healing Our Earth Instagram, we have Facebook, we have our YouTube, we have Twitter. So you can go and share anything you like on our social media, okay? And celebrate just with your messages. So thank you so much for that, Nainika. Enjoy your day. We move on to our next friend and the next lovely student, Seva.
Honey, before we move on to the next person, which is Siddharth, he has been here before on Healing Our Earth, and he's very good at singing. Saivani, what are your thoughts and what can you sing for Honey to make it feel special for Honey, Nainika, and Siddharth before Siddharth sings?
Oh, well, it's been lovely hearing all the little ones, yes, Haniji, all the purity and the innocence and that mindset that says one of our compositions in the EHV Star Academy that my mother and myself, we composed about the sense of patriotism and born to serve, which goes like this. We are born to serve. We are born to love. Love all, serve all. Help ever, hurt never. I will love my nation. I will serve my nation. Love all, serve all. Help ever, hurt never. We are born to serve. We are born to love. Love all, serve all. Help ever, hurt never. A little one that
so beautiful. I can never imagine you hurting anybody anyway, Sevani. You're such a little sweetie, So we need to have more of these sweetie people around, in the world who will not. Siddharth, what do you think? Do you think we should hurt people? What do you think?
No, we shouldn't hurt
No, we should always spread peace and joy, shouldn't we? Yes?
Yeah.
Absolutely. We're going to come back to you shortly, okay, Siddharth, very shortly. So, Ivani, have you got any one more little, a couple of lines that you would like to share before we move on to Siddharth?
Yeah, well, we are waiting to hear Sardar, but let me just share with you. We have all those patriotic songs and one line that says, in Hindi, it's in Hindi. So, अब तो हमें आगे बढ़ते हैं रहना, अब तो हमें साथी है बस इतना ही कहना. That means we move forward together. Whatever happens, let us go beyond our differences, our little ups and downs, and go towards the major goal, that the bigger picture of it. And also, अब जो भी हो शोला बन के पत्थर है पिघलाना, अब जो भी हो बादल बन के पत्थर है पहचाना, कंधों से मिलते हैं कंधे, कदमों से कदम मिलते हैं, हम चलते हैं जब ऐसे तो दिल दुश्मन के हिलते हैं. As we say on the border, it's a different sense of patriotism, which is why we can sleep so calmly in our beds every night, safe. We are in security. So in that manner, it's an homage, a tribute that we pay to all those who are still fighting now and all those who have fought and who are no longer with us, all the families that gone through the tragedy, but it's a big salute to them.
Yes, we should salute all the families and the mothers, who let their sons go with so much pride to serve the nations and to protect the rest of us, so we should always definitely remember them and salute them and honor them forever and ever, for things like this. Absolutely. And because of them, we're celebrating our 75 years, right?
Yes, absolutely.
What a special, we'll come back to you again, Sevani. Let's move on to our Siddharth and let's see what our wonderful, handsome Siddharth has for us today. So, dear Siddharth, what are you going to be doing for us today?
Namaste. I'm singing a Telugu patriotic song called Manamanta Katane. The meaning of the song is "We are all one."
Oh, that's really lovely. And I see this beautiful Ganesh Ji photograph behind you. Yeah. That's a lovely photograph. I like it. It's really nice. And Ganesh Ji, always, before you start anything good, you always remember Ganesh Ji, right? So let's remember Ganesh Ji before you start your song. Yes, go for it, Siddharth.
Okay. Manamanta vokkatane manchi manasuto melagali
జగమంతా ఒక్కటనే మంచి రోజుకే సాగాలి మనమంతా ఒక్కటనే మంచి మనసుతో మెలగాలి జగమంతా ఒక్కటనే మంచి రోజుకే సాగాలి బిందువు బిందువు ఏ చేరి సింధువుగా మారునుగా బిందువు బిందువు ఏ చేరి సింధువుగా మారునుగా సింధువు సింధువు ఏ చేరి సముద్రముగా మారునుగా సింధువు సింధువు ఏ చేరి సముద్రముగా మారునుగా మనమంతా ఒక్కటనే మంచి మనసుతో మెలగాలి జగమంతా ఒక్కటనే మంచి రోజుకే సాగాలి మల్లిక మల్లిక ఏ కోడి మాలికగా రూపొందునుగా మల్లిక మల్లిక ఏ కోడి మాలికగా రూపొందునుగా మాలలన్నీ అల్లడానికి దారము ఏ ఆధారముగా మాలలన్నీ అల్లడానికి దారము ఏ ఆధారముగా మనమంతా ఒక్కటనే మంచి మనసుతో మెలగాలి జగమంతా ఒక్కటనే మంచి రోజుకే సాగాలి గడ్డి పూచలను కలిపి పీనితే గజమునైనా బంధిస్తాయి గడ్డి పూచలను కలిపి పీనితే గజమునైనా బంధిస్తాయి బాలకాంతులే కలిసి సాగితే చీకటినే తరిమేస్తాయి బాలకాంతులే కలిసి సాగితే చీకటినే తరిమేస్తాయి మనమంతా ఒక్కటనే మంచి మనసుతో మెలగాలి జగమంతా ఒక్కటనే మంచి రోజుకే సాగాలి మంచి రోజుకే సాగాలి మంచి రోజుకే సాగాలి
Wow, you are so good, Siddharth. How long have you been learning singing for? You are so amazing.
I've started learning Carnatic music since 4, but I joined Veena Auntie from the age of 5. And
that's beautiful.
She's been an amazing teacher.
I'm sure she has. With that beautiful voice of yours, I'm sure it needs a good guru to also get it all out of you. I'm sure there's a natural talent of yours as well that just needs to be polished. You sang very beautifully. Saivani, what did you think? Isn't he amazing?
He is just fantastic. The voice and the way, it has been presented, and all the credit goes to him also and the teacher both. His efforts, the dedication, the passion, and the teacher's guidance. Beautiful.
Yes. And whilst we're talking about this, because Saivani, you always teach young children about values, about culture. So singing, dancing, art, all these are part of this, to develop the beautiful creativity of a child, and also helping them to learn about the culture, etc. So Siddharth, I think you're doing a really great job. How old are you now?
I'm 12, and I think my birthday is in September.
Oh, so you'll be 13 then?
Yeah.
Wow, you'll be a teenager soon, hey? Well done. Wow. Great. Congratulations. Well, you're singing very good. What do you want to do when you get older?
I used to say I wanted to be a doctor, but now something more computer related.
Okay. Well, let us know, right? Whatever you do in the future is not an issue, but keep your singing up, whatever happens.
I always remember my singing, and maybe that can be a profession as well.
Very good idea. So Ivani ji, this is a good thing, isn't it? Like for me as well, I did my accounts and finance, I did public relations, I also had a doctorate from arts, but I still continue with my dancing. I do all other work and I do my dancing still, so, which is great. So keep up the great work. Thank you for joining us here. And when you meet your wonderful teacher, make sure you let our Veena ji know, that we are very proud of her for doing such great work. And we also have another student coming and joining us, which is Trina. And Trina, hello. Saivani, what would you say about this wonderful Independence Day where children are part of this Independence Day celebrations? What do you think of that?
It's really good that children are participating, and also we congratulate the parents who encourage their children. As I was mentioning earlier, that all those values, any value that we pick up, it starts at a very younger, a younger age, since childhood. So seeing all of them who are the future of the country, we are, moving ahead. So they are following the footsteps of their elders and carrying forward that sense of goodness, patriotism. And it's lovely to see all of them maybe encourage more, inspire all other children watching us on Healing Our Earth. Isn't it, Haniji?
Yes, absolutely, Saivani. And of course, there is this is two different things. Patriotism is just feeling pride for your country. We are not talking about fanatism. We're not being fanatical about something. We're not saying that. We're saying having patriotic feelings towards your country just helps you to stay connected to a culture, stay connected to a community. Your roots helps you to feel like that. Yeah, so we're celebrating more of that patriotism, which that feeling of pride of being part of something special. So Shreya, what do we have from you? What are you going to be sharing with us today?
Today I'm going to be telling about Independence Day.
Oh, lovely. And you're looking very, very lovely, and you speak so well. I'm really looking forward to this. Go for it, Shreya. It's all yours. The platform is yours.
So a long time ago, the British people came to India, and soon they started telling India what to do. And then India got fed up because they were sobbing and crying. So M.K. Gandaji, he said, let's have a silent war. So they had a silent war, and then the British people said, okay, we'll leave your country in peace. And then they went away to their own country, and India was happy. So that's when Independence Day was made. And to remember, you should always have your own space and independence.
Oh, that is amazing. What a lovely way to explain that as well. That's really true. And it's true, India was very sad, and this is good. Yes. And now they're back and they've got their own space again, which is wonderful. Did you write this yourself, Shreya?
My mom helped me, but I actually wrote it down on a paper. And
oh, that is really nice. I think I'm very proud of you. That's very nice. Thank you for sharing that. And I was going to say that good luck and best wishes. Keep up the good work and keep on celebrating Independence Day like this for years and years and years. And when you get older, tell your friends as well about it, okay? Very nice. Thank you. Did you enjoy watching the show so far on Healing Our Earth?
Yes.
Oh, that's really great. Well, we look forward to seeing you back again in the future again as well to celebrate. Because our Healing Our Earth, it looks like our Neil G is with us right now. I'm sure he wants to say something. So dear Neil Kumarji, would you like to maybe share a few words with us?
So, honey, you and Saivani have been there for almost the start at Healing Our Earth. I've seen both of you going so well. One has a talent of presenting, the other has a talent of singing and nurturing people. It's so beautiful. What I want to ask both of you as part of Healing Our Earth before we move to Nilima, who happens to be a good singer too. So we're going to make Nilima sing first with us and then tell us about India and her audiobook, which is in an in-flight entertainment on a plane. So you see that. Before we move there and have a chat with her, honey, since your youth, since the young age that you remember, you had affinity with India. What is the most memorable thing you remember about India in your life before we ask Saivani the same question?
Well, for me, India has been always had this spiritual connection for me, because I'm very much of a mind, body, soul kind of a person. With my mind, I've always been very interested in personal development, which I got from this country, from our Britain and UK. Fantastic personal development teachings. The body part is with my dancing. I used to always be active with creative work, like teaching dance and being involved in dance performances, etc. And from the soul side, I always felt drawn to India, because I felt that that's where I could learn a lot. There was so much knowledge about spirituality in India. So my love for India, including food and the architecture and the beautiful culture and the colors and things, apart from all of that, I think the spiritual side really, really pulled me to India a lot on a regular basis.
And honey, I know, because I know you from, well, your teenage days. You used to nurture so many kids with dancing, because you started dancing when you were so young. As you grow, you found that you got a talent to teach others, and you embarked on that training, and you concentrated very well on Bollywood and the Indian style of dancing. So do we take it that you feel pride being an Indian?
Oh, definitely. Because being a British Asian, you're so lucky you have the best of both worlds, because you have the beautiful, things about Britain as well that we can enjoy and celebrate, of course, being part of this is our home where we're living right now here at this moment. But the Indian culture is your roots. It's who you are. It's where your motherland is. It's where your language, your food, and everything that you believe in, that you've been taught from a young age, is there. So combining the two means you have the best of both worlds. You can celebrate both together and really enjoy your journey, evolve as a human being in a vaster way, in a more open way. So I think this is gorgeous. I did used to go to India a lot for learning Indian classical dancing. So my connection with India was also about my creative development, my dance development. I learned Kathak, folk dances, Garba, Bharatnatyam, all that I studied when I went to India.
And honey, let's remind the viewers, and we'll come back about it later. Your connection still is, because you just came back from India 3 weeks back. So we're going to touch on that a bit later.
Yes.
You also enjoy the flood of India. And now let's move to Saivani. Saivani is of a different generation. She's not British, she's not Indian, but she's Indian by origin. But she was born in Indian Ocean, the beautiful country of Mauritius, where they are so culturally attuned with India, maybe even more than us British Asians or East African ones. Saivani, as you grew and you take part in so many mandirs and so many festivals, and you saw today that we are globally connected, healing our earth. As a child and now being part of Mauritius, what is the affinity of India means to you and the pride of India?
The India is like the mother and Mauritius is like the child. So we have been nurtured by the Indian philosophy in all aspects, be it physically, emotionally, spiritually, academically, in all the fields. That has been our upbringing, and being born in such a family where our tradition, religion, aspiration, culture, and knowledge has been so much imbibed into us. And traveling to India also. So this is a spirit of pride, yes, that originally we are Indian, but Indo-Mauritian, and we try to propagate and spread those values around us. Since Mauritius is a multicultural island, so we know the spirit of nation building. Not only, okay, I am Hindu, they are Muslim, they are Christian. So all together, how we make the country a beautiful one, living in peace and harmony, which somewhere India also teaches us. We can have multiracial, all communities, but the spirit of to be patriotic, maybe, as Haniji mentioned, because motherland is one. The whole country, like it's Mother Earth. On Mother Earth, we have all those countries. So those values that we've been grown up with from our parents and grandparents, ancestors, truly said Neilji, that they brought in all the scriptures, the sacred books, our traditional way of cooking food, maybe the way of pronunciation of different mantras and prayers, all the ritualistic part, all the spiritual part, the folk songs, dance, music, everything. We try to continue in our little island, and this is what makes us Mauritians, Indo-Mauritians, and we feel proud of it.
Beautiful, Saivani. And just to
Thank
remind
you.
our viewers that India has never attacked any country ever, but so many civilizations has attacked India. It flourishes, comebacks, and unites again. So, you know, we should take a pride. And to take a pride, you from Indian Ocean, Honey, who was born in Malawi in a different part of Africa, myself from East Africa, we have got an Indian born from Hyderabad, my Telugu friend who is now British. We take a view of Nilima, unmute yourself, and a global namaste to you. And
Global
Nilima,
namaste, Neil. Good to hear you. Good to see you, Honey, and good to see you, Saivani. Thank you so much for having me.
and Nilima, you are used to both Honey and Saivani because at some point both of them have had a chat with you. Nilima, before we start and ask you the same question, because you have your youth in the wonderful Hyderabad there, where nearby, you know, the villages, the city, you just came back from India too, with a successful trip in Delhi and your performance, your theater performance there, etc. Before you start and answer anything, couple of lines of singing from you, because you also are a good singer.
Thank you. So in fact, I'm inspired by the children who came and who sang. They sang and they spoke so sweetly and wonderfully. So in fact, I'm quite keen to share a song that has stayed with me. This is one of the songs that we used to sing every week in our school. So I studied at Kendriya Vidyalaya, which is a central government run school. So those schools are there throughout India. So we used to sing a song in praise of the school and India every week. So hopefully you'll understand the meaning, but it's more aimed at the little one. What I'm trying to say is this song has instilled a sense of purpose and dedication in me. Therefore, I'm sharing it. Bharat ka swarnim gaurav kendriya vidyalaya laega. तक्षशिला नालंदा का इतिहास लौट कर आएगा भारत का स्वर्णिम गौरव केंद्रीय विद्यालय लाएगा शिक्षा उपवन के नए फूल संस्कृति सरिता के नए फूल शिक्षा उपवन के नए फूल संस्कृति सरिता के नए फूल हम ज्योति दीप जागृत प्रभु हट जाओ तम के धूल शूल तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमया तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमया तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमया ये मंत्र विश्व में छाएगा भारत का स्वर्णिम गौरव केंद्रीय विद्यालय लाएगा तन अनेक पर एक प्राण स्वर अनेक पर एक गान तन अनेक पर एक प्राण स्वर अनेक पर एक गान हम कण कण पर छा जाएंगे बनकर भारत का स्वाभिमान हम कण कण पर छा जाएंगे बनकर भारत का स्वाभिमान तत्वं पूषण अपावृणु तत्वं पूषण अपावृणु तत्वं पूषण अपावृणु ये छंद ज्योति बरसाएगा भारत का स्वर्णिम गौरव केंद्रीय विद्यालय लाएगा तक्षशिला नालंदा का इतिहास लौट कर आएगा भारत का स्वर्णिम गौरव केंद्रीय विद्यालय लाएगा.
Wow, Nilima, so wonderful that our Gayatri ji, who is hosting the 5:30 to 6 o'clock, couldn't resist and has come back because her daughter is there too with us, Saivani. And Winnie, you could see that Winnie was swaying to it as well. So she found the affinity with what you were singing, Nilima. Winnie is singing about 6:30, I think. She'll be coming back and Healing Our Earth at that time. So lovely to have both of you, Gayatri ji, Winnie ji. I'll come back to you later. We need to move on. It's wonderful to have both of you. Honey, I am now going to pass over to you, and let's go into the Independence Day and the audio book by Nilima. I leave it with you and Saivani. Over to you. Thank you.
No problems. Thank you so much, Neilji. Thank you. Wow, that was wonderful, Nilima ji. That was amazing. I loved it. I could feel your feelings as well at the same time. You know, you're feeling it from your heart. But before we start chatting, let me do a little bit of an introduction about you as well, so our audiences know who you are. We have, of course, Nilima Penumurthy from UK. She's going to be talking to us about this audiobook that she's written, or she has created, on the Indian Independence Day. It's been written and narrated by teenagers, Arush and Ayur, and she'll be talking a little bit more about this very shortly. But her background, Nilima's background, is that she's a founder and director of Story Hour. Her first production, the hour-long audiobook, Ramayan, an ancient Indian epic, was written and narrated by her teenage sons, Shreya and Ayur Pule. Accolades include Best Audiobooks of 2017, which is fantastic. The Times UK gave them that special, I would say, nomination. British Airways selected it for an in-flight entertainment, which is amazing. And the RNIB translated it into Braille and talking book versions for their library, which is really amazing. Now, Audible lists, Hindi and Telugu versions are available, narrated by teenagers. And Nilima produced a spellbinding 20-minute Ramayan puppet show as well, playing to a packed audience at Diwali in London in Trafalgar Square and Nehru Centre too. And this is done for 3 years, and it was featured on the BBC as well, which I think is just really fantastic. The whole program is in English, Hindi, Gujarati, French, Spanish, German, Italian versions, and they can all be found on YouTube. The Indian Embassy cultural centres in Berlin, Paris and London also featured it in their Diwali celebrations in 2020. So I just wanted to congratulate you, dear Nilima ji, that you've done such amazing work with this. What inspired you to get into this? And before we talk about the Independence Day audiobook.
Thank you so much for sharing my work. What inspired me is basically when I realized the narration, when my two boys wrote the audiobook on the Ramayana, and when they narrated it, it ended up getting all those accolades. I realized I could tap into the potential of teenagers as writers, narrators, and I kept at it in different languages and on different titles. And as far as titles are concerned, well, Ramayana and Indian independence had to be covered because I had to get the next generation to write it in their own way, because these are two stories, so to speak, that are very close to my heart.
Right, that's amazing. And also, you know, because the Independence, because you did the Ramayana, which I'm aware of, with a beautiful puppet show, which was a hit show. and you know, after then, now you've come up with this Independence Day audiobook. Tell us a little bit about that, and when did you create it, and what is in the actual Independence Day book?
So when I finished the Ramayana book, well, the puppet show is still work in progress, but after the audiobook on the Ramayana, the next topic that, as I mentioned just now, was going to be the Indian independence. And as I mentioned again, I only work with teenagers as my writers and narrators. So I had reached out to my younger son, Ayur, who's an avid reader, and he has taken history as one of his A-level subjects. So just about when he was finishing his GCSEs, I asked him if he was interested in writing a script for my third audiobook title on the Indian independence. And he did say that he was fine with it, was fine. And then I reached out to another boy from Hyderabad, which is my home city in India, and he had agreed as well. So during lockdown, when both of them were 16, Ayur and Arush, they wrote different drafts, several drafts. And I, as a producer, produce audiobooks on world stories, which are only an hour long when narrated. So I keep my narration to an hour long through my audiobooks and give an insight, a brief insight into big stories from across the world, starting with India. Hopefully that'll give a chance for the audience or the listener to explore deeper or more longer versions of those stories, whether it's the Ramayana or the Indian independence. So that they both got on very well, Ayur and Arush. And in 2021, last year, I took Ayur to Hyderabad, my home city, where Arush is based, and they narrated it in a studio. And yeah, so therefore the hour-long audiobook, it is genuinely commendable, as Dr. Shashi Tharoor, who is a historian and an acclaimed author himself, has said about the voice audiobook, that they have condensed such vast history of India's independence struggle into an hour-long audiobook. What I told them was, I wanted it, as a producer, I told them I wanted it from the time East India Company entered India until India won its independence. So therefore, they had a lot of challenges, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure they were, because for me, I think to myself that history, I mean, it's so vast. There are years and years and years of history that needs to be, put together and summarized, and facts to have to be double checked as well, and all these things that go through, so it's not about, just wanted to let the audience members know that it's not just a 1 hour Independence Day audiobook. I'm sure there's a lot of work that goes behind the scenes, and then you create the 1 hour, which people can really enjoy and learn from and be educated from as well. So yeah, so how is, are you going to be sharing some of the extracts from this?
So what I can do is I can share the prologue and the epilogue. So where you can hear both the voices. Ayur has narrated the prologue, Arush has narrated the epilogue. But having said that, both the boys have worked together on the entire script. So they shared, they debated, they kind of edited each other's work. So it was a wonderful experience for the boys. And the boys are actually extremely mature, as you will figure out when you listen to they're both 18 now, both waiting to join university.
So they're so good. Congratulations to the two young guys as well, both of them, because to be involved in such a beautiful, impactful project like this, which can help to educate other and inspire other teenagers around the world. I think Arush and Ayur has done an amazing job. So congratulations to both of you.
So I'm going to be playing the prologue and the epilogue. So for 4 minutes, sit back and relax, because enjoy the prologue and the epilogue.
Prologue.
Absolutely, no problem. That's
India.
great.
From mountainous Afghanistan in the north.
Can we make it a little louder?
We
can't hear more from my side.
Bustling Mumbai in the west, all the way to Cambodia in the east.
It's very low from my side. I can hardly hear it.
I'm sorry, I don't know why it's so low. I'm sorry, but this is as...
So there's no other audio. You must have on the right-hand side at the bottom of your computer should be.
From mountainous Afghanistan in the north to the serene backwaters of Kerala in the south.
I'm sorry, this is
from
the
bustling Mumbai in the west, all the way to Cambodia in the east, spanned the vast kingdoms of Hindu rulers up to 1300 CE. Thousands of people from all over the world still visit the two grandest temples built by those ancient Hindu kings, the Angkor Wat in Cambodia and the Chola temples in South India. The kingdoms were fabulously rich. They made up more than 1/3 of the world's economy. Over time, they splintered into smaller and smaller kingdoms. From around 900 CE, Islamic armies from the Middle East conquered parts of these ancient kingdoms, and their new empires reached all the way to Delhi in North India. Built around 1100 CE in Delhi, the Qutub Minar still stands tall today, an emblem of those changing times. Over the next few centuries, clans and kingdoms rose and fell across the land, until the time came for the great Mughals.
Epilogue. After independence. Independence was theirs, but the toils of the people were not yet at an end. They had an entire country to build. Many great men and women were involved in the creation of modern India, but perhaps none so great as Sardar Vallabhai Patel. A titan of the freedom struggle, he was the first Home Minister of India, but his greatest accomplishments would come after independence. Some equate him to Germany's Otto von Bismarck, and others call him the Iron Man of India, for in the span of 2 years, he masterminded the integration of over 550 princely states into the new country of India. The first large country to peacefully wrest its freedom from Imperial Britain, India became an example for other British colonies. In the early days, many doubted whether India would succeed as a democracy and as a nation. Today, a statue of Mahatma Gandhi stands in Parliament Square, London. India has thrived as a secular democracy for over 70 years and has become one of the largest economies in the world. India was not built in a day, and it continues to grow as a nation and as a people. And despite the years that have passed since August the 15th, 1947, the world will never forget India's journey to freedom.
So yeah, so I'm sorry, I do not know why it was so.
Yeah, we can't hear it properly. I couldn't hear it very well, actually. So I'm not really sure what it said. Maybe you could read the next bit, rather than play it. If you've got the, you said you were going to share the other side.
Yeah.
If you have it on your computer or something, maybe you want to read it out for us so that we can hear it.
All right. Okay. Let me, if you're okay, let me try sharing it on YouTube to see if it works.
Nilima,
yeah.
Nilima, are you planning to play the prologue now?
I mean, I've already played it, but you couldn't hear, right?
I couldn't
hear it at all.
Couldn't hear at all. I mean, which is
very low, very, very low. You have to listen to.
It was okay. It's fine. Honey, try to increase your volume if you can.
Oh, I have. It's at its maximum. I do not know why.
No, not yours. Nilima, not yours. Not
okay.
Yours. You can just play. Okay, stop. Nilima, stop all this. You are sharing things which are not.
Thank you.
Stop the share screen, Nilima.
Can you
stop share screen, please, kindly?
Yeah.
Don't worry. Let's chit chat, honey. Chit chat.
Yeah. Okay. No problems. Yeah. So if you've got anything with you that you may have a printout of, maybe you can read it for us. That would be really great. So if you do have that, because I think you were going to do another one, prologue or something.
No, I was going to play the last. So what has happened is, honey, let me sort of. Yeah. So I'm sorry if you haven't had a chance to listen to it properly. You can always look up the audiobook, which is published in its entirety on my YouTube channel, which is Story Hour UK. It's for free. And in fact, to all the young people who are there in the audience, I would kind of request them to go to Story Hour UK. And if you look up Indian independence, it'll come up, the entire audiobook. Go chapter by chapter, because I can see you're around 12, 8 or 10, between 10 and 13 years old. So you need to sort of take in one chapter at a time. And the aim of my audiobooks, on top of it communicating a story, is also to communicate a language. So I think for the kids that came on the show today, it's multifaceted. They will understand a story, and they will probably understand new words and new phraseology, as well as they spend time listening to the audiobook.
Oh, wonderful. That's really lovely. I'm sure it's very good, and I'm sure it's going to be very interesting to listen to. So you have to go to the Story Hours.
Story Hour UK on YouTube. So if you can use Story Hour UK to come up.
Yeah, so for all our listeners and viewers and people who are watching right now, that will be wonderful. You can literally go there and listen to it in your own time, in your own way. And Story Hour UK is very easy to remember as well. Such a nice word as well, Story Hour UK. So it's a really great word to remember. And when you did this whole thing, what were the facts that came up for you? Is there any facts that you felt that you learned, new things that you learned along the way as well, whilst you were producing this project?
See, I grew up in India. I did my undergrad and even my first master's in India. So I'm kind of familiar with the Indian independence struggle, but it's been a while since I studied history as history, right? So you forget different episodes. And I think having moved out of India, I think when you look back on the struggles that a lot of people had to go through to bring independence to a country, and also when you think about the different the role that different people played, some small, some big, in shaping the country, and the way it has progressed over these 75 years into a superpower, almost a superpower. Yes. It is something to be proud of when you realize India was there 75 years ago, struggling for its independence. And here we are 75 years later, where some of the top CEOs in this world are Indians. So there's a lot to say about India as a country, that it has progressed so well. So yes, it's
So you can tell a lot about the people as well, can't you, Nilimaji? Because you know, I mean, they're known to be hardworking. They're known to be, you know, parents are always encouraging education, good jobs, and you know, like there's a certain kind of environment that children are growing up in as well in India. We've got spiritual values, cultural values, social values that are also kind of encouraged within so you may find that you get quite all-rounders, you know, developing, because sometimes you have very intellectual people but may not have the social and emotional skills, etc., or cultural skills. So it's nice to have this all-rounder side. And you mentioned as well, yeah, you're right, within 75 years India has become almost a superpower there, and look how fast it's growing. Even Narendra Modi ji has won awards, you know, for being one of the top leaders in the world, etc. So, which is great. So, is there anything about Independence Day that you would like to share with the world? Any messages that you would like to share with the world for them to be aware of?
Oh, I don't think I'm that big to sort of share a big, profound message. But all I can say from personal experiences, I always feel that we are beneficiaries of all the good work that people in the past or even our contemporaries are doing. So if we're using a phone, I think there are a lot of people who have gone the technology that we are using. So I think it's always important to spend some time understanding how or why, what happened. So it's good to be inquisitive. And among other things, what I do want to mention, and if possible, I'd like to share is recently I had an event in Delhi where I showcased all my work, most importantly, the puppet show and the Indian Independence audiobook. So I'm working with the Blind Relief Association in Delhi to produce this Indian Independence audiobook in Hindi. So there are, so I went to Delhi in May and I had auditioned the students there, and I'm working with a boy and a girl from the Blind Relief Association. So if it works, we could try sharing a Hindi excerpt that the boy has narrated. It's actually it just shows how our voice is so powerful. I mean, we could be communicating beautiful stories. We could be communicating beautiful messages with our voice, whether it's singing or just oration. So if you don't mind, I could give it a try. If it doesn't work, we're okay to sort of move on. Are you okay with that?
Absolutely, absolutely. Let's try. Go, and we've got last few minutes left, about 3-4 minutes left. Yes.
Let's try. And so this is okay.
आजादी दुखद परिस्थितियों के बावजूद भारतीयों के लिए आजादी अपने आप में एक आशा और एक अलग प्रकार की प्रतिज्ञा थी। 15 अगस्त सन 1947 को पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू ने भारत के प्रथम प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में शपथ ली। उन्होंने घोषणा की, बहुत साल पहले हमने किस्मत से वादा किया था और अब पूर्ण रूप से या पूरी तरह से नहीं तो काफी हद तक उस वादे को पूरा करने का वक्त आ गया है। आज जैसे ही घड़ी की सुइयां मध्य रात्रि की घोषणा करेंगी, जब सारी दुनिया सो रही होगी, भारत जीवन और आजादी के लिए जागेगा। और वास्तव में जब इंडिया गेट के ऊपर राष्ट्रगान की धुन के साथ तिरंगे को फहराया गया तो उनके शब्दों में सच्चाई स्पष्ट थी, मानो कह रहे हो, भारत क्या बात है।
Wow, that's amazing. That's beautiful. I love the fact that Braille, you know, it's amazing. So they end up learning, even people who are blind or have sight issues would be able to use Braille and learn and read and understand about this Independence Day things. I think that is fantastic. Well done. Really amazing work. Really very proud of you to do such great work. And I'm glad we saw that because it gives us a chance to visually see what kind of impact it's creating on different members of society, you know, the work that you've been doing in the background. And I'm sure, you know, in 5 years' time, 10 years' time, 20 years' time, people will look back and really, really appreciate, you know, this wonderful work, efforts, and dedication you have put into this to help bring to youngsters, you know, to help encourage youngsters to learn more about this and get involved. So well done, Nilimaji. Really, really fantastic work. Really great. And again, we just wanted to remind the audience members that if you wanted to find out a little bit more, it is going to be in a Story Hour UK is the YouTube channel. So you can just go in there and listen to all these various different audio programs, which I would highly recommend you encourage your children to also listen to. Fervour ji, whilst you're here, is there anything that you may wish to ask Nilima ji whilst we've got her here? Are you on mute? Fervour ji, you're on mute?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. That's beautiful, Nilima ji. Congratulations.
Thank
It's
you.
such huge work that all of us at little blocks are carrying up. So I'd like to ask maybe, what are the challenges that you've come across? Because reaching here, it's not easy, as said. There have been so much of challenges, and how did you overcome them maybe?
The challenge
Is
lies
there any?
in coordinating the timings of teenagers, because they are teenage. I work only with teenagers as my writers narrators, so they have different schedules, and especially on this book, because I was working with my son who's based in London and a boy from Hyderabad. So for them to coordinate their times, and more importantly, the narration, because we flew into Hyderabad just to get the narration done. So that was challenging. And other than that, I think the boys pretty much managed. But then I've had tremendous support, and more importantly, I can see Amish on the screen, and he has been one of my big supporters. I mean, I'm so glad to see him. I'm sure he has a lot more to say. He's more knowledgeable than I am, for sure. I'm only a producer. He's the author, genuine author. So yeah.
Hi, Nilima ji. How are you? Pleasure.
I'm very well, Amish ji. Good to see you.
Yes. Well, thank you so much, Nilima ji. Thank you very much, Fervour ji, as well.
Independence to everybody, and Jai Hind.
Yes,
May
thank
India
you.
be well and prosper forever and more.
Thank you. Well, we move on to a wonderful Amish Tripathi ji, who is now joining us here to discuss a little bit more about the 70 years of independent existence. Now, let me tell you a little bit about this amazing, very special, unique gentleman. Amish Tripathi is a diplomat, he's an author and a columnist. He has taken over as the director of the Nehru Center in London in October 2019. Forbes India has regularly ranked Amish among the top 100 most influential celebrities in India. Amish was also selected as an Eisenhower Fellow, a prestigious American program for outstanding leaders from around the world, in 2014. Amish also published his first book in 2010 and has written 9 books till date. His books have sold 6 million copies, yes, 6 million copies, and have been translated into 10 Indian and 10 international languages. He's an alumnus of the prestigious Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta, and he worked for 14 years in the financial services industry before turning to writing. Wow. So you have the logical side to you and the creative side to you, Amish ji. A global namaste and welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Thank you so much, Hani ji. Absolute pleasure being here. Thank you for having me.
You're so welcome, Amish ji. We're going to be talking, I know, very shortly about the 75 years of Independence Day celebrations very shortly. We've got Lakshmi ji here, and we've got Nilima ji, of course, on here. Before we ask you any of these questions, Lakshmi ji, a global namaste to you. Thank you for coming and joining us here, President of the, of course, Hindu Association here. Lakshmi ji, would you like to perhaps share something about Independence Day whilst we have Amish ji and Nilima ji here?
Yes, Independence Day, it's a matter of pride for me. And when I was the principal of Elphinstone College, for the last 6 years, that I was principal, I used to host the flag on Independence Day and Republic Day. And, there's a rule that needs to be followed to bring the flag and, hoist it and everything. And I used to, narrate all these things to my staff and my students. And, I go back into those memories when we talk about Independence Day, because it's a memorable experience. And it was such a matter of pride to hoist the Indian flag.
Oh, that's really beautiful. There's a lovely, lovely patriotic feeling, to do something like that, and to be, having that opportunity to do that as well. That's wonderful. And today, in this time, it's 75 years, which is a really wonderful milestone. 75 years is amazing. And Nilimaji, before we say goodbye to you, is there any final message you would like to share whilst you're here with the Independence Day to Amish ji or to Lakshmi ji?
I'm not the right person to share anything more profound than what I've already shared, but I wish everybody a very happy Independence Day. I genuinely want to see India thrive and prosper, because it deserves to be up there. And therefore, I wish all Indians and, well, peace, prosperity, and have fun being an Indian.
Very beautiful. I love that. Have fun is also a very important part, by the way. You have to enjoy life all the way through, so which is really wonderful. So, global namaste to you, Nilimaji.
And I have to say, for my name to be taken along with Amish ji is like a pure honor. So, yeah, thank you.
Oh, wow, wonderful. Well, please stay tuned in, because we're going to be hearing lots of things from Anish ji. And Anish ji, I would like to say, first of all, you're doing an amazing job with the Nehru Center. All of us here, including Neil Kumar, Healing Our Earth team, we're all very proud to have you, honored to have you here. And I know we're really looking forward to sharing and listening to what messages you have to share with us. So what message would you like to share with us about Independence Day?
What I was asked to do by Neil ji and Lakshmi ji was evaluate the last 75 years, think about what we've achieved, and what are the things that we should look at for the next, say, 25 years when we reach 100 years of independence. This year, we are sitting in the UK right now. This year, India's GDP will cross that of the UK, of our former colonial master, the UK. At the end of this year, UK's GDP will be in the region of $3.2, $3.3 trillion. We'll probably be in the region of $3.5, $3.6 trillion. So well ahead. The last time that India's GDP was greater than that of the UK was approximately 150 years ago. Queen Victoria still ruled at that time. So what we lost in the last 150 years, we've made up just in the last 30 years, because frankly, our growth began with 1991 with our economic reforms. Not just that, many economists, including among the top ones at World Bank, IMF, etc., they say that our per capita income, which is every individual Indian's income on a purchasing power parity basis, will cross that of every single European over the next 25 years. Okay, on a purchasing power parity basis, our per capita income, every Indian individual's income. The last time that happened was 900 years ago. Right? We were, of course, the wealthiest land in the world for a millennia, but we have had a bad 800, 900 years. We've lost a lot. So what we lost in the last 900 years, we will make up just in the next 25. The pace at which India is rising now, our motherland is rising now, is unparalleled in history. The only country which has matched this is China. Therefore, then the thing for us to think about is that if our economy and our heft expands at this pace, we will clearly be a superpower. So what kind of superpower will we be? The first thing we must do is we should not take this growth for granted. Let's just not assume that what we've achieved till now will continue achieving for the next 25 years. अगर हम हाथ पे हाथ धरे रहे और बैठे रहे और काम करना हमने बंद कर दिया, then we'll actually collapse. So we have to keep working hard to get ahead. The next 25 years is a very likely scenario, but it's not a guarantee. We have to work hard and we have to work unitedly. All of us Indians have to work together. We're on the same ship. If we start fighting with each other on silly reasons of language, religion, caste, we will make the same mistake that our ancestors made at times. The oldest navy in pre-modern times in India was actually not European navies. It was the Maratha Navy. led by Kanoji Angre. How did Kanoji Angre's navy get destroyed? Because he was fighting the British at one end, but behind him, his own fellow Indians were attacking him, right? Our internal divisions destroyed us. At the Battle of Palashi, where the British conquered us, it was because our own fellow Indians turned against us. At Jallianwala Bagh, the officers who gave the order to fire on Indians were all British, but many of the soldiers doing the actual firing were Indians, were our own people. In 41-42, when Winston Churchill ordered a famine which killed some 3-4 million Indians. Most of us Indians don't know about it. It's been airbrushed out of our history books. Winston Churchill ordered a famine. 3-4 million of our fellow Indians died. It's called the Great Bengal Famine. Yes, it may have been ordered by Winston Churchill. Notably, there were a few British officers who opposed the policy at that time, but many of the officers who implemented that policy were Indian, right? So therefore, if we turn against ourselves, then yes, foreigners can defeat us easily. So that is a key lesson that we have to learn. We have achieved a lot in the last 30 years. We have to achieve even more in the next 25. And most important lesson that we can learn from our ancestors, don't give in to these internal divisions. Very often, foreigners have not had to defeat us. We have defeated ourselves. And if we are united, koi maika lal hame hara nahi sakta. When we are united, we can beat back anyone. That is a key lesson that we need to learn, because our success over the next 25 years is not a given. And then if we do become a superpower, what kind of country should we be? What kind of superpower will we be? Will we be as selfish and hypocritical as some of the other powers have been? Or will we be a better power? Will we be like how our ancestors were in the first millennium of the Common Era, when we were the global superpower at that time? We don't research enough of our own ancestors. We don't know enough of the stories of our own ancestors. The way our history is taught to us, we learn more about the invaders who attacked us rather than our own ancestors who fought those invaders. So we need to learn the great stories of our ancestors so that we can be inspired to be a better superpower than many of the other previous superpowers have been.
Yeah, Amishji, I think you've spoken about some really, really amazing things. I've just made a few notes of these things, which I think are really, really important. One thing you did mention, which I think is very important, is that we've defeated ourselves, really, because in the background, if don't stay united, then there is issues because we ourselves are doing things which are preventing our growth. Second thing is, I know we're very peaceful.
As a very small thing, if I can just say, even within the UK, let's see our community here. I'm here just for a few years. I'm going back to India. But even within the UK, we have so many associations, which is nice. But we all should be united as well. There are 1.5 million of us. If all of us Indians are united, we're a very powerful community. But are we as united as we should be in the UK? Let's think about it.
Absolutely. And I think that all the people watching right now as well, there's a very powerful message coming through here, because also with Lakshmi ji here as well, I'm sure that she looks after many, many organizations, is connected to many organizations. They're all doing their own work, etc. If we combine together and have a stronger vision together, unity creates amazing strength, and energy. It's like a snowball effect. It creates its own energy. And we've never been people who want to destroy. Again, one more person had mentioned this. We've never gone to fight any other countries. We have always had people coming to our country. So we are quite peaceful people. We just want to prosper and share spiritual knowledge and share good things and good values with the world.
May I add one thing to that, Hari? Yes, we are peaceful people. Very rarely has an Indian army gone outside the Indian subcontinent to try to conquer another land. Very rarely. It's happened a few times. Rajen Chola led an expedition to see, conquered much of Southeast Asia. Emperor Rajen Chola, one of the greatest Indian emperors. It has happened a few times. Emperor Lalitaditya, the Kashmiri emperor, had conquered much of Central Asia. Very, very rarely. more often than not, invaders have come to India. But there's one lesson again we can learn from our ancestors. We have an impression that we are peace-loving, which we are. We have among the greatest pacifist traditions in the world, right? But we are not the kind who will turn the other cheek. If someone hits us, if someone slaps us, we will box back, and we'll box back hard. That's why we are still alive. Every other ancient pagan culture has been wiped out. The same invaders who came to India, the Turks and the Europeans, they went to other parts of the world as well. Every ancient pagan culture has been wiped out. Greco-Romans, ancient Egyptians, the Chems, Celts from UK, they've all been wiped out, their cultures. We are the only pre-Bronze Age culture that is still alive. Why? Because when invaders came, we kept fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting. Even in the last 1,000 years, we kept fighting. So we are peaceful people, but we certainly believe in defensive violence. That if you hit us, we will hit back hard. And yes. I have said that some of our neighboring countries need to learn that about us. We will not attack you, but you attack us, buddy, we will hit back hard.
But I've also seen that a lot of our soldiers, let's call them, you know, they have something very special about them, because they have a combination of this attitude, because there's this patriotic side, but there's inner strength, some kind of inner strength that they have. There's also this spiritual strength that they tend to have, which is part of our culture. And of course, that the community spirits that they have as well to protect, you know, whatever happens.
Completely spot on. In fact, we are a moral army, I say, our army. Do you know that a thing that had just come out in Shiv Arur's book? It had happened 2 years ago when we'd been attacked by a northern neighbor, by China. An Indian doctor saved Chinese soldiers who had been injured. The doctor was kidnapped by the Chinese army to save other soldiers who were within their own, Chinese soldiers in their own camp. The doctor worked with them, and then the Chinese army killed that Indian doctor. That is their morality, right? Whereas look at the Indian army in the Kargil war. We know they weren't terrorists. They were actually Pakistani army soldiers who were up in the mountains of Kargil. The Pakistani government had refused to accept their bodies back because they didn't want to accept that they were Pakistani soldiers. They were saying that they are terrorists. They had no control over them. They're saying they were non-state actors. The Indian army gave honorable burials to those enemy Pakistani soldiers, because the Indian army said they may be fighting on the wrong side, but at least the soldiers were honorable. Their generals may be dishonorable, but the soldiers were honorable. Our army is a moral army.
Yeah, I love that.
They will fight hard, but they'll fight in a moral way.
Absolutely. I love that about, you know, because Indian culture has always taught this, and they've always had this within them. And it's, even if they wanted to, they can't be bad. There's these humanitarian values that are always instilled in every single Indian, you know, I see that as well from a very young age. So, which is really good. I'm very, very proud of that, actually. So, it's something to be very proud of. And Amish, you also talked about the superpower side. What do you consider? I mean, like, we are in next 25, 30 years, we are seeing ourselves growing from strength to strength. Of course, Narendra Modi ji also won an award for being one of the most outstanding leaders as well of the world, and which is great because he is doing a grand job. But, you know, what would you consider us? How do you see us being a superpower? What will we be like? What do we consider? When do we say we're a superpower?
In some ways, we are already, you know, I think our Prime Minister is doing a fantastic job. Look at the way India reacted to the COVID pandemic. You know, many Western thought leaders, some media houses, including some Western media houses in the UK, were saying, "Oh, India, you know, India will not have vaccines, and India will not be able to manufacture things." And you know, we all know the polio vaccine drive in India took 35 years to carry out, whereas, you know, and most countries finished decades before we finished the polio vaccination. But look at the COVID vaccination. We manufactured ourselves. We've carried out 2 billion COVID injections. Practically every adult Indian has been vaccinated. Not only that, unlike many other richer Western countries, which allowed the vaccines to get wasted rather than donate them to poor African countries where it was needed, India actually sent vaccines under our Vaccine Maitri program to many poorer countries to help them. In this time, the COVID pandemic was a once in a century pandemic. This was a global shock to the system. Nobody had any plans to handle this because nobody thought something like this could happen, right?
Yes.
So we all had to respond so quickly, and look at how well India responded, and we helped others as well, despite being relatively a very poor country on a per capita
and
basis.
it's also a very large population, because to manage such a huge operation with that many people, or with a smaller group of people, we have to struggle. But with a large millions, which is a huge.
Yeah, India has, I often say this, India has more people than all of North America, all of Europe, and much of the Middle East combined. We are we are more a continent than a country. We are that massive. Many Westerners don't get how massive India is. And we had no, a vaccine hesitancy in India. We didn't have, internal protests. People did what they had to do.
Yes, absolutely. No, congratulations. Yeah, congratulations for the whole teams that were working on that. You also mentioned something about the GDP, because you said that at the moment, we've exceeded. India is growing. There's a real huge economic growth rate that's taking place right now. What do you see? Why do you think that is? What is happening right now that is helping India grow so much?
Look, one can go into basic policies, infrastructure improvement, the production-linked incentive schemes. There are various good things that are happening. GST, which has united, just created a unified market rather than state-wise VATs, which in effect meant that manufacturers did not have the benefit of, in effect, a 1.4 billion market. They, in effect, service different states. So all of that, yes, that can be at a surface level, but at a deeper level, the way I see it. India, for much of human history, amongst the greatest businessmen and businesswomen in the world. And regrettably, post-independence, we adopted a terrible set of economic policies. On some other things, we did very well post-independence. I don't deny that. But our economic policies were disastrous because we chose the system of socialism. Socialism or communism or Marxism, whatever you want to call it, has an unbroken record of complete economic disaster wherever it has been tried. Look at Venezuela. It was the richest country in South America just a few decades ago, 20 years ago, one of the richest countries in the world just 40, 50 years ago. Today, it is an economic basket case. Millions of Venezuelans have had to flee Venezuela to go to other countries. Venezuela, many don't know this, has more oil than Saudi Arabia. There's no reason why it should be poor. Why is it poor? One word alone: socialism. Socialism causes disaster, economic disaster, wherever it is tried. It's an unbroken, unparalleled record. We unfortunately chose socialism as an economic policy till 1991. In 1991, we changed and we reformed. And what that did was gave our businessmen and women the freedom to achieve. Indian businessmen and women can achieve anything. All that the government has to do is be a facilitator and step out of the way. You notice Indians outside of India do so well economically. We may come in very poor quickly. Within a generation, we are among the richest communities there is, because we are very good at business. We have been historically. And I think that, to me, is the key source that is happening. Because the government has stepped back, the innate Indian talent has now come up. The innate Indian entrepreneurial talent has come up. And we must be careful, never go back to socialism. It is
right.
There are very. I'm a pragmatist. I'm open to any philosophies that are worth trying. There's only one philosophy which I always guard against: socialism, communism, Marxism, whatever you want to call it, never ever try it. It's an utter
Right.
complete disaster.
So democratic way of helping to develop people's freedom, letting them be free to really develop their talents and economic. Yeah. So I think that's a very, I like that, because there's a lot of openness that's taking place at the moment as well. And I think that is something that I think India has always been known for anyway, from always. They're always very open-hearted people, open-minded people, which is great. Yeah, and with the art and culture style, because we're celebrating 75 years of Independence Day at this moment, and what a proud time to celebrate this. Is there anything from art and cultural point of view that you could maybe share, something to do with art and culture? Because art and culture do not have languages, it doesn't have any, there's no barriers. We're so many different languages, different customs, different faiths live together in India, which I call Hindustan, because I think it's one, But what can you share about art and culture and how important that is when it comes to?
We're the only pre-Bronze Age culture that is still alive. Even today, we chant hymns that were composed maybe 8,000, 10,000 years ago. I chant the Shri Rudram. Many of the Vaishnavas would chant Vishnu Sahasranam. These were composed 8,000, 10,000 years ago. We are a culture that is the oldest in the world. The only pre-Bronze Age culture that is still alive. We have so much to offer. China is not a pre-Bronze Age culture. It began, pre-Bronze Age means minimum 5,000 years old. We have much to offer to the world. And as we grow in heft and visibility, I guess the world is paying much more attention. Look at how far yoga has reached. And there's much more that we can do. I think the sky is the limit. And all of us in this group should do more and more, and present our culture in a way that Westerners can also understand. I think our ancient culture is innately liberal and inclusive. I've said it often in India that those who fight for equality between men and women are not being Western. In fact, they're being truly Indian, because our ancient culture was that way. The Rig Veda is hymns written by Rishikas, by women rishis. Which is the equivalent of women prophets and messiahs. No other culture had that. Only India.
Even when you go to an ISKCON temple or somewhere, they always call you Mataji. Or if you go to South Indian people, they always look at the wife as a goddess.
There's this debate on transgenders in the West today. We were inclusive towards transgenders even 5,000 years ago. So there's a lot of inclusiveness and liberalism that's a part of our ancient culture. We should present that.
And this is exactly what Neil Kumar does. I think he's just joined us at the moment. Neilji, if you'd like to join us, because I know you're very much about this, you always give an online platform, opportunities to men, women, everyone. And there seem to be a lot of females here on Healing Our Earth as part of the family. Would you like to maybe share a few words, dear Neilji?
Honey, let's let people know what Amish is about. He is a very good speaker and a writer. People have not seen some of his quotes or some of his sentences. But Amish, the work that you have done at Nehru Center very recently after pandemic, the amount of people you have outreach and supported at the Nehru Center, for example, and it's still going on. You've got Sister Jayanti coming very soon. The students are excited. The National Hindu Forum of Students are excited because you've even supported them. And in fact, for those who want to know more about Nehru Center, if you just go to Nehru Center, UK, London, there is an events page. Just this month, there are still 7 events, which are very diverse. And here comes a vision of a man who's much younger, and he's the one who has driven it. He might be just a director of Nehru Center. He actually is a diplomat who actually advises as well. So director is just a part of his job, but he brings in vision. So Amish, I'm very proud of you.
Thank you.
And I want to ask you something and on a lighter note. You are an Indian born from India, and you are now in London here. And shortly, I'm sure you're going to go back to the motherland, which is now thriving. Literally, as early as 10 years back, it was a dream of every Indian businessman and student who was just a middle class to come and live in London and go to America. And the trend has changed now, Amish. Now people want to go back to India, stay in India. Would you confirm, and because you travel in between these two countries, would you confirm that India's standard of living and India's etiquette, India's style of living is now at the least at par with us?
No, Neilji, I would agree with you completely. India is the land of opportunity right now. Look at the growth rate of India. At a nominal rate, we are growing at 18 to 20% per year. At a nominal rate, that is. That's real plus inflation. Whereas many other countries, including in the West, are actually struggling with deflation, which is degrowth plus inflation, which is the worst combination possible. There are issues. Many of the and the opportunities can only increase in India, as many of the Western countries, many people around the world have realized that if your supply chains run only through China, there is a concentration risk, which is clearly evident now in the way supply chains have been disrupted. Many are actually have a China plus one strategy, and in most cases it becomes China plus India strategy, because India is the only land which can give you enough scale for the manufacturing base that you need to put supply chains through the world. Our infrastructure is improving dramatically. We had a metro in just one city, I think 12, 13 years ago. Today there are some 25 cities which have metros in India. Our public infrastructure will soon outrival the US. I mean, I'm talking about public transport in urban cities, because as you know, the US actually doesn't have that much public transport. Most people are dependent on their cars. The pace of highway construction, the pace of port construction, India is growing at a dramatic pace. It's a place to be. And for many of you, I would encourage you to look at opportunities in India. I mean, I have most of my money invested in India. I put my money where my mouth is. And Neilji, you're very right. I'm certainly going back to India. I'm here on work. I love the UK. It's a very nice place. But I'm an India boy. I'll go back to India once my tenure here is done.
And Amish, we would like to retain you as long as we can, because I've been following you, and some of my contacts and colleagues who I guide have been following you. Lakshmiji, who is very much, she's a patron of Healing Our Earth. And the first person, she said, Neil, I want to have Amish on our platform. And I said, yes, certainly, because lately, after pandemic, the waves you have made, I don't know how you do it, and I'm from the industry, and you do that, it's so beautiful. Now, there are 3 points. You mentioned about infrastructure. So Gadkari just announced, actually, he did it a fortnight back, that 56 major highways from one country, and he doesn't need money because the banks are after him. So kudos to him, and obviously Modi ji is the one who inspires everybody. Other thing, Amish, you mentioned was unity. You've noticed that in UK, if we just slightly unite, we are very powerful force. I mean, we control London from business point of view. It's not just Hindusas and Mittals. By now, you've met so many Lohanas and Sindhis that you know, and Gujaratis, and now even we get Tamilians and Marathis, and we got mixture now. 20 years back, it was just mainly Gujaratis because they came from East Africa. 50 years back, they are very well settled. You mentioned one. So there's one community which is like that, which is the Diwali in London committee, where you are going to come this year at the Trafalgar Square. I've already hinted to you as an invitation. It's one organization that is made up of various diverse organizations like BAPS Sanstha, Art of Living, Brahma Kumaris, ISKCON. It's one unity that maybe can bring in people, which it does. And Diwali is a very good excuse. It's not just a religion, it's a way of life. We Hindus have got way of life. We don't have to follow religion if we don't believe. Just follow the way of life. So I hope you come over there. And let's remind our viewers, Amish, those who are watching us on Twitch, YouTube, Periscope, Facebook, website. If you want to know what Amish has been up to, then go to nehrucenter.org.uk. You can say /events, or just ping there and put events, and you'll see, and you will be amazed what he has been up to. Amish, I'm very proud of you. On behalf of all my crew, including back people and front end people, I wish you all the best. We'll see you in Diwali. Honey, over to you. Take it over. Thank you.
Thank you, Neelji. Thank you so much. What a lovely discussion we've had today. I would like to keep you for 10 hours and listen and listen and listen to more. Such wonderful, interesting things. And of course, I also work as a global president for art and culture for the Commonwealth Business Entrepreneurs Club. So if there's anything from our side and Healing Our Earth and myself that we could contribute for the Nehru Center in any way, any shape or form, for being part of, supporting any of the work that you're doing, we are there, to support you all the way.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Hani. Neelji and Lakshmiji both have my number. Let's, we will, we could get it from them and we'll connect. And thank you so much.
Yes, and Lakshmiji, whilst you're here, thank you very much for bringing Amishji here. Was there any final, any comment that you would like to share with Amishji or Saivaniji before we move on to our next host, which is Gayatriji? So would you like to ask any?
My pleasure to have talked to Amishji and bring him on this platform. And I would also, I've been attending some of the programs that takes place in the Nehru Center. There's next week one for which I will be going. And thank you very much. And really, really appreciate that you joined us, Amishji. See you next week. And Gayatriji and Shaivani, both of you from Mauritius, welcome here, and so nice to see both of you. And as always, you have been an ardent supporter of Healing Our Earth, and you've been doing a wonderful job too, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Lakshmiji. And I hope from your side, and of course Amitji's side, what he's talked about unity, I hope, Lakshmiji, from your organization, being a president of the Hindu Cultural Associations, I hope all the organizations come together, unite, and focus towards building India to the best it can be.
Thank you so much, Hani. Namaste, Gayatriji. Namaste, Saivani.
Thank you. Double namaste to you, Amishji.
Pleasure. Bye.
Thank you, Lakshmiji. Well, we now move on, and I'm going to now be introducing to you to my next host, who is really, really the most beautiful soul that I know, one of the most beautiful souls that I know. Her name is Gayatriji, who's taught so many lovely values and passed them on to her daughter, Saivaniji. As you can tell, with a lovely soft-spoken voice, her multi-talents that she has. And of course, we're going to be also speaking to Dimps, I call her. she's a really a most beautiful, gorgeous lady that we'll be talking to very shortly. But let me pass it on to our dear Gayatriji, and let me do a little bit of an introduction to my next host, who is actually Gayatri Shankar Sambhu. Now, Gayatriji is the founder director of the Indian Ocean Center for Education in Human Values. She holds multiple and diverse, I would say, talents. Can't say that word. And she's graduated in performing arts. She's a postgraduate in the field of values-based education and youth leadership, and as well as human excellence. I want to see how she's going to teach me to become the most excellent version of myself. And she also does a lot of airline customer care. She also works in media and broadcasting. She's an author, composer, choreographer, actor, lyricist. Oh my God, the talent line, it's just a long list of talents, I have to say. She's actually written and produced several value-based teachings and learning resources, materials, posters, brochures, and books, which will help, of course, lots and lots of people around the world to develop your human values. These include movies and TV clips and all sorts of things. Gayatriji has also been actively coordinating something called the UN Habitat Training Workshops during the various conferences in 2005 in Mauritius, and she's a recipient of the national and international awards, including Ambassador of Peace by the International Interreligious Federation. And I'm very, very proud of that. She also has the Acharya Ratna Award for her contribution to education. And we are very, very proud of this most inspiring woman that we have here. So dear Gayatriji, I just wanted to say a welcome, and I hope we are going to be hearing some amazing things from you today about Independence Day. So happy 75th Independence Day to you.
Thank you so much, Honey Ji. I really don't have words to thank you for what you have just said. You know, all these words, it's not me, it's just the words. And in all humility, I can say, I'm just instrumental in what God has sent me on earth to carry out my mission and his vision, the divine plan. I'm very happy that I'm part of his plan, divine plan. Yeah.
You're so humble, dear. But I think we got Neil Ji again who wants to say a few words to you, dear Gayatri Ji. Neil Kumar Ji, are you there?
Global Namaste, Gayatri Ji. Let's tell who Gayatri Ji is. Gayatri is our coordinator together with Saivani in Mauritius. They've been there for 2 years. They're bringing all the exciting guests. So Gayatri Ji, the next 25 minutes are yours before Honey comes back, and Dims and Honey are going to join together from there on. We say hello to Dims from London. Hello to Honey from London. We'll catch you up a bit later. Saivani, you and your mom can keep on rocking all the way from Mauritius. Bonsoir.
Thank you, dear Neil Ji. So with that, Dr. Hani Kalaria here is going to be tuning on for a short while and passing it on to my wonderful host, Gayatri Sambhu, who will take over. And of course, I think Saivani Ji will be also staying there. And very soon, we'll be speaking to Dims Sangani. So do stay tuned in. I'll be back very shortly. Thank you.
So Dr. Hani and Neil Ji, I mean, thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to be part of Healing Our Earth, which has been another way to navigate and to spread this Bharatiya sanskar, Sanskriti, traditions and culture and all that englobes Bharat. So thank you so much once again, so that we are here from Mauritius to be part of Healing Our Earth. So in fact, I was just listening from the beginning, all the great personalities, the panelists, the speakers who have joined today on this very, very historical event, we can call it, that is the 75th Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav of Bharat Mata. Wonderful to I'll just mention right now, it was Dr. Amish Tripathi. He's the diplomat and director of the Nehru Center in London. Oh my God, such a fine personality and embodiment. And Bharat Mata is so proud of his son and daughters who have spread not only from India, but they have gone everywhere around across the world, and they have made their mother proud. So indeed, we would love to meet all these personalities. I think Healing Our Earth, thank you so much for connecting us. And when we talk about India, we mention of all the great leaders like Mahatma Gandhi, Sardar, Vallabhai, Patel ji, Bhagat Singh, Shekhar Azad, all these people, Modi ji and Rabindranath Tagore, we have Vivekananda, from all walks of life and all fields, all sciences. But now when we talk about the contemporary, I must say that Mr. Amish Tripathi can be included among those great leaders with vision who have changed the many aspects and of giving Bharat Mata another salute to the whole world. Right. So during these few minutes that we have, 20 minutes, to be celebrating together, to be honoring together, India, when we say India itself, it has a rhythm in our heart. Bharat Mata, of course. So today, as we are navigating, sailing across this great ocean, Mother India, who has given us, when we think of India, we think like Dr. Hani just mentioned, even Saivani mentioned, Lakshmi Vyasji mentioned, we talk about thousands and thousands of years back history, mystery, legends like Shringar. We talk about Shringar. Of course, ladies, when we're talking, we talk about Shringar, jewelry, costumes, saris. We talk about our cuisine, kitchen, the flavors of cuisine. We know the richness that India has given to the whole world. We talk about Sanskriti. We talk about spirituality. We talk about art and culture, tradition, Ayurveda, Swasth. So many S's and so many all have come from the Vatvriksh, that is from our Mother India. And Mother India can be said like a lamp, a light, a candle. The more she is sharing to others, not even an ounce of dim, she will never be dim. In fact, she will be more and more brighter and brighter and giving light to the whole world. In fact, I would like to mention just now, like personality development, like from IT, technology to the Ayurveda, in every way, Bharat Mata has been phenomenal. Okay, and also we talk about going to the Mission Mangal. When we talk about Mission Mangal, the science. So all these, like just Neilji just mentioned about the temples in all over the world, it all comes, the genius, the ideas, the brain is Mother India. So in Mauritius, we are the diaspora, we are from, of course, the generations we have come from India, but we are very closely linked. And Neilji just mentioned, I remember he was talking about to Saivani just now, that Mauritius has preserved in such a way that sometimes our Indian friends, when they come to Mauritius, they say we have so much to learn from Mauritius about our Indian culture, about our Indian traditions, because we have, in a way, really tried to preserve it. And thanks to our Indian High Commission of India, about Indian, we have the Indira Gandhi Center for Indian Culture, we have Mahatma Gandhi Institute, we have, and all the prime ministers, all the great personalities from the government of India who are helping, collaborating to develop our Mauritius. So Mauritius, as a Chota Bharat, as a son, as a daughter of Mother Bharat, we also have the duty to celebrate together this 75th Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. And this has already started a few weeks ago. In fact, since last year, we are still, dhol bajao, like we are thundering this celebration. Celebration meaning not only celebrating, but honoring and thanksgiving, paying gratitude to all those who have worked so hard and who have embraced. Because one thing I would like to mention before I invite, we have some guests, I would like to say that Bharat Mata has never gone out to conquer any territory, has never gone out to fight, to get or to conquer any piece of land. Such is our Mother Bharat, that the richness, if the more that she has, in fact, embraced others, all those who have come from other countries have come to India and said, can we have a small piece of land? Can we stay here? What did Bharat Mata say? Our great Samrat, Ashok, when we sing the ancestors, okay, they have all said, when you add sugar to milk, it gets mixed together. So this blending is beautiful. We've learned so much of values that is encompassing others, bridging with others, living together in unity and harmony. This is our greatness. Right. So in Mauritius, following the steps of Bharat Mata, we would like to thank Modi ji and all the people, all the personalities around the world. We thank all of you to give Mauritius a chance to continue to follow our religion, aspiration, and culture. Right. So now we have in our midst, we would like to invite our two special guests. You know, when we are talking about India and Mauritius, Indo-Mauritius, the cultural or social or educational exchange program, we're talking about collateral relationship. We are talking about so much. We are talking about the governmental, all the levels. But we have a couple here who have made it, they're living this beautiful relationship. So we have Sumita Santosh, who is from India, and she is now in Mauritius. She got married to a Mauritian, our brother, Mr. Sanjay Bakori, who is a clinical scientist, a radio jockey on our national radio, Mauritius Broadcasting of Mauritius. And he is also a university lecturer. He is a keynote speaker at religious functions and many, many more. When you speak to him, you will see how profound he is and how he is following and continuing our parampara. Okay, but what he did, I don't know what he did. He made the real marriage, India and Mauritius. Let us go to them and see how is the marriage and how are they celebrating the 75th Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. So Sanjay ji, welcome on Healing Our Earth. Global Namaste to you and global namaste to Sumi ji. Are you there? Yes.
Global namaste.
Global namaste. Yes. So please tell us in a few words, how did you do this marriage, this sangam of India and Mauritius really happen in your life? Huh? Please let us know.
What I wish to tell is, first of all, that we both work in the
national radio,
in the motion national radio.
Yes.
So I used to work there. I worked there since quite a long time, and I'm on a radio which is quite famous across the world. We call it the Best FM. And she was listening to Best FM because it is an all-round 24-hour Bollywood radio. Or is that was sun rahi thi. I suppose everyone understands Hindi. So she was listening, and then one night she called. She told me that the songs I was playing were very nice to listen to.
Oh, okay.
Or aise hamari dosti shuru hui. Our friendship started. And our friendship gradually blossomed into love, and love blossomed into marriage.
Your Milan ho gaya. This sakshat Milan. Bharat or Mauritius ka Milan. Okay. And on the radio. Through radio and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, a Ghana. Please tell us a Ghana, that song that Sumiji loved. Please let us know. What song she loved and which really clicked and made this bandhan.
There is a song in the film Ijazat, sung by Asha Bhosle. Mera kuch saman reh gaya hai.
Okay, right. Kya saman?
पर ये परम, I mean, this relationship, it has allowed both of us to grow, to enrich ourselves. मुझे बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला भारत के बारे में. I learned a lot about it. और she and we had a parkour together, each helping each other, each enriching each other. पर मैं चाहता हूँ, I would like you to listen to her.
Of course, of course. You know, I would have loved to introduce her first, but every time they will say ladies first. So today we try to introduce you first because you brought the Bharat here, isn't it? Okay. Now, Sumiji, please tell us global namaste to you on healing our earth. Yes. And I know there's so much from your side you would like to share with us. How, of course, we know already that you met through the national radio and through the Bollywood songs. Again, through the India, Bharat Mata. So now, please tell us about how, from India coming to Mauritius, what have you seen in Mauritius? Are you seeing that you have come to another country, or how do you feel being in Mauritius? And at the same time, I would like to also ask you, how are you celebrating the 75th Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and are you missing India?
Global namaste to all.
Yes, Sumiji, please tell us.
As Sanjay has already told how we have met and how India and Mauritius are living together under one roof. So we are celebrating the Indian culture and Mauritian culture on daily basis. We learn from each other. We have good experience, and apart from this, we are now celebrating this. How to say? When I came here, like away from my own country, but then I have come to a country which is similar to my country. The culture is similar, the tradition is similar, the people are so sweet. So when I have come over here, I didn't even feel that I'm away from my own country. You see, I have my in-laws who are same as my parents. I have my sister-in-law, my brother-in-law, all are like my own siblings with whom I have grown. So the same love, the affection that I used to get in my country, the same respect, the love I get here also. So I'm very happy and feel very, how to say?
Elated.
Emotional. We can feel that emotion as well, no? Isn't it? You're feeling hota hai. Right? That pass wo abhi hai. And one more thing, like, you know, many people, we can say that we are part of India, we are Indians, or, you know, Bharat Mata, but living the values, living the philosophy, living the culture, living it in honor, you know, that is very important. One point I wanted to ask you, because sometimes we do have people who, you know, they feel maybe they don't, not humble, you know, sometimes they feel to say that we are Indians, that we wear the sari and so on, sometimes you can feel a bit low. How do you find people who do not respect the traditions and culture of India? That's why, because I'm coming to the great celebrations that the saris speak. Why it happened? Why is it so? And you were one of the founder, like not only collaborator, organizers. Please tell us more about it.
Yeah, in fact, this Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav is giving us the opportunity to celebrate the Indian culture. You see, that also in a grand way. Being in Mauritius, the way we are celebrating this independence of India, maybe in this past years, we have never done that. And through this Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, we are able to go back to our culture and show it to our generation, like our children and all, so that they can stay in touch with our culture and tradition. Because if we won't follow our culture and tradition, how our kids will do it?
Absolutely. Exactly. And yeah. So what was it exactly you organized just now?
Yeah, it was Azadi Ka, under the context of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, Indo-Maurice Sari Speaks, as I'm also the member of Indo-Maurice Sari Speaks. It is an NGO, we can say, where we promote the culture of sari. Like wherever we go in a program or we organize program, all the members, all the participants are wearing the Indian traditional outfit, that is sari. So it was a grand event that was celebrated 2 weeks ago in the Indira Gandhi Center for Indian Culture. And this program was in collaboration with High Commission of India in Mauritius. Gayatri ji, Saivani ji, everyone was part of the program. And we really had a good experience. Like we were more than 60 participants, starting from age group of 16 to 65 plus, professional, non-professional, homemakers, who are working, I mean, have their professional lives also. Everybody have come together on one platform, and we got this great opportunity to promote our Indian culture. We represented every traditional outfit of each and every state of India, starting from north to south, east to west. Apart from traditional outfit, we got the opportunity to showcase the traditional dance also, like bhangra from the north. Then from the east, we had the Dhunuchi dance. South, we had the Kolatam and Kuchipudi dance. From the west, we had the Garba, the Rajasthani dance, the Maharashtrian dance. So it was, how to say, a cultural event where we got the opportunity to promote our Indian culture in Mauritius. And we got a great response for this program.
Absolutely, and very much appreciated, and as well. But tomorrow there's some more celebrations coming up. Like tomorrow morning, there is the flag raising, and there's one more thing that has been spreading, like Har Ghar Mein Tiranga, isn't
Har
it?
Ghar Tiranga. Like
Har
Azadi Ka
Ghar
Amrit
Tiranga.
Mahotsav, it was an
Yes.
initiative of Indian government. The same way, Har Ghar Tiranga. Like in every house, there should be Tiranga. You see? So that Har Ghar Tiranga, this concept is being followed in Mauritius also, with the same enthusiasm that is being followed in India. Over here, we can see how people are like, how to say, raising flag in their house. Like it is from, I think, 13th till 15th of August that they are doing. And Indian High Commission is providing the flags to them,
Together.
those who are
Yes.
requesting.
Yes.
IGCIC, Indira Gandhi Cultural Center for Indian Culture. Those who want Indian flag, they can go and take Indian flag from there and uh, do hoist the flag in their home. And it is a very good, we can see, like while we are traveling, we can see that every house has the Indian flag.
Exactly, beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah.
And the food mela is coming as a food mela from the coming up next week for 3
Yes,
days.
this is also
And
another one initiative under the context of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav itself. Food Mela, like it is from, it is a 3 days food mela, a festival of food and other, you will see clothes also, the jewelry of India also, like starting from 19th of August till 21st of August. It will be organized. It is being organized in collaboration again with High Commission of India and IGCIC, 3 days of food mela, where people will be able to taste the food of India, like every part of India, north, south, east, west. It's a 3 days function, and you know that in the past also food melas were organized, and it gets a very good response. Mauritian people, they love Indian food.
yes, and that's why even our organization, our NGOs, and our networking, like in the Indian Ocean Center for Education, we are also working together with the Indian Indian and Gandhi Center. And also one more thing, Sumiji is working and has been presenting a program on television, presenting all the different states of India, special in this special occasion, isn't it?
Yes.
So
I work at
I would
the
like
Mauritius Broadcasting Corporation, and working here, I got the opportunity as a coordinator to work on a program called Darshan. It was a 7-month program. We started this program on 5th of February, where each week we used to represent one state of India. You see, we had each state, we had 2 guest speaker who used to come, who have come in our program, and they have spoken about the different aspects about that state, like food, clothing, the culture, the tradition, where that state is located in India. So it was a radio program. It started on 5th of February, and the last program was on yesterday. That was, we finished with West Bengal. We got a very good response. I believe this is one of the big program, we can say, which was carried out under the context of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. The program was very well received and loved by the Mauritian audience.
Absolutely. Yes. I mean, there's so much that we can continue to speak with you, Sumiji. Such nice. And I feel that those little clips that you have been presenting, maybe you can share it with us on Healing Our Earth, because we have on the Facebook, we have on Instagram, we have on the website. I'm sure that Neilji will appreciate that what we are doing in Mauritius, we can also share to the whole world. And one more thing, I would like to add, I must thank you so much for sharing so much, but our time today, I think in about a few minutes, I will have to close down. But before leaving our platform today, I would love to mention and to say to give a big tribute to all the people who are still working so hard to preserve our tradition and culture around the world, across the world. And one thing it is in my heart, which Mr. Amish Tripathi mentioned, like Neilji said to him, to stay back a bit longer. But even now, I'm feeling there's so much in India that we want to give back to our Bharat Mata. I also mentioned to the family, like, I would love, I would wait for 10 years. But personally, I would love to go back to India and serve and do something. And I would love to thank our Narendra Modi ji, who has given to Mauritians and to others also the OCI card, Overseas Citizens of India. So this is one of the greatest gifts that he has given to us, that we can go back to India and feel this Bharat, to feel that. And when we say we are Bharat, we are from Bharat, it doesn't mean that we are separate from others. Being Bharat means we englobe, we encompass everybody. So that is
Gayatri ji,
yes.
What lovely discussions you've been having, you're enlightening each one of us with such amazing information, and Sumiji and Sanjay ji as well, all the way from Mauritius, sharing such lovely information.
I would like to mention here, yes, Haniji, that I think Sumiji and Sanjay ji are at the Mauritius Broadcasting Corporation, isn't it? They're at the place of work where they met, actually. So because I recognize this.
Wow, that's fantastic. I just wanted to say thank you. You're doing an amazing job bringing, so many viewers, education, information, entertainment, and of course, promoting our culture along the way with it, So we are very, very grateful, and congratulations and best wishes. I think Neil Kumarji also wanted to say a few words about this. So Neilji, would you like to come and join us and maybe share a few words of wisdom?
Gayatri, Saivani, thank you very much for bringing the news and update from Mauritius. Sumi and Sanjay, what a lovely couple you are. This time we're letting you go without singing. Next time you're going to come and sing and dance with us. Thank you very much from Mauritius. Bonsoir, merci beaucoup.
Bonsoir.
And now, honey, it's time to move with Dims. Dims is going to join you. And we have got 3 dynamic spiritual speakers who are regular at Healing Our Earth, and it's wonderful that we'll be connecting London with America, with a very, very high-end, wonderful soul, David Frawley, a Padma Bhushan, and what a knowledgeable soul he is. Dhruv will tell us more about it. So, honey, if you could introduce Dims, and then from there on, Dims, you and honey move over with Eve, Dhruv, and our wonderful soul, David Frawley, all the way from USA. Over to you, honey.
Thank you, dear. Thank you, Neilji. Thank you so much. So, hello, Dims, and a global namaste on a happy Independence Day.
Hello, global namaste, honey. Global namaste to everybody.
You are such a gorgeous woman. You look, every time I see you, look more and more beautiful. What's going on with you? So let me just do a little bit of an introduction, Dims, because I know you'll be co-hosting with me now. So I'm really looking forward to having you on board with me. But let me just tell our audience members and our family, Healing Our Earth family, who Dims Sangani is. Now, Dims is a celebrity hairstylist, as you can tell by her beautiful hair. She's Mrs. England Universe 2018 and Mrs. Universe Charity Woman 2019, and founder and director of Tiara Organic Hair and Beauty Salon in Chelsea, London. Yes, this lady, she has all the top class things she does. Now, apart from all this, she is a heartfelt mother and people's person, and she strongly believes in giving back to society, which she continuously does so as well. Dims has designed a range of organic hair spa and facials with a touch of Ayurveda and natural remedies, which I tend to really love, all the natural things. And her creativity and passion for bespoke haircuts and hair care led her to create a concept which came from the vision and her 18 years of hairdressing experience. So what she does now is she runs this lovely organization called Tiara Organic. So our dear Dims, welcome with your gorgeous hair.
Thank you. Thank you. You always give me such nice introduction. You're so kind. Thank you for being, just the way you are. We love you, honey. And you know what? It's just always a pleasure to come on Healing Our Earth, because I feel that Healing Our Earth, when everybody who comes on Healing, we actually heal ourselves, in a nicer way.
Absolutely. What a powerful message you just gave. It is very true. Healing our earth is not about healing others. We are actually healing ourselves and enjoying the process and meeting wonderful people and connecting soul to soul, heart to heart.
Just so many wonderful topics, from Ayurveda to Hinduism to yoga to meditation. And today, like such a great occasion of celebrating Amrit Mahotsav 75 years. And I remember one point that my great-grandfather told my grandfather, and my grandfather told me, that do not forget how hard we all have worked and how many people have sacrificed their lives, and also staying in hunger, having sleepless nights, seeing all those things. So apart from, also along with the soldiers, we also have to thank our ancestors as well, who have seen those hard times. And because of that, we are into this freedom movement now.
That's why we're enjoying this freedom, and we're enjoying enjoying our lives thanks to them. Absolutely, Dims. What a wonderful thing to say there.
If you allow me, can I say just one nice shairi?
Yes. May I, whilst you're there, don't worry, stay there. I'm just doing a quick little introduction to our wonderful friends who are there on our screen, and then please share the lovely shairi with us as well. So I just want to do a quick little introduction to Dhruv Chatralia, Eve Mendoza, and David Frawley. We have Dhruv and David who are joining us right now, but let me tell you a little bit about their background as well, because me and Dims will be co-hosting and speaking to them about what they're going to be sharing with us. So David Frawley is a Padma Bhushan Indian National Award recipient. He's a doctor, actually, Dr. David Frawley, and he's an author of over 20 books and a renowned speaker on Hinduism. Wow, what an interesting combination. We also have, of course, Dhruv Chatralia, who is BEM, I would say, he is a Queen's New Year's Honours List Award recipient. He's an author of 21 books. Yes, not 2 books, 21 books, and a prominent speaker on Hinduism too. And of course, we'll be also joined shortly by Eve Mendoza, who's a renowned speaker, a broadcaster, and a teacher on Mantra Shastra, the Vedic sciences. So welcome to every single one of you for coming on board Healing Our Earth to celebrate our 75 years. A global namaste to each one of you.
Bharat Mata Ki Jai. I'll let Dimpsy say the beautiful shairi.
We want you all to listen to this, so that whilst we have you here now Dimps, you share with our audience. Go on with our wonderful 3 speakers here as well.
So the first shairi is, ना पूछो हमसे कि क्या हमारी कहानी है, ना पूछो हमसे कि क्या हमारी कहानी है, हमारी पहचान तो यही है कि हम हिंदुस्तानी हैं.
Wow, wow, wow. Would you like to translate it for our non-Asian speaking audience members?
It means do not ask us who we are. Do not ask us who we are, what our story is. Our identity starts with we are Hindustani.
Right, beautiful. And Hindustani encompasses all cultures and all faiths and everybody all in one, right?
So in short, in one word, you cannot hide us as Hindustani. We go anywhere and people say, oh, that's Indian, that's Hindustani. We cannot
very beautiful, very beautiful. And a happy, good Independence Day to you with that lovely poem there. Now, I know that Dhruv, hello, and I'm so, so proud to have you back again because we always have such interesting discussions all the time. Global Namaste, Dhruv, and I know you're going to talk a little bit with David Frawley and, of course, to
Yes, Bharat Mata Ki Jai. Namaste to all of you, and thank you, dearest Dimsji, for that beautiful shayari, and Hanuji for the kind introduction. It's such a privilege to be invited by Healing Our Earth team on this exciting session to celebrate Indian Independence Day. It's the first time I'm celebrating Indian Independence Day where the UK is actually hotter than India at the moment. We're going for a massive heat wave. So what a beautiful lineup we have this August with Raksha Bandhan, we have Janmashtami, we have Varara Jayanti and Ganesh Chaturthi, plus the 15th tomorrow marks yet another hard-deserved, hard-earned and well-fought Independence Day, the 75th one, for the beautiful and ancient Desha of Bharat. And also the birthday of Sri Aurobindo, whose teachings both Vamdevji and I are very close to, and Vamdevji introduced me to the teaching. So Jai Shri Ram, Jai Shri Krishna. I'm delighted to be joined here today with the wonderful Vamdev Shastri, who's a modern day Rishi, and my sister Eve Mendoza ji. I thank my dear brother Neil Kumar and the organizers for inviting us to speak with you today. I'd like to wish the entire team and all our listeners a very happy Indian Independence Day. We're so honored to be speaking with Vamdevji. I've studied both Ayurveda and the other Vedic sciences at his feet, and I've done all of his courses, and I'm a very proud student of his books. And certain Atmas are chosen by Bhagwan and sent on this earth with a particular mission. And Vamdevji is such a blessed Atma, as you'll see very shortly. His love towards Vedic teachings and Hindu values and his longing to spread it with his life message is an inspiration to us all. And I'd highly recommend that you buy his book and follow his teachings on social media, which we do and share every single day on our group. So I'll begin doing a quick introduction to Indian Independence Day, and I'll let Vamdevji give the keynote speech, and then Eve Ji will finish. So Bharat Mata Ki Jai to everyone. To she
Bharat Mata Ki Jai, and of course David Frawley is here as well. He's a doctor and from the American Institute of Vedic Science and Studies. So we're very, very pleased to have him here as well. A global namaste to you, David Ji. And of course, so Dhruv, will you be sharing some questions with David, or will David be doing any presentations for us for Independence Day?
Yes, I'll be sharing some
sure.
questions.
So I'll leave it all to you now. I'm going to pass it on to you as a platform. So please take over, dear Dhruvji.
Thank you, Vamdevji. It's so lovely to see you again, and my heartfelt blessings and love to you on this auspicious Independence Day and Azadi Ka Mahotsav. So you spoke very beautifully when we spoke last time on Indian Republic Day about how Agni relates to Mahabharat. What I wanted to discuss now is that in this particular festival of Indian Independence Day, there's been a lot of emphasis on the Tiranga, the three-colored flag of India. I wanted to ask you what that means to you and what that means from a spiritual perspective in this Indian tradition.
Namaste, Shri Guru Bhyo Namaha. Thank you, Dhruv. I'm very happy to be with all of you on India's Independence Day. Healing the earth is also one of the key factors of our study and teachings. And Bharat Mata. Bharat Mata Ki Jai. I have been involved in these teachings and studies for several decades. I even wrote a book called Awaken Bharat many years ago. It has another edition not too long ago. And it is a very special day on several levels, 75th anniversary of India's independence. And 150th anniversary of Sri Aurobindo's birth, whose teachings we have been very close to. And I want to emphasize that India is not just another country. For one thing, it represents 1/6 of the population on the planet. It is also the oldest, largest, most enduring and diverse culture and civilization on the planet. So if there's any model of a global or worldwide civilizational potential, India provides that. Now, even the name Bharat can be found in Rig Veda, oldest text, we don't know, 5,000 years or more, which speaks of Bharatam Janam, the people of Bharat, and of course the great Bharata kings and rishis. We have Mahabharat about the Bharatas, and you know all the story, and Ram, Krishna, so many things. So it is a global and world heritage, and the influence of India's civilization has been affecting the entire world for thousands of years. That's why languages of ancient Europe, deities of ancient Europe relate to the Hindu and the Vedic. That is how not only Buddhism spread as far as Japan, but also Hinduism. We have massive Hindu monuments in Indonesia. Vietnam was a Hindu country until a few decades ago. Ancient Hindu deities are still worshipped in Japan. And even here in the United States, if we look at, in North America, South America, if we look at the ancient civilizations of the Maya, the Incans, we find so much in common with the Indian civilization, whether it's architecture, deity, rituals, or honoring the earth over all. So as I say, this should be a global celebration. And what is India offering today? That is a very important question. And it's a very important question, not only for the past, but also for the future. India is undergoing a great revival and resurgence since independence, but even more so in recent years. We have seen India come up so much in terms of medicine, longevity, new hospitals, new teachings, spread of Ayurveda. We have also seen the infrastructure in India so much more developed. And we found India, particularly with the influence of Narendra Modi on the global stage, as a major influence for all countries. And I think Narendra Modi has developed more friendships. He certainly hugged more leaders in the world than any other leader, perhaps in history, whether it's American presidents, whether it's European leaders, whether it's leaders of Russia, Middle East, and so many places. So it is a new revival for a new century for the oldest and most vast country, culture, and civilization in the world. So that is a place of great happiness and great sharing that needs to go on. At the same time, not only India as a country, we're also seeing the spread of all these India-based teachings, yoga, Vedanta, Ayurveda, all these Vastu, Jyotish, Indian music, dance, Jain traditions, Sikh, Buddhist traditions, even the Tibetan tradition is more being protected and saved in India today, perhaps, than in China. And the diaspora, the travel and the moving of the Indian population globally is very significant. That's also been mainly over the last 30 years. And we have large Indian communities in, of course, UK, Canada, United States, Australia, New Zealand, but also in many other countries as well. So, and the interesting thing is wherever the Indians have gone, they have brought peace, prosperity, harmony, and abundance to all. They have been sharing this great teaching of Hinduism, Sanatana Dharma, by being good citizens, by being good friends, by helping out people on all levels, from the poor to and all the diplomacy. That is unparalleled. They are the most affluent of the immigrant groups and of recent immigrant groups, and also the most educated. and they have led the different countries where they're in terms of media, in terms of medicine, in terms of spirituality, in terms of science. We don't find them on welfare. We don't find them in criminal activities. We don't find them on the streets. We find them as the guides of our new society today, but in a way that is very encompassing, very supportive, very friendly, and very honoring to the diversity of all. We see these wonderful Hindu temples everywhere in so many cities. For example, the Swaminarayan has put up not only this wonderful temple in London, they have many temples in the United States, and bringing out soon the largest Hindu temple outside of India. We have local Hindu temples of various types. We have Hindu sampradayas everywhere. And we also have people in other countries taking on the Hindu tradition. There's very large Krishna movement throughout Eastern Europe, Russia, throughout South America, as well as North America. So it has just been a tremendous outpouring of love, devotion, wisdom, and also raising society and humanity overall. And we see this continuing for the future. And we also see it in India, Bharat itself, particularly over the last years since Narendra Modi became Prime Minister, International Yoga Day, revival of Ayurveda, India's respect for its Kshatriya traditions, India's development of all of its deeper teachings. So that has been a very great honoring of India as well. So I would like to propose that this 75th anniversary or independence of India also should mark or is marking at a much deeper level the cultural and intellectual independence of India, moving away from the control of colonial thought, Marxist ideologies. I'm not saying that Western thought is wrong, but over-influenced by Western thought. So we see the resurgence of India's pride, Kshatriya tradition, culture, even more inspiring movies to raise the people. So this is a wonderful event. As Dhruv said, it is also marking the 150th birth anniversary of Shri Aurobindo. And he was one of the great leaders of India's independence movement before Gandhi, after Tilak. And yet, and he also had a much more assertive model of India gaining independence. And then he became one of the greatest yogis of all time, and certainly the 20th century. Even Mahatma Gandhi mentioned that the great yogis that were most respected in India were Shri Aurobindo and Bhagwan Ramana Maharshi. And he brought a vision of a India that had science, culture, financial abundance, global influence, even military pride and power, connecting to the great traditions of India through Vedas, revising the history of India through the Vedas, integration of yoga into daily life, integration of yoga into every form of action, every aspect of behavior, and also then bringing out India as Vishwa Guru, the guru of the world. We can even say that India has always provided the most gurus to the world. And since Swami Vivekananda, that has been a continual stream. But now we see India today at a diplomatic and cultural level guiding the world. And if you want to have peace and harmony between all these now conflicting groups in the world, on various levels of ideology, politics, religion, finances, economics. You know, we have, of course, the war going on. India can do that. India has the diplomacy, and also even healing the world after this COVID era and the decline in longevity, immunity, psychological well-being that has been going on globally, India can also lead the way. And relative to ecology, India, Bharat Mata is also Bhumi Devi. She represents the planet as a whole, and she helps us awaken that planetary consciousness, not as just a scientific or political thing, but as a devotion to Mother Earth, to the entire universe, to all of existence as our own inmost being, our own inner self. So there is this great unfoldment we must honor. At the same time, there are challenges. There is a lot of jealousy now of the success of Indians overseas. You've seen that in UK. You've also seen that in the United States. There are distortions about what Hinduism is. They used to say, well, you know, Hindus are poor, they're uneducated, they're superstitious. Why should we let them in? Why should we follow them? Now they're saying Hindus have too much money, they are too well educated, they have too much power, so we have to be careful or they'll end up taking us over if we don't care more for ourselves. This is, of course, a great distortion, but it must be considered. So India is a great light. It is under resurgence for the world today, and whatever challenges are coming up will be overcome. And India today has an unparalleled leadership. We don't find much by way of leaders in the world today. And I'm not just speaking about Narendra Modi, although he is the most known and most important. There are Yogi Adityanath, there's Smriti Irani, there are so many, there's so many chief ministers, so many in the government, and so many competent people, and a great sense of unity. There are challenges inside India as well. It's such a large country, but just think of it, 1/6 of humanity, the oldest, largest, most vast, diverse civilization, including science, art, and the deepest levels of spirituality, is under this great resurgence. It is having its great influence globally. We need to share that, support that, and honor that. And that is the real light behind the Triranga. That is this great worship of the flag. It is the threefold essence of Indian beings, Satchidananda, the three worlds, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, Saraswati, Lakshmi, Parvati, the triple reality, the unitary reality, and the waking of Bhumi Devi through Bharat Mata. Bharat Mata Ki Jai.
Bharat Mata Ki Jai. Thank you, Vamdevji, for that beautiful speech, and so inspiring to hear, and both for kind of the Hindus and Indians like me who have experienced some of the things you said. For example, struggling in this world, you kind of have the reactions of kind of the jealousy from people who see the beautiful spirituality and the non-violence we spread, but also the economic success we brought to this world. But also another aspect of it in the fact that we worship Bharat Mata as a Devi, as a divine feminine. And that's something very unique to Indian culture, the worship of the divine feminine. And I think at the moment of the spirituality and the religion you see around the world is very masculine and based on the male ego, but we need more of the divine feminine in the world. And I want to talk about the, I guess, the divine feminine aspect of Ma Bharat and what she represents.
Very important statement and question. You know, today we're talking about freedom of speech, and speech is a big issue. A lot of conflict going on through media and discussions. In the Vedic thought, Vak Saraswati, what we call speech, is a divine feminine presence. It creates the entire universe. It allows for intelligence, beauty, art within us. It is the basis of culture. It is the basis of mantra. Vak is Veda Mata. We have to honor that divine essence of speech. That is also the basis of the Sanskrit language. And that is also the basis of so many powerful chants. The earth itself is Bhumi Devi. It is not just the ground. It is not just a material formation. So we cannot raise our planet or our ecology without honoring the divine feminine, the mother of the universe through the earth. And India, particularly the Hindu tradition, is really the only tradition, at least of the major religions today, that honors the feminine as the mother of the universe, not just the mother of some great teacher, or not just as a kind of philosophical or psychological personification. Mother of the universe, Navaratri, Ma Durga, so many factors involved. So without awakening that Shakti, and that Shakti, that Bharat Shakti is also Vak Shakti, is also Yoga Shakti. That is the foundation for the revival of India, revival of the world, and also for our own sadhana and bringing harmony and well-being to all.
Thank you, Ramdevji. And a final question I had is, you mentioned about the influence of the rishis and the great Indian Kshatriya tradition, which is very true. In ancient times, when you look at the role models in society, they were all the rishis. People talked about the rishis, Atri, and so on. During the kind of 10th century onwards, there were a lot of more wars in the world, and the Kshatriyas took more center stage. When European trading companies expanded around the world, it became the merchants who became the role models in society. And then after the revolutions in the 20th century, the Russian Revolution, so on, the proletariat became the ruler. And now you get the decline of role models, and what you talked about leadership in this world, it declined even further. People looked up to sports persons and cricketers, but now the role models in society today are the Bollywood actors and actresses. And it's something very, very wrong in that, because that has really undermined the Indian tradition and has worked very much against it. But now you're seeing a big revival in more of the traditional Hindu art forms, and more of the ones that are more connected to Indian civilization. And how do we bring about that revival of that great Rishi tradition of old in bringing these new teachers into society that are very closely connected to the Bharatiya tradition like you? How do we affect that change in society? It's a question I wanted to ask.
Well, that change is happening on many levels. Of course, the great yoga gurus, Vedantic gurus, the honoring of Krishna, Ram, Shiva, the awakening of all the festivals, Kumbh Mela, Navaratri, so many. So that is happening. Also, we see the Indian influence on the arts is coming up. It's now even entering into the film, a little more so through South India than through North India. We also see Indian music and dance is now taught almost in all the major universities and art forms. We're bringing the murtis back that have been taken and stolen, not only by individuals, but perhaps even by museums, and demanding for the change of these depictions. I know you are in UK, and UK has a great culture in some ways. But at the same time, the history of what they did in India under the British was quite bad. It hasn't been properly told. And throughout the world, the great teachings, even though people honor the rishis, they need to honor Bharat as well. So India needs to honor its culture and civilization, and at the same time, let go of a lot of the colonial influences that persisted post-independence, largely through Marxist forces, but also through other groups. And in that regard, there is so much of beauty. Art has greater place in Hindu Dharma than in any other major tradition or religion. Art is a yoga, a way of self-realization, union with the divine, including painting, sculpture of all types, representational art in every form, music, dance, poetry. So embracing that is very important, and maintaining that standard of dharma and culture and ananda and beauty, not just entertainment and distraction. Otherwise, as we see, media can become a kind of drug. Movies can become a distraction or a distortion. So we're very happy to see that this cultural awakening is also going on, and we hope it manifests much further yet. Hariam.
Hari Om, Vamdev ji. I just wanted to say to all our viewers, if you haven't come across Vamdev ji's teachings, please do study his online courses, buy his books. He's one of the most authentic teachers out there, and he's written such a whole volume of works ranging from Ayurveda, Jyotish, to, as you said, Mahabharata and the other Indian traditions. I really encourage everyone to follow him on social media and buy his books, and his presence has really lit up this beautiful day of Indian Independence Day. And I hope that he will be present in your lives as a great teacher like he has in mine. So welcome, Eve Ji. Lovely to see you, and with the beautiful surroundings. It looks just like as hot it is in the UK and America. You're in a very beautiful surroundings. And I wanted to ask you about what Mahabharata has meant to you, and what do you think Indian Independence Day means? I want you to share the stage.
Thank you, Dhruv ji. And I do hope everyone can hear me okay. I am traveling. I do apologize. Wow. Vamadeva Shastri ji, thank you so much. I'm a little speechless. I find your way of speaking to all of us is very much needed in this time. You have a non-divisive way of reaching the heart, and at the same time remaining incredibly grounded and practical. Because really, Dhruvji, to your question, it would be impossible to put into words what Bharat Mata means to me. All I can say, I was a young 17-year-old girl getting off of a plane and knowing I was home. And I'm really honored to be here today. I always say this, but it's very genuine. I don't know if I even deserve to speak on this topic. I took care of my teacher for many years in India, and without him, I'm speechless to define it, okay? So all I could say, without detracting from the beauty that we just heard in such a palpable, digestible way, from a very, very dear elder. I mean, Dr. Vamadeva Shastri is, for many of us, a father, without knowing it probably, with just introducing so many of the Vedangas of the Vedas, Ayurveda, the science of life, Jyotish, so many of his books we grew up on, those of us who are thirsty. But I have to say that for those of you, the young Hindu youth, those of you who are born into these great traditions, and those of you who have, perhaps found them along your path, or born in America and you're thirsty, are hungry for something, there is a plethora of information, of so-called knowledge on the internet, in books, so many people's opinions, philosophies, this, that. I mean, you can get lost in all of it. And from my heart, I have to say, why not start with your classics? Why lose your tradition? For those of you who are seeking European philosophy, I'm not saying it's bad. I actually, some of it's quite brilliant. It's very psychological. It's much more mental in a way. But why not investigate the same science of consciousness, the science of consciousness that the great rishis were the fathers of the world, really. They were brave. They're so brave. They made their lives an experiment. Their lives were an experiment of consciousness, for lack of a better word in English. Everything in India becomes sacred vidya. You even have the Kama Shastra. Most people only know of Kama Sutra and make it this superficial thing in the West. But really, it's about the beauty of life, about gardens, about cooking, about the 64 arts of dancing, the things that make life actually beautiful and enjoyable on a simple level, even, of course, between couples as well. It does have that portion. But all of these various little branches that come out of India, there is this incredible positivity, I have to say. And even in the negating, even in the contemplation, the deeper contemplations that are more based on negating this reality in some way, they are incredibly balanced and healthy if you hear them. They're not this extreme. A lot of the religions now tend to almost paint an image of a God in the sky and the lowly humans below. And what is happening with that is a disconnect between right here, right now being sacred, this body with all of its functions, whether it's eating, whether it's what happens after eating, whether it's uniting of two people to produce a child, all of these things that religions have shamed us for in our bodies and in our lives. Nature. So much in nature, we've become so disjointed, we don't even know how we connect to it. So it becomes easier to exploit something you are disconnected from. It becomes easier to shame yourself for something that you are disconnected from. So my whole point is India has provided this foundation, uniting what people are calling heaven and earth. If we were to follow, and please don't dismiss me before you actually study. Take the time to read your Shastra. See what the Upanishads say. It's the most empowering. It is so self-empowerment. People are so caught up on empowerment based on temporary identity right now. This body, which is clearly getting consumed by time. You know, if you study any of the names of Mahadeva, Shiva, Lord Shiva, you realize, you know, one of his names, Trikal Agni. Trikal Agni, the three fires of time. And that those fires are consuming everything. We have all these identity politics now. It's so easy to distract our mind from the real empowerment. So the real empowerment is actually, the map to it is in these Shastras that Bharat Mata has preserved. I hope that, I'm so sorry, Dhruv Ji, I get a bit abstract.
No, it's very, very beautiful. Thank you, Eve Ji. And each of us has a very special connection that we've built with Bharat Mata. And as Eve Ji said, there's so many different paths from the arts, from the Upanishads, from the Vedas, that each of us connect and feel something special with Ma Bharat. And it's beautiful to see that in many different forms, from the abstract to the practical. And as Vamdev Ji said, that what makes India so special, if you look at the Tiranga, he spoke about some of the representations and the syllables. So many people have different perspectives of what that Tiranga actually represents. But if you just look at those three colors, the green, it represents everything beautiful that India contributes to the environment, that seeing every single creature as having the same Atma that resides in us as well, caring for the environment, looking after the environment, that is the green aspect of Mahabharat. And white, as Vamdev Ji said, Indians bring peace wherever they go to the world. It's that mental peace of mind that Mahabharat gives. And the orange is a very kind of the higher spirituality and the intellectualism that Mahabharat brings, which is the highest level of intellectualism because it's gone beyond the intellect. And Vamdev Ji has written a very beautiful book, which is called Beyond the Mind, but also Vedantic Meditations, that talks about, it's not just about the mind, but going beyond the mind. And that's a beautiful aspect of Mahabharat, but it's from that spirit.
Thank you so much, Dhruv Ji. And of course, I thoroughly enjoyed what Vamdev Ji and Eve shared. Really makes a lot of sense. And what a wonderful, words of wisdom to share during this Independence Day. I'm sure that many of our audience members who are listening right now would be truly inspired and even be proud, to share the fact that they're celebrating this 75th anniversary at this moment, for Independence Day. I know that Neilji is here as well. Neilji, if you wanted to maybe share a few words before we move on to Vinny.
Thank you, honey. Eve, what a wonderful opportunity we've got to have you after such a long time. So thank you for joining us, Eve. David, you put it so succinctly the way you did, and we have had the comments that you are more Hindu than us. David, I want to ask you one question. We are overrunning by 16 minutes, but I want to spend next 3 minutes giving Dimps 1 minute and myself 1 minute and 1 minute to Dhruv. David, I'm going to ask you a simple question. Is Hinduism a religion for you, or is it a way of life?
Actually, Hinduism is much more than either one. It is a way of cosmic knowledge, self-knowledge, universal culture. It is a way of universal life. It is not just, another way of life. It is not just a religion as a belief. It is a practical teaching that shows us how to understand the mind, the consciousness, why we were born, what is the goal of life. So it is all encompassing. I wouldn't say it is not a religion, but it is a religion plus something more. It is a yogic science. And as we say, it is the ultimate culture of Ananda.
Thank you very much, David. I love the aura and the energy that you spread. Please keep on blessing, healing our earth every now and then. Stay around. We've got full lineup because we've got so many other facilitators who would like to say things. Dhruv, thank you very much for organizing Vamdevji for healing our earth. Eve, wonderful to see you. Give us a wave wherever you are from, because we love the energy you exude as well. James, you wanted to ask David one question or Dhruv. Please go ahead, and then we'll move over to Vinny, Dharti, Bhagwati. We've got a lot of people lined up.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, Nilkumarji and Davidji. It's a privilege and honor to be here with you and Eve and Dhruv. And as always, Honey does an amazing job, asking such amazing questions. But today I got one opportunity to ask you one question. I'd like to ask you, for the next youth and for today's youth, what message you would like to pass in terms of, as you said about one point about the Hindus, how do I say, in terms they are in the limelight, so people can easily get jealous. So what are the things you would tell us to pass the message?
It's very important for the Hindu youth to be trained in their own teachings and traditions from a young age, so that when people on the outside give distortions, or even textbooks give distortions, that these issues have already been addressed in the family and the community. And the youth needs to know what these rituals mean, what these mantras mean, why they should practice them, and why they have been honored throughout history, and why people all over the world are still practicing them. So teach the youth, empower the youth, not just simply let other people tell them what Hinduism is. Be the light of Hinduism yourself, and let them understand the basics of yoga and Vedanta at a young age.
Thank you, David. What a wonderful message. Those who are listening to us on the YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Periscope, website, listen to this message again. This recording is available on all the several channels where we are broadcasting, live streaming right now. David, wonderful to have you. We look forward to seeing you regularly. Dhruv, just before you go, 1 minute message from you, and then Honey, you take over with Vinny for 10 minutes and over to Dharti. Dhruv, go ahead, over.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to finish by thanking Vamdevji for blessing us with his presence. It's a very beautiful, like when you look at Janmashtami coming up as well, which is also coming up next weekend. It's very difficult for us to be able to serve Sri Krishna directly. But when we serve people who are serving Sri Krishna, like Vamdevji is doing, that is where we get the bliss. That is where it says in the Srimad Bhagavat, Daso Nidaso Bhavitasmi Bhuya. So serving the devotees of Sri Krishna like Vamdevji is like serving Sri Krishna itself. So my parting message is just, if you can, please do Vamdevji's courses online. please benefit from his books. The resources are there. And when people say it's very difficult to find the resources, haven't got far off to look. Just look at Vamdevji's books, and I have personally been benefited by them. And they've created a huge influence in my life. And I hope that many other people get blessed by them too. Thank you, Vamdevji.
I'm going to be your first student, Vamdevji. I'm going to go straight online and start learning. You have some amazing words of wisdom that you shared with us. And what a wonderful question that Dimps as well asked. I think that was a really great question. And what a wonderful answer. So thank you, Dhruvji, for bringing such wonderful people online. And Vamdev, we absolutely, are absolutely honored to have you here for your wonderful words of wisdom. Enjoy the rest of the day. Happy Independence Day. And keep enlightening the rest of the world with your lovely knowledge. Thank you very much. So we now move on. Isn't that right, Dims? We now move on to some singing. So we've had some really great discussions. We've talked about Independence Day. We've talked about all the economical side, the spiritual side, the
Veda side, the financial side.
All sorts of the, haven't we, Dims? And you've asked some amazing questions as well. So you're really getting in there, I can tell. Very good, I have to say, well done. But we can't let Vinny go now. We have to invite our lovely Vinny Kalia, who we've been really waiting to listen to, her that beautiful, sweet voice. Should I do a quick little introduction, Dims? Is that fine? Let me do a little introduction about Vinny Kalia. First of all, global namaste, Vinny ji.
Global namaste to you all.
Yes, Vinny ji, I just want to do a quick little introduction because I know you're so amazing. You've got such an amazing background. So I just wanted to let our audience members out there globally understand who Vinny Kalia is. Now, Vinny ji is a life and a motivational coach. She's a singer and she's a poet. She's been reciting self-composed poetry on radio, television, and various other platforms. Vinny also recently recited in International Kavi Goshti 2021. Her poetry has been published in various newspapers and magazines, and she's an anchor, scriptwriter, and newsreader on television. Yes, we have a very, very talented, multi-talented lady here. Vinny has also done masters in music and loves dancing and playing sports. You can tell, sports, music, everything. She's all in one. And she was also, but you were also crowned with Miss Gorgeous in 2017, and Miss Charming in 2018, and Miss Gorgeous in 2019 again. I am absolutely just really flabbergasted at how amazing you are. So Vinny, how have you been, and how have you been celebrating Independence Day?
Yeah, first of all, let me add one more thing. I got Satrangi Mutiyar Award, that crown for 2022 as well.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God. List gets longer and longer. Congratulations, Vinny ji.
Thank you. So global namaste to Neil ji, Hani, Dips, and everyone who are present here. And I would like to congratulate everyone for Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, which we are celebrating 75th anniversary of independence of India. And I'm so glad, I'm so privileged to come on this platform to wish everyone and to celebrate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav here. And if you allow me, I would like to say a few lines which I have written myself for India's independence.
Yes, please go ahead, please. The platform is yours. We've got a few minutes. We've got about 6-7 minutes for you to share whatever you'd like to share with us.
All right. Thank you, honey. Thank you. Yeah, I'll say it's in Hindi. आइए आज हिंदुस्तान की 75वीं वर्षगांठ मनाएं. आइए आज हिंदुस्तान की 75वीं वर्षगांठ मनाएं. खुशी से झूमें और खुशी के गीत गाएं. आसान नहीं था इस आजादी को पाना. लाल किले पे 15 अगस्त के तिरंगा फहराना. दी खूब कुर्बानियां और दी जानों की आहुतियां. तब जाकर पाई आजादी. हुआ लाल किले पे तिरंगा फहराना. हर हिंदुस्तानी ने गर्व से सीना ताना था. दुनिया में एक नाम ये गूंजा. भारत को पहचाना था. सींचा है अपनी मेहनत से ये देश, ये हिंदुस्तान, ये प्यारा देश हमारा. यही हर हिंदुस्तानी की गर्व भरी पहचान. कितना लंबा सफर रहा है. 75वीं वर्षगांठ तक मोदी जी की मेहनत रंगलाई हुए प्रयास अथक, भारत का हुआ नाम दुनिया में, बनी अलग पहचान, मुझे गर्व अपने भारत पे, मेरा भारत महान, संस्कृति संस्कारों से भरा है हमारा हिंदुस्तान। तिरंगे के बारे में थोड़ा सा कह दूं कि तिरंगा, हमारा तिरंगा एकता, शांति और प्रगति का प्रतीक। ये तिरंगा हमें अपने भारत पे गर्व है, जहां बहती है पावन गंगा। हर घर में दीप जलाए, हर घर हो दिवाली, हर घर फहराए तिरंगा। ये तिरंगा हमारी शान है, ये तिरंगा भारत की शान है, हमारी आन भारत की शान। इसे हमेशा हर जगह लहराए रखना। ये तिरंगा हिंदुस्तान का है, ये तिरंगा हिंदुस्तान का है।
That's beautiful. You wrote this yourself, Vinny ji?
Yes. I write my own poetry and I recite only my poetry.
Oh, so nice. It's so beautiful. Sounds lovely. What a lovely poem. And of course, you're also an amazing singer as well. Are you going to be sharing maybe a song with us today so we can have the pleasure of listening to your beautiful nightingale voice?
Thank you for your kind words, honey. Yeah, I would sing this song for our country, Hindustan. Yeah, let me know if you can hear properly. Hello, yeah. थोड़ा सा बदल घाटी अकता, ना देख मुझे यूं मुड़ मुड़ के, तेरा मेरा साथ यही तकता। ये तेरी ज़मीं तेरे खून सी तो सजदी संवरती है रांझे, तेरे इश्क की मैं हकदार नहीं, तेरी तो धरती है रांझे। मिट्टी में मिल जाऊं गुल बन के, मैं खिल जाऊं, बस इतनी सी मेरी आरज़ू। तेरी नदियों में बह जाऊं, मैं लहराऊं, इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू। मेरी ज़मीं अफ़सोस नहीं जो तेरे साथ सदा, चाहे जान मेरी नहीं न रहे। मेरी ज़मीं महबूब मेरी नस नस में तेरा इश्क बहे, फीका न पड़े कभी रंग तेरा, जिस्मों से निकल के खून बहे। तेरी मिट्टी में गुल बन के मैं, इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू। हाय हो तेरी नदियों में बह जाऊं, तेरी फसलों में लहराऊं, इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू। Thank you so much.
Wow,
Beautiful.
Vinny, that was wonderful. Nicely, smoothly done. Honey,
Thank
what
you
we'll
so
do?
much, Neelji. Thank you. Thank you so much, Honey and Neelji.
Thank you, Vinny. Honey, as we say goodbye to Vinny, and it was Dharti. But let's take a quick message from Bhagwati, who is here. And then we can relax with Dharti as long as Dharti likes. Okay, so Dharti, if you could just hang on for a moment. Bhagwati is here. Bhagwati, unmute yourself. And Honey, Bhagwati is also part of Healing Our Earth. And how are you, Bhagwati? And let's have your song or your message. Over.
Hi.
Well, global namaste to you, dear Bhagwati, and a happy Independence Day to you.
Happy Independence Day to all of you. What a beautiful, I've been here for the past half an hour now. Sorry, I haven't been here all day.
But don't worry, we're going to enjoy this performance. We've been waiting for this performance. So go for it and just share what you have to share with us.
Okay, I'm going to attempt maybe a few lines of a song. So I hope you enjoy this. So here we go. Let's have a look. Hold on. Get my lyrics. Can you still see me, everybody? Yeah?
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Okay. And is my sound okay with the mic?
Yes, everything's
yes, it's correctly mixed. You just carry on. It's all perfect. Over.
Okay, so this song that I'm doing is from the film. Hold on a minute. It's from the film Upkar in 1967. It's a lovely number, so I hope you enjoy this. I'll do a couple of lines. हर खुशी हो वहाँ तू जहाँ भी रहे हर खुशी हो वहाँ तू जहाँ भी रहे जिंदगी हो वहाँ तू जहाँ भी रहे हर खुशी हो वहाँ तू जहाँ भी रहे जिंदगी हो वहाँ तू जहाँ भी रहे हर खुशी हो वहाँ तू जहाँ भी रहे ये अंधेरे मुझे ये अंधेरे मुझे इसलिए है पसंद इनमें साया भी अपना दिखाई ना दे इनमें साया भी अपना दिखाई ना दे रोशनी हो वहाँ रोशनी हो वहाँ रोशनी हो वहाँ तू जहाँ भी रहे जिंदगी हो वहाँ तू जहाँ भी रहे हर खुशी हो वहाँ तू जहाँ भी रहे चांद धुंधला सही हो चांद धुंधला सही गम नहीं है मुझे तेरी रातों पे रातों का साया ना हो तेरी रातों पे रातों का साया ना हो चांदनी हो वहाँ चांदनी हो वहाँ चांदनी हो वहाँ तू जहाँ भी रहे जिंदगी हो वहाँ तू जहाँ भी रहे हर खुशी हो वहाँ तू जहाँ भी रहे
Bhagwati, how wonderfully you sang despite having a bit of throat problem. So I'm going to ask you to rest your throat for a moment. Stay around, don't run away. Let's go to Dharti, who is charged up. Honey, we go to Dharti for a moment. So Dharti, if you come in over. And Bhagwati, don't go around because I think the throat is repaired well and we will need one more song from you. And it'll be nice to have. So Dharti, what did you think of Bhagwati over there, knowing that she has been having a throat problem? You are on.
Hello. Global namaste to everybody. Bhagwati ji, you are amazing.
Oh my God.
You sang it so well. I'm so amazed. Not only me, all of us. It was such a wonderful performance.
Even Honey was swaying, you know, in a mood over there. Look, Dimpy is back as well because she enjoyed it.
Yes, me and Dims, we were doing our secret dance in the background, but we got caught out by Neil.
So, honey, you agree that Bhagwati can stay around for 10 minutes, and then Dharti, you imbibe us with your wonderful melodious voice, and then we bring back Dharti. Chirag is there as well. Winnie is still there. Meeta will be joining for her message later. So let's enjoy. And I can see
Yes.
women empowerment over here.
Yeah, let's go. And Dhartiji, of course, you know, I just wanted to share, of course, that you're a primary school teacher. We know that. You're an artist trained in Hindustani classical music, and your musical journey started when you were very young. So you're now still singing after all these years. So I just wanted to say we're really, really looking forward to hearing you. I know that you've learned many different aspects of Indian music, and you've always been fascinated, you know, by these various types of music things. And you've performed all over UK, India, everywhere. So we're very, very proud to have you here to perform here with us. So all yours, the platform is all yours, dear Dhartiji.
Thank you so much, Haniji. Such a wonderful introduction. I would like to say a huge thank you to Neil Kumar. He always provide a beautiful platform to everybody like us. So thank you so much, Neil Kumarji. I had 2 programs back to back. So my voice is a bit tired, but I have to sing here as well because this is my kind of home. So I should be here anyway. So I would like to say a beautiful message to everyone about our Independence Day. So it's going to be our 75th Independence Day. So I would say, may this Independence Day bring fortune and success for each and every one of us. And may our country see more progress in future. And I'm sure the way India is growing, that is phenomenal. I would say it's such a fantastic to see India is growing really very well. And I'm so proud that I'm from India. And wherever we go, our Indians, they're always going to be Indian from inside their heart, like me, like us. So shall I sing a song now?
Yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead. Thank you.
So this song is from film Kabuliwala and sung by Manna De ji. ऐ मेरी प्यारी वतन, ऐ मेरी बिछड़ी चमन, तुझ पे दिल कुर्बान, तू ही मेरी आरज़ू, तू ही मेरी आबरू, तू ही मेरी जान, ऐ मेरी प्यारी वतन, ऐ मेरी बिछड़ी चमन, तुझ पे दिल कुर्बान, तेरे दामन से जो आई उन हवाओं को सलाम, तेरे दामन से जो आई उन हवाओं को सलाम, चूम लूं मैं उस ज़ुबान जितना याद आता है मुझको उतना तर पाता है तू, तुझ पे दिल कुर्बान, तू ही मेरी आरज़ू, तू ही मेरी आबरू, तू ही मेरी जान. Thank you so much.
Oh, so beautiful, so beautiful. I've been watching this super singer, you know, on the TV, and what I noticed that when people sing from their heart, there is some different feeling that comes through, you know, that, and you sing definitely from your heart, dear Bhakti ji. I loved it. Very beautiful, really nice. And, you know, for Independence Day, you had a couple of others. Did you have one more song you said you wanted to share with us? Is that right? You have a little short 1 or 2 minute song, so we can then move, and then we can stay here and we'll move back onto you if we got some time again.
So can I quickly sing one song?
Yeah,
it's a bit long, but I'm going to take one antra, Mukhdu and antra. Yeah.
Yes, you could do shorter, that'd be great. And of course, Vinny ji and Bhagwati ji as well. You know, we got 3 superstar singers here, which is fantastic. One after the other as well. Please, all yours.
Thank you. जब जीरो दिया मेरे भारत ने मेरे भारत ने दुनिया को तब गिनती आई, तारों की भाषा भारत ने दुनिया को पहले सिखलाई, देता ना दशंबर भारत तो यूं चांद पे जाना मुश्किल था, धरती और चांद की दूरी का अंदाजा लगाना मुश्किल था, सभ्यता जहाँ पहले आई, सभ्यता जहाँ पहले आई, पहले जन्मी है यहाँ पे कला, पहले जन्मी है यहाँ पे कला, अपना भारत वो भारत है जिनके पीछे संसार चला और आगे बढ़ा, यूं आगे बढ़ा बढ़ता ही गया, भगवान करे ये और बढ़े, बढ़ता ही रहे और फूले फले, बढ़ता ही रहे और फूले फले, है प्रीत जहाँ की रीत सदा, ओ हो हो हो, ओ हो हो हो, ओ हो हो हो, है प्रीत जहाँ की रीत सदा, मैं गीत वहाँ के गाती हूँ, भारत की रहने वाली हूँ, भारत की बात सुनाती हूँ, है प्रीत जहाँ की रीत सदा, ओ हो हो हो, ओ हो हो हो, ओ हो हो हो, काले गोरे का भेद नहीं, हर दिल से हमारा नाता है, कुछ और ना आता हो हमको, हमें प्यार निभाना आता है, जिसे मान चुकी सारी दुनिया, जिसे मान चुकी सारी दुनिया हो, इसे मैं बात वही दोहराती हूँ, भारत की रहने वाली हूँ, भारत की बात सुनाती हूँ, है प्रीत जहाँ की रीत सदा, ओ हो हो हो, ओ हो हो हो, ओ हो हो हो. Thank you so much.
Bharti, what a wonderful medley that was. And honey, before I bring you in, the reason why Dharti sing the first antra, because it had the word Dharti, which is Bharat Mata. And that's why she wanted to sing, because her name is Dharti as well. Now, we're going to go to Chirag, who is waiting to play piano. Dharti, you stay around. We've also got Sumi and Sanjay, who is a DJ, a big time DJ in Mauritius. He was earlier there with Gayatri. So Sanjay might have something to sing as well. We've got Milap, who sings very classically. So Milap, stay around. Your turn is going to come in a moment. And Bhagwati, we're not gonna let you go. So just gargle your throat and you're gonna get a chance again. So honey, we are now going to go to Chirag, who is waiting to play the piano and the national anthem or one day Mataram there. Dims, what do you think of it so far? I saw you and honey both swaying. Whenever something was happening, you were both swaying to it.
It's amazing, you know. It's just taking me into either an emotional zone, melodious zone. Again, I'm coming back, and it's just so nice. There's so many talented artists here, and you know, I mean, it's taking me back to my school memories.
And it doesn't matter how old we are. I'm past it. I'm way over 40 plus VAT. Honey is only 20 plus VAT. Dims, you are only 20 plus VAT. Most of you are very young. Sanjay is still, he just celebrated his 21st birthday in Mauritius. Bhagwati again is only 25 plus VAT, you know. So all of you are very young, but you know, what a memory we have got to India and the affinity. Chirag, what have you got lined up for us?
Well, I'm going to read my poem about the Independence Day.
Go ahead.
Yeah. When the mind is without fear and the head is held high, when knowledge is free, when the world has not been broken up into fragments by domestic wars, when words comes out from the depth of truth, when tireless striving stitchings arms towards publications, when the clear stream of reason has lost the dreading desert sand of that habit into that heaven of freedom, let the country awake. Jai Hind, and I'd like to wish everyone from India a happy Independence Day.
Straight from the heart of Chirag here in London. Chirag, you're going to play a bit of piano for us?
Yes, please. Yeah, I'll do it now.
Go for it for a couple of minutes on a piano so we can hear the soothing. And by the way, Chirag qualified on the piano very recently, so congratulations to you.
Oh, thank you very much. I was performing since 2 days ago on Friday.
Superb.
Yeah.
Wow, well done, Chirag. Not easy, but you did very well. And if anybody noticed that Milap actually stood up, which is a customary thing when a national anthem of India plays, as a courtesy, everybody should stand up because it's a very high profile spiritual anthem for us. Chirag, thank you very much. Stay around. Milap, we are going to come back to your scene there. I'm going to bring Savan, who is there in Northampton. Savan is actually going to announce one of the event in Leicester. Savan, if you go ahead and share what you've got to share, I'll just share the flyer for you. Global Namaste, Savan. Honey, Savan is from Midlands, and he has got news for us for Leicester, which is this festival. So let me just share it with people. There, if you can see this now, it's a Leicester Charaja 2022 for Ganeshji. Can you all see that?
Global Namaste, everyone, and happy Independence Day to each and every one of you celebrating not only in our motherland, India, but across the globe, in UK, in London, in Africa, in Kenya, everywhere that we reside, our motherland belongs to us. India is a vast range, a vast country with many diverse cultures, diverse languages. But the good thing about India and us Indians is that whatever little we have, we still share with each other, and we share the happiness and the joy to others by giving. One of the events that obviously happens in Leicester, which is also known as the Golden Mile or Mini India, which is obviously quite close to the Midlands and gets everybody's attention, is Leicester celebrates each and every festival. So whether it be Diwali, where the roads are closed, whether it be Raksha Bandhan, whether it be Janmashtami, they have Leicester Mela, they have diversity fairs, each and everything. And one of the things that we are proud to do as Leicester Charaja team is to celebrate the full 10 days of Ganesh Chaturthi festival with the whole of Leicester. This festival is now in the 32 or 32nd year since we started off small in a lady's house on Purley Road. It has grown day by day since then. We've taken it to the parks, we've taken it to the museum. About 7 years ago, we had a 25-foot statue of Lord Ganesha that we did in Soul Valley College, celebrating our 25th year anniversary as events. This year, we would like to extend our humble invite and pleasure to each and every one of you to attend the event. It starts from 31st of August, 2022 till 9th of September, where we take Ganesh Baba for Visajan at Stratford-upon-Avon. You'll also be pleased to note that the Murti for Visajan is also handmade in the UK by our volunteers and is totally eco-friendly as well. I would also like to extend my thanks to Neil Kumar, to Hani Kalaria, who's obviously been a supporter in the past. Hani has obviously come to various events, also done dances for us, not only for Leicester Charaja, but in all the other events that I cooperate with, including Godhamik, etc. So ladies and gentlemen, as you can see on the poster, please do attend, please do come for darshan, please spare the word. My number is 07910 849 606. 07910 849 606 for any further questions or information. Namaste. Thank you for the opportunity.
Well done, Savan. Savan also supports Godharmik and various other festivals. So Leicester Charaja is a very popular Ganeshji event. It's because India has brought all this knowledge, share of the knowledge, share of the power, share of the culture, share of the religion. And Leicester is, of course, epicenter of everything because it started most of the festival. Thank you, Savan. Well done and very proud of you.
Thank you very much.
Right. Milap, it's your turn now. Bring us the flavor of the Indian independence. And honey, Dims, watch out what this guy is going to sing about because he came. Mita, when did he come actually? I think he came 3 weeks back, Mita. Milap came and surprised us with some classical singing. Mita, was it 3 weeks back? Okay, Mita is not answering, so
yeah, well, we're looking forward to it, Neil. So is it Milap Rane, right? We're talking about.
Yes, Milap Rane is over here.
Yes.
He is a student at the King, I think at university at where Mita is. And what a wonderful singer. And I think his mother is actually an expert on singing. Is that right, Milan?
No, not really. I don't come from a singing family, but yeah, I have been learning for the last 20 odd years now.
Okay, share us your independence thoughts on this 75th Indian independence for India.
It's first of all, of course, it's Azadi Ka. It's the 75th year of independence, and being someone who's born much after independence. We sometimes feel like we don't have an understanding of the kind of struggles that the people in our country went through, and the kind of hard, the kind of fight that they had to make to be able to covet the independence that we have today. And I believe that we are doing very well from where we came from, and I'm very proud of my country, and I always will be wherever I am. I will try to before anything, of course, a global namaste to everyone, and I'll try to sing a little bit of Rag Des and a medley of 2 Vande Matarams.
Please go ahead.
And the first one is, of course, composed by Pandit Ravi Shankar ji. So I would also like this to be a tribute to him and all the great classical musicians of the country. And the second one is something that you all know, and I hope you'll like. Okay, I'll try my best. Can you hear the Tanpura?
No, but it's okay. You can skip it. Just sing. It's fine.
Yeah. Vande Mataram. Vande Mataram. Sujalam Sufalam Malayaj Shitalam Shasya Shamalam Mataram. Vande Mataram. Vande Mataram. Shubhra Jyotsnam Pulakitayaminim Pullakusumita Drumadala Shobhini Suhasini Ashini Sukhadam Varadam Mataram. Vande Mataram. Vande Mataram. Vande Mataram. Vande Mataram. Vande Mataram. Vande Mataram. यहाँ वहाँ सारा जहाँ देख लिया है, कहीं भी तेरे जैसा कोई नहीं है। 80 नहीं 100 दिन दुनिया घुमा है, नहीं कहीं तेरे जैसा कोई नहीं। मैं गया जहाँ भी बस तेरी याद थी, जो मेरे साथ थी मुझको तड़पाती रुलाती। सबसे प्यारी तेरी सूरत प्यार है, बस तेरा प्यार ही। माँ तुझे सलाम, माँ तुझे सलाम, मम्मा तुझे सलाम। वंदे मातरम। वंदे मातरम। वंदे मातरम। हो तेरे पास ही मैं आ रहा हूँ, अपनी बाहें खोल दे, जोर से मुझको गले लगा ले, मुझको फिर वो प्यार दे मम्मा। मम्मा तू ही जिंदगी है, तू ही मेरी मोहब्बत है, तेरे ही पैरों में जन्नत है, तू ही दिल तू जान। अम्मा माँ तुझे सलाम, माँ तुझे सलाम, मम्मा तुझे सलाम, माँ तुझे सलाम। वंदे मातरम, हो वंदे मातरम, हो वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, हो वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम। Thank you very much, everyone.
Wow, Milap, no wonder you are pursuing a PhD in music production in the Zara University, where our Mita is a Hindu chaplain. So it's not surprising. What a pakkad you've got, you know. And you were actually singing a harkat rather than pulling a harkat. So that was very good. I loved every beat that you were doing. Stay around, Milap. We're still not going to let you go because the time in Mauritius is coming to something like 10:30 in the evening. Sanjay is there, who is a DJ. Sanjay, if you got anything lined up for us, we'll listen to you first, then go to a trip for India in Honey, take a message from Dims, listen to a message from Mita, go to Bhagwati, Dharti, and Vinny, okay? So Sanjay, have you got any song lined up for us? No copyright music, okay?
I would like to first to
Sanjay, I've got to mute you because there's a music playing at the back. No copyright is allowed because we are in a multi-channel. So if you switch everything off and just sing without any music, you can play your keyboard, of course, but not a rhythm of any copyright, okay? We'll come back to you if you could set that up. Then, Honey, you came from India recently. You came live, you know, to us. It was flooding, it was in the rain, but because of your commitment to healing our earth, you stuck your car in a flood and you came in a car connected to us and you still enjoyed your trip. It was raining very heavily. Over the next couple of minutes, just tell us your affinity to India because you've just returned from India in 3 weeks back.
Yes, absolutely, Nyoji. Thank you so much for that. Actually, it was Guru Purnima. So, you know, in India, we have many, many cultural occasions, and one of them is our Guru Purnima, where we pay tribute to our teachers, whether it's a school teacher or it's a music teacher or a spiritual teacher. So I went to India to pay my respects and, you know, just honor my wonderful spiritual guru. So it was amazing when I was there, but there was so much rain, as you've heard. Here in UK, it's so heat. There's too much heat. It's really hot right now. But in India, there's lots and lots of rain. So we had to go through all the rain, the puddles, and lots of water. Our car had to go through all the water.
You do the rain dance.
I have to try to do this. I think, yeah, we need to do the rain dance here. Forget India. We need to do the rain dance in UK because we need the rain.
And remember, in India, when you do rain dance, you can smell the mitti khushbu.
Oh gosh, I love the rain. I must admit, I love the rain. I love the freshness when the rain comes and the smell and the freshness of it. I love that. But what's more important is, you know, for the last 21 years, Neilji, I've been teaching meditation every Sunday. It's on a voluntary basis for free, but it's every Sundays after this Healing Our Earth. I normally go off with my group and we teach 1 hour of meditation. And for 21 years, I've just followed and gone to India every year almost every year to celebrate Guru Purnima. It's the least I feel we can do to go and pay tribute to our Gurujis, you know, for the beautiful spiritual knowledge that they pass on to us. And because of them, we become maybe better human beings, you know, along the way by learning this wonderful wisdom, teachings and spiritual awakening type of information that you gain. But yeah, so thank you for asking me. And also with Indian Independence Day being now, there are so many of my friends and people, like artists that I know, they're all spending time celebrating Independence Day at the moment. So I just want to congratulate each and every single one of them from around the world who are celebrating in America, India, Africa, all the friends that I know from everywhere around the world. Congratulations for celebrating, and good luck with your wonderful performances and your contribution to celebrating the 75th Independence Day.
So, honey, you've got a strong affinity with India since your childbirth, and you mentioned the Tiranga. So, Har Ghar Tiranga is the motto at the moment. Har Ghar Tiranga. The tricolor flag has to be everywhere. Yes, you keep that.
I tried to wear my earrings with the green colored ones, but I thought they'll be too long. But I tried to wear the orange, white, and the green.
So this one is more than that. The flow of all Indians have come out in a huge flags, mile long, meter long, 1 kilometer long. Mita, who is actually from India and she's now British, her brother actually got a certification because. So Mita, for next minute, if you could tell us how you feel, what your brother did, and how he converted his flat into Tiranga.
Oh, thank you very much, and happy 75th Indian Independence Day to everyone. So good to have everyone who I know over here, new people as well. It has been very, very interesting program. Thanks, Neil, for inviting Milap as well. He is thrilled to be on the platform. And I've been enjoying even David Foley's, talk on independence and the spiritual heritage which India globally has been ever giving to the world. Because my first experience with the spiritual camps in Himalayas were through Aurobindo Ashram. So I did quite a few of them in the Himalayas in my days when I was in India. I was born and raised in India. Though I'm a British citizen now, British Indian now, but I do have the Indian spirit. I've taken part in the 26th January parade as well in the Indian Republic Day parade in 1984. That was years ago. And my brother is in moon.
I think we're losing you, Mita. We're losing you.
Mita, if you can hear us, just cut yourself up because we are locking us. Just cut yourself up. Honey, Dimple, let's go to Mauritius because time is quite late here. Sanjay is eagerly waiting. So Sanjay, no copyright music. If you can just play a keyboard or just sing for us or just say a message, because Sanjay was an official guest with Gayatri ji earlier with Sumi, and they had a very nice input because, in Mauritius, they are so traditional. And although it's in Indian Ocean, which is near Africa, Mauritius actually holds the culture so well. So Sanjay, have you got anything lined up for us?
Thank you once again for hosting such a very nice program. To you, Neil, and to you, Honey, as well. And thanks, Mrs. Gayatri and Saivani, for inviting us to participate in the program. You rightly said that we in Mauritius are very fortunate to having been born in a country so close to India in so many ways. I am as much an Indian as I am a Mauritian. मेरे रग रग में अभी भी भारतीय खून बहता है. I'm afraid I would rather go not for the 75 years of Indian independence, but I would go rather for 7,500 years of India's existence. Not 75 years, but 7,500 years of Indianness, of Bharatata, जो मैं समझता हूँ, I believe that because of so many thousands of years of Sanskriti, of culture, so India हमारे रग रग में है. It is in our blood. India is in our DNA, in our inner DNA. So we have our biological DNA, and we have our Indian DNA as well superimposed upon that. So जितने भी लोग, so many people who left, our ancestors who left India 200 to 300 years ago, they brought that DNA to wherever they went. Be it England, be it America, be it Canada, be it Australia, or be it Mauritius. So we have that India in our DNA, and we express that DNA by the way we live. So जो भारत तो हम लेकर आए हुए हैं, वो भारत expresses in terms of culture, in terms of love, in terms of friendship, in terms of bhaichara, in terms of resilience, in terms of satyagraha, whatever, all the values that India stands for, we express it in our life and in our living. And I'm very happy that this has been going on. We are expressing a civilization which is 7,500 years old, not only 75 years old.
So Sanjay, to put it in one sentence, whichever country's nationality you've adopted, फिर भी दिल है हिंदुस्तानी.
कर चले हम फिदा जानो तन साथियों, अब तुम्हारे हवाले वतन साथियों. मेरा कर्मा तू, मेरा धर्मा तू, तेरा सब कुछ मैं, मेरा सब कुछ तू. हर कर्म अपना करेंगे ऐ वतन तेरे लिए, दिल दिया है जान भी देंगे ऐ वतन तेरे लिए, ऐ वतन तेरे लिए.
Wonderful, Sanjay. Very well and nicely concluded. You are obviously a true Mauritian with a heart of Hindustani. We are very proud of you, Sanjay. You're part of our family now. Honey, Dimple, Vinny, what message have you got for Sanjay?
Well, you're more Hindustani than us right now. You make us feel, but fantastic. You know, I love the vibes inside you. Even I was listening to your partner as well earlier, and you know, it's all about how you feel from inside it, and it reflects outside. So we can see that you know your love for India, the culture, the religious, you know, all the knowledge you have, and the art. You know, you are really a nice person from inside, and you know, everybody is, but you know what I'm trying to say is that that's one thing that you know, India, as it has given us a feeling of oneness when we are all together, you know. And even our national flag also represents that. So to all the, you know, bhaiyo behno and all the listeners and you know, amazing team here, congratulations. And you all been amazing. And you know, as always, you know, on Healing on Earth, it's an amazing experience, fantastic experience to be here for everybody, because Neel Kumar ji and Honey ji always makes us feel very, very special as well. And there is always a smile on every single person who comes here, and they go with the smile.
So Honey, shall we for Sanjay ask Bhagwati and we need to sing a song in return back to Sanjay? So Bhagwati.
I think so, definitely. Sanjay, that was very beautiful, lovely song, lovely message as well. But, you know, let's listen to our Vinny ji and, of course, Bhagwati ji as well, who's been sharing some lovely songs. It's like a special Independence Day celebration, isn't it? So let's keep the songs going. We're loving listening to you. Should we go for Vinny ji first, Neil ji?
Yeah, whoever is ready, just put your hand. Bhagwati, Vinny, who are you ready?
Yes.
Ready?
Yes.
So whoever is ready, just raise your hand.
Yeah. So Viniji, please go ahead with the lovely song, and we've got Bhagwati coming straight after you.
Hi, honey. Yeah, I'll sing this song by Mohammed Tafiji.
You may have to hold the mic a little closer, because
closer. Is that better?
Yeah, you're okay. Carry on.
जहाँ डाल डाल पर सोने की चिड़िया करती है बसेरा, वो भारत देश मेरा, वो भारत देश मेरा। जहाँ डाल डाल पर सोने की चिड़िया करती है बसेरा, वो भारत देश मेरा, वो भारत देश मेरा। जहाँ सत्य अहिंसा और धर्म का पग पग लगता डेरा, वो भारत देश मेरा, वो भारत देश मेरा। जय भारती जय भारती जय भारती जय भारती। ये धरती है जहाँ ऋषि मुनि जपते प्रभु नाम की माला, जपते प्रभु नाम की माला। जहाँ एक बालक मोहन और राधा एक बाला, और राधा एक बाला। जहाँ सूरज सबसे पहले आकर ताई अपना मेरा, वो भारत देश मेरा, वो भारत देश मेरा। जहाँ गंगा यमुना कृष्ण कावेरी बहती जाए, जहाँ गंगा यमुना कृष्ण कावेरी बहती जाए, जहाँ उत्तर दक्षिण पूर्व पश्चिम को अमृत पिलवाए, अमृत पिलवाए। ये फल और फूल उगाए, केसर कहीं बिखेरा, वो भारत देश मेरा, वो भारत देश मेरा। जहाँ डाल डाल पर सोने की चिड़िया करती है बसेरा, वो भारत देश मेरा, वो भारत देश मेरा। जय हिंद।
Wow, simply beautiful. Bharat Desh Hai Mera. Like I said, I may be British, I may be African, I may be American, but Dil hai pure Hindustani.
Proud to be Indian.
Yes, we are proud to be Indian. Bhagwati, if you are ready, just one moment. Honey, let's tell them about our future event. So the Janmashtami that we are celebrating, if you could just read that out.
Sure, we've got some, of course, amazing events coming up in the future. So do not miss these really amazing events. We've got our Janmashtami special that's taking place on the 21st of August. So do make sure you celebrate and you enjoy the birthday of Lord Krishna together. That's 21st of August, like we said, 2 p.m. BST onwards. And from that onwards, we also have some really great events happening every single week. For 2 years, I should say over 2 years, from April 20, is it 2019 or when is it? We started so long ago. We've been, how many episodes have we done now, Neilji?
This is the 142nd, and the next week will be the 143rd, which is the Janmashtami special, which is let's celebrate and enjoy together. Birthday of the Kanura, Krishna.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I want to congratulate Neilji while I'm here. Isn't it, Dimps, that we should be congratulating Neilji, who's originator, who came up with this idea to support, is it to support everybody whilst we were in COVID, sitting at home all day, to uplift people, to educate people, to entertain people, and to come up. And now we're together with such a big family all over the world in healing our earth. Every country is now joining in. So many countries are joining. We're getting bigger and bigger every single week. And our audience members are growing as well. So just wanted to say thank you, Neilji, for giving us this wonderful honor and, to be part of this really great platform. Thank you so much.
Actually, the pleasure, honey, the pleasure is to see smile on your faces, the facilitators' faces, all the big personalities that come. We are connected to more than 186 countries with 18 channels. Each episode is watched between 22 to 33 countries. So the pleasure that I get is when I see you guys bringing with smile and you guys feeling good and being charged, because in the joy of others lie ours. When you are happy, then I feel better, because when you've been there and done there, then wait for others to feel happy. Today we have grown our family again. Milap, who I think is not just a PhD student, I think he's going to be a music supremo in 5-6 years from now. He's going to bring in some sort of his own shows or something. And Sanjay is sitting in the studio. Sanjay is sitting in a studio in Mauritius, is also now going to be full part of our family. So I love when I see you guys. I've seen you guys grow in the healing itself. Today, honey, you are a very proficient presenter. As we have got about 26 others, you know, that it's so nice to even recommend our people to other platforms, because healing has got no exams, no requirements. It just make other feel flourish. So, honey, thank you. Dims, thank you very much.
Thank you, honey. Thank you, Maji.
Yeah, and my Dims as well. We've got Dims, our little baby of the family, joining us everywhere, so which is fantastic. We're proud of having you there as well, Dims. So you're part of the gang. And of course, we're now moving on to, yes.
Honey, one question that I want to ask Dims.
Yeah.
She does a lot of throwbacks to the community with her charity work and everything. Dims, unlike some of the British-born Indians, she was actually born in Hyderabad in India. So her affinity is from Hyderabad. Being a Gujarati coming from Hyderabad always surprised me. Dims, from your memory to when you were young, and which was only a couple of years back, but when you were young, you know, in Hyderabad, how did you celebrate Indian independence? How do you see it now as a British? What do you compare? What do you miss more? Are you okay because you're settled in UK, or the Watan Yaad comes back?
Yes, actually, that's a very good question, Nilkumarji, because I miss Hyderabad a lot because they speak pure Hindi, and I had so many friends who used to speak Hindi, Rajasthani, and a lot of people used to ask me that, being me Gujarati, how come I come from Hyderabad? But they don't know a lot of Gujarati and a lot of other religion, like, you know, there are a lot of Marwadis and all the other culture people are there, but people normally think because Telangana is half South and Hyderabad means half Nawab. So it's a mixed culture, and I come from a lot of mixed culture where I can sometimes I feel blessed to be raised there, because I love my Hyderabadi biryani. I love my South Indian idli dosa. At the same time, I speak proper Hindi. I can write Urdu, and being coming to UK, then I studied hairdressing, and then being now British, after evolving myself into so many different zones, I feel I'm a cocktail, and still yet from heart Hindustani. So I'm still trying to stick to my roots, and wherever I can go, I take that a sense of whatever I have.
Belonging, sense of
Yeah.
belonging.
But Nilji, I just wanted to share one thing, you know, because we have people from all different faiths, religions, countries that join us here. But there is one thing that connects each and every single one of us, is because we all have soul to soul connection. And in soul, there is no religion, there's no language, there's no, you know, like, it's just, it's the humanitarian values, you know, that we always appreciate about each other. So whatever, so Healing Our Earth, I feel, has this most highest form, which is a soul to soul connection. And it also concentrates on just humanitarian values of giving love, joy, selfless giving, compassion, etc.
And you are very right that from nowhere, because of pandemic, honey, you and I and Dims and I, and we know each other for years. But you know, we all found that at Healing Our Earth, we've got more than 2,000 facilitators that are connected, several thousand audiences, and what a family we have become, that we don't need anything from each other. All we come here to share love, to share our knowledge, to bring the unity, harmony, peace, and liberty. And talking about that,
but Anilji, also it's all completely free. That's one thing I just wanted to share with our audiences, which they, of course, they know. It's all voluntarily provided. Every single person, every contributor who is here, every professional who's singing here, every person who's involved backstage, like Nishit, who's an amazing technical director of our Healing Our Earth, Nishit Kotak. All the people who are working in the backstage and here, they're all volunteers, including you, Neil Kumarji.
everybody was connected for that, because when the pandemic came, when everybody was stuck at home and they were saying, what are we going to do? So I said, don't worry, we'll globalize you. They have learned a lot. Each one of them have gone back learning so much, and each one of them gives their time and gives it with love, gives it with peace, gives it without any money, keeps back coming. They love it because the harmony and the peace that this Ashiana means loveness, the way it's been created, healing our earth, you just keep on coming. There are no exams. When you're okay, just come. If you're tied up, it doesn't matter. So, it's a wonderful family that we have created. And talking back about creativity and Dims from Hyderabad and Honey, you from Malawi and UK.
Kumarji, I would like to add one more add on your saying. The whole episode that you've been producing so far, 120, is it 140?
This is the 142nd.
47. So to me, this all is amazing bundle of library. It's full of knowledge. Whichever episode I want to go back in the past, I can go back and I can, take all the information from the best people from all over the world.
Yes. And it belongs to all of us, not just healing, not just our directors, not just our facilitator, not just our host. It actually belongs to you, to us. It doesn't belong to just a person. So that's the beautiful part. And healing our earth, there is no keys to the door. They are open. You can't steal anything from healing. So therefore the doors are open. We move to Bhagwati, who is from same part of Africa where I am, East Africa. And she has got a vivid memory. Bhagwati, do you remember East Africa way of celebrating independence, and now in London, in UK, how we do?
I was 4 years old when I came from Uganda. So we celebrated 50 years of coming from Uganda last weekend.
Correct. In Leicester, it was a big festival.
Yeah, I don't remember much. I get told stories about me misbehaving, but I don't remember anything else.
So what you are trying to say is that you are very a Nakaru, but now you are a good girl. Is that what you're saying?
Right, okay.
She still looks mischievous. Which is good. It's good to be a little mischievous. You need to have fun in life.
My whole family says I'm the nutcut, I'm mischievous out of the whole family. So it's good to be like that, I think. So
yeah. Absolutely. But Bhagwati, are you going to be singing a song for us now? You're going to be sharing a special song? Yes. Thank you so much.
I'm going to try. My voice is, you can hear it. So I'm going to, I've had a few problems with my voice recently, so I'm just going to try this song, which I don't think very rarely gets sung. It's from the film Grandi. I love this film, one of my favorite films. Manoj Kumar, my favorite thing.
Yes.
So, here I go. I hope you enjoy this. And please tell me if it sounds okay, or I'll shut it off. Okay. दिल वाले तेरा अपना क्या है तेरा सपना क्या है क्रांति 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 देश के खातिर काम आएगा देश के खातिर काम आएंगे गोद में जिसकी सो जाएगी हो गोद में जिसकी सो जाएगी दिल वाले तेरा अरमान क्या है तेरा ईमान क्या है क्रांति 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 क्रांति
Bhagwati, well done. You see, I say don't improve your throat. Keep it as it is. It's good enough. Okay, so don't do anything else to it. It was wonderful. And it's so lovely. Honey, I've closed the shop at the moment because a lot of people want to still carry on now they've seen us singing. Maybe what we will do, Bhagwati, you can sing a Gayatri mantra for us, and then Honey will formally close. Thank you, Viniji, for staying into the Zoom room. Thank you, Sumi and Sanjay. Sumi is making paratha or some food for Sanjay. So Sanjay, bon appetit, mon ami, bonne vie, merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
Yes, and she's not cooking because we are both working.
We are both working. Okay, so
we are in the studio right
Thank
now.
you very much. Oh, Dimpy is still here. So Dimpy, just before you go, thank you very much for being here in the private Zoom room. Vinny, thank you very much. Bhagwati, well done. Honey, what we do, Bhagwati can sing a nice Gayatri mantra, and then you can just officially close, okay? Milap is here. Sylvia, just one message from Milap. Milap did very well. Milap, thank you very much. You are a true PhD maestro. We just want to wait when the Nobel Prize is announced, then healing will celebrate, okay?
A.R. Rahman, the British A.R. Rahman.
Thank you.
That was amazing, Milap and Bhagwati, and Vinny, as you as well.
Milap, actually you are here as well. So after Bhagwati sings the Gayatri mantra, maybe you can sing any mantra and then Honey will close, okay?
Okay.
Okay, Gayatri, go ahead.
I could finish with a Shanti mantra.
Okay, all three of you, one by one. So Bhagwati will go with whatever mantra he likes, Sanjay will do, and Milap, you will go with the last mantra, okay? Fine. Go ahead, Bhagwati. Wow, it just, Honey, did it not sound like coming from the studio?
Amazing. That sounds amazing. It sounds so cool. I love it. So beautiful, so sweet, so sweetly sung.
We hope that by coming to healing, you've healed yourself very well. Definitely. And from one studio in UK to our next studio in Mauritius.
Om Sarvesham Swastir Bhavatu, Sarvesham Shantir Bhavatu, Sarvesham Purnam Bhavatu, Sarvesham Mangalam Bhavatu, Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah, Sarve Santu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu, Ma Kaschit Dukhu Bhag Bhavet, Asato Ma Satgamaya, Tamaso Ma Jyotir Gamaya, Mrityorma Amritam Gamaya. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadhaya Purnameva Vashishyate.
I love it, Sanjay. It just sounded like a priest reciting. Honey, what did you think? We felt like we were in a rhythm with it.
I love the mantras because, you know, I studied yagnas and I studied many of these mantras, and I know that they have very powerful energy and vibrations. So if you're sung in the right way, if they're sung in a particular way, and the words themselves have very high vibrations there. So I love listening to mantras all the time. I really enjoy it. So thank you for sharing that.
Sanjay, you are an official priest for healing our earth. You can join our Shri Heman Bhai, who is our senior priest. Vinny, if you got a mantra, then you can sing. Otherwise, we go to Milap for a closing mantra. Vinny, would you like to sing a mantra? Go ahead. You can unmute. Milap is okay. He says Vinny can have a go. Vinny, you can just unmute. You don't need to use the mixer. Just sing an mantra.
Hello.
Yes, you are live, Vinny. Go ahead.
I will recite one mantra. It's very long, but I'll do it just short bit.
Yes, one mantra. If you do, carry on over. Wow, Winnie, it was so beautiful. I think everybody was just getting into the rhythm. And Winnie, you didn't know this, but me and Honey are very professional singers in a large scale. But on a Sunday, we refrain from singing because Saraswati ji has said, Sunday you don't sing. Otherwise, me and Honey would have sung for you as well. Okay? So you can come some other day. Isn't it right, Honey?
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
Thank you so much, Neilji. Thank you so much.
It's beautiful.
To give me opportunity.
What I'm thinking, Winnie, what I'm thinking, because next week we've got Janmashtami, and our resident singer Meena Trivedi and Girish Jogia will be there for the first 3 hours. I feel that all of us should be there in Janmashtami and also have an hour or 2 hours to ourselves, celebrating with our bhajans, kirtans, and the nakhat songs with Krishna's celebration. So if anyone you are free, you will get a link automatically. Do please join in. And Mila, you have to get Krishna going, okay, next week. So Radha has sent a message that Milap has to join in the Krishna celebration. So you are now having the last mantra for us in your style before Honey formally close for us today. Thank you, Milap.
There is a lalna. There's a lalna which is sung in Mauritius on the occasion of the birth of Krishna. I don't know if you guys in UK sing it in the same way. Mathura mein janmela kanha, Gokul mein khelela ho, aho lalna yat Mathura mein. It is just like that.
Yeah, it's a bridge basi. So Sanjay, that's a bridge basi basa that we call, which is very nice. So they do it over here, and we do get that singing over here. Next week, you make sure you turn up. You be in your Krishna costume, and Sumi can be there. Sumi can be Radha, and you be the Kana. Okay. Okay, so you are invited as well next week. Okay, Milap, over to you.
Milap needs to unmute. Yes, thank you.
He's ready.
Yeah, I'll keep it short. So this is a Marathi prayer called the Pasayadan from the end of the Jnaneshwari, which is Sant Jnaneshwar's translation of the Bhagavad Gita. The original is sung by Lata Didi, who passed away this year. So I'll pray. This is a prayer for her and everyone, and it's also set in Rag Bhairavi. So that's the perfect conclusion for any concert as well. Ata Vishwatmake Deve Yene Vagyadne Toshave Tosho Nimazadyave Pasayadan He जे खळांची व्यंकटी सांडो तया सत्कर्मी रती वाढो भूता परस्परे पडो मैत्र जीवांचे दुरितांचे तिमिर जाओ विश्वस्वधर्म सूर्ये पाहो जो जे वांछील तो ते लाहो प्राणिजात वर्षत सकळ मंगळी ईश्वर निष्ठांची मांदियाळी अनवरत भूमंडळी भेट तू भूता चला कल्पतरूंचे आरव, चेतना चिंतामणीचे गाव, बोलते जे अर्णव पियुषाचे, चंद्रमे जे अलांछन मार्तंड जे तापहीन, ते सर्वाही सदा सज्जन सोय रे हो तू, किंबहुना सर्व सुखी पूर्ण होऊनी तिन्ही लोकी, भजिजो आदि पुरुखी अखंडित, आणि ग्रंथोपजीविये विशेषी लोकीये, दृष्टादृष्ट विजये हो आवेजी, तेथ म्हणे श्री विश्वेश्वराव, हा होईल दान पसावो, येणे वरे ज्ञान देवो, सुखिया झाला. ओम शांती शांती शांती.
Wow, Milad, that was so wonderful. You know, I love you all because each one of you, from Winnie in her style, to Bhagwati in her style, to Sanjay in Mauritius with her style, Milad, your style, each one of you bring different aura, different energy, but each one of you was singing from heart. I love you all. We are still live. Honey, time for you to close. Meeta, thank you for bringing Milad. Can you bring more? And we'll have you next time when your full internet connection is there. You were locked out, so I think you're okay now. But thank you, Meeta. Wonderful that you brought here. Honey, would you like to just formally close for us? And we invite everybody to Janmashtami. I think we can give them 5 to 7 o'clock slot that it belongs to public. Just come and we share the love of Kana with Radha with the Basudi.
Absolutely. This sounds great. And you know, before I leave, because we've been celebrating Independence Day for the 75th anniversary of Independence Day. So before I go, I just thought it would be wonderful for me to just share a couple of really beautiful, interesting facts about India that we should be very proud of. And I think that it's something that we can, I don't know, we could just appreciate about India. The first fact I always say to people is, did you know that India has over 300,000 mosques and over 2 million temples? So can you imagine the kind of architecture that India has and what kind of vast, the multicultural country it is? The second thing I say to people is we should be very, very proud that, did you know that the Chenab Bridge is the highest rail bridge in the world? So we build amazing, amazing structures in India. You know, so if you see these rail structures, you'll find it absolutely amazing and very unique. The third thing I could say is, did you know that India was the first country to mine diamonds? And this was in the 4th century BC. And this was for about 1,000 years they would mine for diamonds, after which Brazil and South Africa and other countries started mining for diamonds. So it's amazing how rich India was many, many years ago. The other thing I say to people is that the land is the birthplace of the strategic game chess that the whole world is playing right now, and people tend to see that who's got the best strategy in their minds, you know, how they use their brain power. So India was the one who actually designed the game chess. And finally, just wanted to come to the end of this. Did you know that the second largest pool of engineers and scientists come from India? So we should be very, very proud. There are many, many beautiful things about India that we should all be very, very proud of. So to finish off with, I'd just like to say, to end today's Independence Day event today, I'd like to finish off with a prayer as well. It's a peace prayer, which talks about, may peace be there in the whole world. And let peace be there in the sky, in the space, in the trees, in the whole universe. So it's a whole prayer. So with that, I'd like to finish off with, from Honey Kalaria here on Healing Our Earth. Om Dyo Shanti Antarikshagvam Shanti, Prithvi Shanti, Apah Shanti, Oshadayah Shanti, Vanaspatayah Shanti, Vishwe Deva Shanti, Brahma Shanti, Sarvagvam Shanti, Shanti Reva Shanti, Sama Shanti Redi, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.